hair pulling out. And my mother always thought that the bruises were from the crib, me banging into the crib. And then when I was about 3 months old, I was crawling and he pushed me onto a rusty rake. And my mother panicked, and she's a nurse. So she took me to the doctor. They gave me a tetanus shot. I was sick, vomiting, diarrhea, turning blue, yellow, all kinds of colors. And of course they were giving me antibiotics on top of that. So my brother saw how sick I got from that, and he tested it 3 months later to see if it would happen again, and sure enough, my mother, because she had seen one person have lockjaw in her whole medical career, and she's freaked. So anytime any of us got onto a rusty anything, it was a tetanus shot whether we needed it or not. Now they say tetanus shots are good for 5 years. Back then they were good for a year, but my mother was pumping us with them every time we got, on something rusty. So I was 6 months old when I got my second one, and then I think it was my fourth one. I thought it was my third, but it was my fourth because I was 18 months old when I got the one that turned me autistic. I was unable to communicate after that. I was unable to decipher that a hieroglyph or a design could represent communication or a pattern of sound that meant communication. My brain just couldn't handle it. So by the time I was about 8 years old, I learned to parrot very well because I had heard sounds enough. But I had, because of that mercury, everybody knows that you've got liquid mercury, aluminum, formaldehyde, ether, and detergent in every vaccine. Even if they say it's now preservative-free, you have to understand that they have for thimerosal, which is liquid mercury, they have 12 different names for it. They have it as an antiseptic, as a preservative, as an antibiotic, as an antiseptic when you take mercurochrome, methylate, it's liquid mercury. You're putting liquid mercury on your body, poisoning your system with liquid mercury. It's a neurotoxin, worst neurotoxin on the planet. So anyway, that went into my system and created this problem. So I was unable to communicate when I turned 8 years old. I had heard the sounds enough. I had a short-term memory that was like that. And I have a short-term memory. So I had to hear things repeatedly and repeatedly so they would come through my mind without thinking. That's the way most people learn anyway. So by the time I was 8, I had learned enough phrases, and the phrases that were common in my household were shut up, sit down, you're stupid. So when I went to school, that's what I told other kids. Shut up, sit down, you're stupid, and I told the teachers that too, so I was always in trouble. Always getting beat and slammed. And, I grew up in a Catholic mother and a Jewish father. And so much guilt there. I used to have to go see the accountant before I could go see the rabbi or the priest. So, the inability to communicate was pretty difficult, and I was raised with nuns, and they didn't take to telling them, shut up, sit down, stuff like that. So they were using rulers. And when they got really angry because I wouldn't listen, so they didn't understand, they took, the metal side, that little metal strip, and they hit me with that and caused bleeding, or take a comb with the, the jagged edges and do that and bleed in spots. So it was pretty rough all the way through. And other kids would beat the shit out of me because I was saying the same thing to them. So I was in the 6th grade, finally, this one guy got me so mad, and that I just got beyond my fear and beat the hell out of him. So I realized that if I beat somebody up, I'd be okay for the rest of the year. So each year at the beginning of the year, school year, I'd pick the biggest guy in the school, I didn't care how old he was, and I'd beat the shit out of him. And I mean, I beat him badly because being an animal, which I was because I was autistic, that's all I had to rely upon was my instincts and intuition. I knew the deadly places. So immediately, you know, I just say you're stupid, you know, sit down, shut up, you know, get somebody, you know, really pissed off at me easily. I would just sucker punch with the elbow in the throat, and that was it. You know, they were already stunned, and I would just keep pounding on them until they would move. And then everybody left me alone. So I went all the way through high school doing that, the rest of grade school and high school doing that. The way I got through school was I picked the smartest, most sensitive girl to sit next to, and then I would copy her hieroglyphs, because that's all it was to me. Many times the translation, because it had to be a quick look. You know, so I had a photographic memory, but no short-term memory when I heard the sounds. So language was out. And I could not correlate how a design was a communication too, but I could still, I was a great artist, I could photographically. But some of the time, you know, I'd have a T, and then the next time it would be something, not even a letter, but that's what I put down. So they were very confused. Because I didn't look autistic, my parents didn't allow me to be autistic, look autistic. Whenever I go into my stare, my mother would slap me on the back, my father would slap me on the back of the head and say, "Don't do like that, you look like an idiot." You know, my father was an inventor and invented the first bearing computer when he was in college at Purdue. My mother was a very bright woman, even a philosopher, and she had a degree and was a nurse. So they were not going to, they were in total denial about me being autistic. They were not going to let me appear to be autistic. So then, you know, this was in the 50s, and when I was in, you know, about 8 years old, and 54, 55, I learned to emulate movie stars, take on the pose. So that's how I started, you know, without getting beat up. A lot of the time, where I emulate Jimmy Dean. Pose, the cool guy, standing, doesn't say anything. So that got me through a little bit until I learned to fight. Or until I got the gumption to fight. And that took me through. So nobody knew I was autistic. Nobody understood. They just thought I was a wise guy. So then I got into a Catholic high school run by Franciscan priests and boy Franciscan priests. They are unruly. I mean, they cuss, they hit with their fists, really mean. So my freshman year at Roger Bacon High School, I had 45 days of detention, 2 weeks of sanding crew, and 2 days of Saturday shoveling coal. That was a very bad boy. So I was not allowed back the next year. Which is great for me because then I got into a public school for the first time. And then we had people who were intelligent, you know, who weren't fixated on, you know, getting rid of the awful evil in somebody, you know. You're dealing with a person at that point. So it was different going to a public school. Of course, it was a preppy type school because we lived in an affluent neighborhood. No blacks, no Mexicans. There wasn't any color. It was just all white crap. So I got through school by cheating there too. The only times that I got accused of cheating frequently was in math, because like all autistic children, there's some kind of specialty that they have, some kind of unusual talent, and mine was mathematics. Look at a problem, give you the answer without formulating. And they thought I was cheating all the time. And they put me through the mill, cheating. And I don't know what they're talking about. I know they're accusing me of doing something that's normal. Everybody's always accusing me of doing something being bad. So they put me in a room with the test. I put all the answers down with no formula. That was easy. So then they realized that there was something unusual. then they were better to me than that. And then they never accused me of cheating after that on anything. So that's great. And then when I graduated from high school with C's and D's, except in art, off the chart high. And logic and math, of course, was high. But everything else was C's and D's. Comprehension was zero. Absolutely zero. So, but I cheated, so they didn't know comprehension was zero. So my mother got this wild idea when I graduated. And I was married. I got married when I was 16 years old because the second smartest girl in the school, who was a senior, I was a junior. Well, I was a sophomore. She was a junior when we met. She liked me. Why would this intelligent girl like an idiot? I don't know, but she did. And we just loved each other. We didn't have to communicate. We didn't have to talk. We just liked to be in the same space together. So I ended up getting married when I was 16, having a baby at 17. So in that space, when I graduated and my son was born, and my mother took me to a new school that opened, the Cincinnati Computer Institute, Technology. And I learned, I was supposed to learn record wiring equipment and computer programming. So she took the brother who was bad to me. I've got three brothers, one 5 years old, one 18 months old, and one 3 years younger than I. So she took my brother Doug, the one's 18 months older than I, to this computer institute to take tests to see if we could do anything with that, because she knew that we were both not apt to do anything else, if we could even do that. So my brother failed on all the tests miserably, but they didn't give any comprehension tests. It was math, it was design. So I was just flipping out everything. So we realized what they had. So they took me, and I could write a program in like 2 hours. It would take people 6 months, a year to write. I could do it flawlessly. Not a clue how I did it, just like the math problem. Not a clue how I got the answers. But most people, they hear something, they know it, they hear it once, and they can flip it out. They have no control over it. I had no control over it either. So most people do not have control over their talents unless you're a trained athlete, or something like a spelling whiz. So they planted me in different corporations as a systems analyst. They always had somebody with me who could communicate, who could write and everything like that. So here I was, this 17, 18-year-old kid making a fortune, being an idiot. So I decided that my uncle, who was matriculating for his doctorate in psychology, thought that he could help me. So moved out to California, and he put me through the LSD experiment, in 1966 and 67, and I was immune to LSD. They gave me 750 micrograms, didn't even take me off anywhere. So that was a dud, and I was I wasn't in the placebo group. I was actually in the group that got the LSD. So they tried other things. They put me through all kinds of therapies and everything. None of it worked. They didn't understand it was a chemical problem from the mercury and the aluminum, the formaldehyde, all that stuff from that vaccine that I got, tetanus shot. So nothing resolved there. When I transferred, those people helped me. I stayed with Time DC Trucking Company as a systems analyst, and then went on to the Carte Blanche Corporation, still making a fortune. So I had a small 2-bedroom house in Beverly Hills, and it was easy and comfortable. And when I was about 8 years old, because I had fibromyalgia, I was so sick all the time, sickly all the time, I kept colds from 3 to 5 months. I would be bedridden for 3 months out of the year. I couldn't get out of bed without being sore and achy, and the colder it was, the worse it was. My father came from a farm without central heating. So when he went to bed at night, he turned it off. So in Cincinnati, Ohio, it's cold, not as bad as Chicago, but it's cold. So, I'd wake up and they'd have to belt me to get me out of bed, and I was always achy and sore. So what I did was, I had no energy. So at 8 years old, I started going into the kitchen at night, in the middle of the night, barely sleep, and get their coffee, the cold coffee that they had left, and mix a little with some water at the bottom so they think maybe it evaporated. And I put it in a jar, put it under my bed, and then I started smoking also for the nicotine high. And there was some medication that one of my brothers took to help him with some energy, so I stole some of that and cut it into pieces and take a little piece at a time. So that's the way I live, and lots of Coca-Cola and stuff like that to caffeine me into some kind of energy level. Otherwise, I would fall asleep in every class. Every time I ate, I didn't digest well. I'd fall asleep in the next class. Get in trouble for that. So by the time I was 19 years old, I was consuming Benzedrine, easy to get at a trucking company. All the truckers took pennies, speed to keep them awake, so I could get it by the jarfuls. And smoking, I was up to 2.5 packs, 2.5 packs a day, Lucky Strike non-filter. To go to sleep at night, I was drinking either a fifth of gin or bourbon.
So how old are you at this point?
19. So, and I mean, it was increasing from the age of 16 up. Because I got married at 16, I was gone from home. I was on my own, I could do what I wanted. And I started work in a department store in one of their hamburger stands in there. So I was frying hamburgers and toasting buns and putting salads together and stuff like that. So it was easy work, but I had to work. I went to school in the mornings, worked in the afternoon, took care of the baby in the afternoon, worked in the evening. And then I went to Parkmore Restaurant, a bigger place, more money. And again, I was autistic, so I'm just parroting sounds. I've learned better things to say. I learned enough, lines to tell a woman. Of course, here's my girlfriend, you're wonderful and stuff like that. All these things that I learned from watching love stories. So those sounds I just picked up over and over again. I would stay in the theater, listen, till I got to the sounds down. Of course, my wife was, hoodwinked. She didn't know I was an autistic idiot until we started living together. It was like, who is this guy? So of course the relationship didn't last, and divorced by the time I was 19 years old. And when I moved out here at a month after the divorce was final, out to California, and that's when all that started. And I was smoking and drinking a lot. So at 19, I started vomiting blood, and a lot of blood. So I went to my uncle took me to the hospital, and found that I had quite a large ulcer in my stomach. All that alcohol and bennies and smoking and all of that. It just robs your body of mucus. So there's no protection in there. And the ionic acids ate into my stomach wall, digested it. And also could have been some kind of toxin that's stored in that part of the stomach lining, but also made it difficult and easy to eat into the wall. So they put me on Maalox. So I was consuming sometimes 5 bottles of Maalox a week. Calms down to coat it. They would say, just drink some whole milk. Just let the cream coat it. It was Maalox, just chalk. So I could have been donated myself to a school, chalk factory. So I was drinking all this Maalox. So what happened? It turned tumorous. I started getting blockage and indigestion, and they took X-rays. They said, "Oh, you've got a tumor right next to the ulcer. We're going to have to operate." I don't know what they're talking about, but from my background, my family, doctor says you do something, you do it. So I went to the doctor. They cut me from here to here. Went into the vagotomy pyloroplasty, which means they severed all the vagus nerve to my stomach, the vagotomy. So I was in the category of octogenarian who doesn't secrete hydrochloric acid, never digest properly again. So they said that I was in danger of death from parasitical and bacterial invasion, that I could never eat raw food again, nothing raw, not an apple, not a banana, anything. At least have to be steamed to kill any bacteria. And they said if I did eat anything raw, I would probably be dead within a week. So this is the story that I was fed. Of course, I didn't understand what the hell he was saying. I knew it was serious. And my uncle, he was the one, showed me pictures, raw food, the cooked food, went through the process, how I had to treat food. So within about 6-8 weeks after the surgery, the incision became tumorous. It was up to 1.5 inches wide, 3/4 of an inch high. This whole thing was a tumor, all the way into my stomach. So then I had cancer, full-blown metastasized cancer. So he said, we're going to have to irradiate that. Of course, I just follow what they say. So I had 10 weeks of intense radiation therapy. And you know how clay is malleable? And you fire it at anywhere from cone 2 to cone 10, and it's solid. Well, that's what they did to my spine. They did so much radiation therapy. So this was my movement. Excruciating pain. It solidified my spine. So I was basically crawling on the floor because moving was very painful. Anything, even crawling on the floor, was painful. But it wasn't bad because I didn't have to move except most of this. And most of this is they irradiated me here at different angles like this. So they started the cauterization was about up to here all the way down to here. It was excruciating. I couldn't sit. I tried to sit. It took me about 5 minutes sometimes because I go down. It's like you get a cramp and you got to go back up and then you try again. Sometimes 5 minutes just to sit. So I had all the furniture moved out of the living room and then closed off the bedrooms. I took all the carpets out. Just cover carpets because it was all wood flooring in my house. So I crawled on the floor, and that's the way I got around the house. So that way for most of 1.5 years. And the radiation not only cauterized my spine, it gave me blood and bone cancer. So they said, okay, we have to give you chemotherapy for that. So I went in for intense chemotherapy, put it in here, and this just rotted, turned gangrene. They scraped it out. Did it here, the same thing. They put it here, a stent in chemotherapy. So, and they were using AZT. Year after they stopped giving me, they didn't stop, I refused it. A year after I was treated with AZT, they outlawed it as too dangerous. It's too poisonous for the human body. But then they brought it out in '82 for whom? AIDS patients. They had something like $300 million worth of AZT and they needed to use it. So they used it on AIDS patients without any kind of testing. Instead, it works on AIDS patients. What happened to most of the AIDS patients who got AZT? 99.9% of them died. Again, getting rid of undesirables. Most of them were homosexuals. So after that, I had no hair. It came back patches, all gray. I had blisters all over my body. I still had to drag myself on the floor. I couldn't get up on pots or pans or jars because it was too painful. So I was defecating and urinating all over myself. They wanted to put me in a hospice, but I was autistic. There was no way I was going to go live with a bunch of sick people who were dying, preparing to die, and I'd be ridiculed because I didn't know how to talk or behave. So I stayed in my home. 2 volunteers at the hospice agreed to come into my home 2-3 times a week. They'd shop first, bring me food, bring my cereals, which I loved, Rice Krispies, was the other, Sugar Crisp, I loved, and I would put 4 tablespoons of sugar on top of that, and then my powdered donuts, which I absolutely love, and RC Cola and Sprite. And after the radiation therapy, not only gave me blood and bone cancer, cauterized my spine, but all the bone from my teeth dissolved. So my teeth dangled in my gums. So when I bit down on my teeth, I bled. So I was getting up to 2 transfusions a week just from, I couldn't even digest my own blood because I had no hydrochloric acid. I had so many poisons in my body. So I still had to get transfusions even though I was drinking my own blood because I refused to spit it out. They told me to spit it out. Probably if I had consumed my own blood, I would have been dead. So at this point, I'm just a mess, and I have to drink everything. So the donuts and the RC Cola and the cereals all went together in a blender, and they would prepare this stuff for me for the week. And put it in my refrigerator. I use those big old fat straws to suck it through, and I had to be careful there because as the straw pushed on my teeth, I'd bleed profusely, and I'd be drinking my blood with my delicious mixtures. So, but at that point, I couldn't taste anything. Everything tasted like cardboard or postage stamps after chemo and radiation. So, didn't matter what they were feeding me, but that's what I normally ate. That's what they supplied me. But one of the volunteers was an 18-year-old African-American boy, 6'1", something like that, and he was a musician, a singer for the Going Thing, a group that was sponsored by the Fifth Dimension. He had a velvet voice, and here was this kid volunteering, and he got me into carrot juice and raw milk. And he had to coax me too. He had to really coax me. It took him about probably 3 visits to get me to even taste the carrot juice. And milk tasted pasteurized milk tasted really bad. It was like it would bring this metal taste into my mouth. So I wouldn't even drink pasteurized milk. And I loved milk before that. I drink a half a gallon of milk a day, even a gallon sometimes, with lots of cereal. So he got me to drink these things, and then 10 days later, the autism took off. So I called my uncle, and usually I had phrases to say, and I said, this is Aajonus Vonderplanitz, Richard. I said, this is Aajonus, and I had a conversation. He thought it was a comedian friend of his imitating my voice, because that comedian friend imitated about somewhere around 23 people's voices, but mostly they were famous. So he thought it was that we had a half-an-hour conversation, and he's going along with it, thinking that. And I said it was really me, and I told him something that happened that only he and I would know. So he was quite stunned. And he said, "You mean I can really talk to you on an honest level?" And I said, "Yeah." And I mean, there were words that I had heard that I didn't know what the meaning was. I had a lot of meanings of words wrong. I had very little vocabulary at that point. So he said, "You're a diehard Republican asshole, like your father." He said, "You need to know that there are other kinds of realities other than the cowboy home that you came from." So he said, "I want you to get the book Siddhartha and read it. you know, and then you'll see how varied life's experiences can be. So I called Steve, the volunteer, the one who got me into the carrot juice and raw milk, and you know I was bankrupt by that point. I mean, I had over probably $130,000, you know, at 20 years old, and that was very good for a 20-year-old, you know. And by the time all the doctors were paid, I was broke and getting evicted. So, of course, they talked to the banks and held them off for a while. So I'm crawling around on the floor, defecating, urinating all over myself for, you know, a week at a time. And a few times where I would be in a little bit of pain where I could move, I was going to get food crawling on the floor to the refrigerator, and the refrigerator was probably, my living room was probably this long and probably 2/3 the width, and then from there, and I was posted in the center, and I would crawl that way to the kitchen. The kitchen was bigger than that space over there, but about that big, so I'd have to crawl there. It'd take me 30 minutes to crawl from there to there. I get exhausted, fall asleep for 20 minutes, wait, get another 10 feet, do that. And that's the way I would eat, because if I left it out, the food out of the refrigerator, the cooked food spoils fast, even if it's battery acid, Coca-Cola, you know, it starts molding, and I would be vomiting and more diarrhea. So I couldn't do that. And I wasn't going to sleep on the kitchen floor. It was too cold. It was tile, so the wood floor was better. And I would go to different spots in the living room because I would defecate and urinate so bad I couldn't stay in those areas. And they'd come every week and clean it, 2 or 3 times a week, give me that food. So I called Steve and I said, "Hey Steve, this is Aajonus," you know, and told him, and he didn't quite believe it at first. But he said, "Okay." So he got me a wheelchair, so we went to a bookstore, and I said, "I'm broke. I'd like to buy some books on nutrition," so he turned me on to the carrot juice and milk, and I know, you know, in my instincts, I'm more an animal than a thinking human. And I know it was the carrot juice and the milk that brought me around. I thought it was mainly the carrot juice because of the high sugar content at that time. But after I studied, many years with milk, I realized that milk cream aided my brain, not only the carrot juice. So it's a combination.
Was it pasteurized milk?
Pardon?
Was it pasteurized
Oh, no.
milk?
He brought me raw milk.
Okay.
Yeah, he brought me raw milk,
Wow.
raw carrot juice. Yeah, so, and we had, Altadena at the time in California. So they didn't start really attacking them heavily until, they did a campaign in '68 that we tried to wipe it out. They got so much opposition, because Altadena was flying all over the United States. You could go to Alaska and get the raw milk. I found it on a little island in Georgia. So you could get that Altadena milk anywhere. So they were big and powerful. And no county health department, state health department, they were closing down. So they got attacked a few times. So the raw milk was available, the raw cream, the raw butter, but I didn't get into those right away. I got into the milk and carrot juice. And they tasted good. Oh, it didn't taste anything like the pasteurized, and nothing like cooked carrots. And I hated cooked vegetables. I projectile vomit. I was forced to sit at the dinner table 1 to 2 hours every night because I would actually projectile vomit from cooked vegetables. Broccoli, I could hit that pole right there. Asparagus, cooked broccoli, pardon? Brussels sprouts. Brussels sprouts, I could hit that wall. Peas, I could hit your feet. And I mean, there was no control over it. And they would beat me and torture me, put me outside in the cold. So what I had to do is I had to learn to take a teaspoon, cut my senses off, mash up the vegetables, take about a half a teaspoon of milk, because they only allowed me a cup of milk at dinner. So I'd wash it down. That wasn't the hard part. The hard part was keeping it down. 3 to 5 minutes every time I swallowed to keep it from vomiting, keep myself from vomiting. So that was the kind of experience that I had. So I was used to eating things that I didn't like, and so when I was eating other foods, I got into carrot juice, and I'd only had cooked carrots. So when I was offered carrot juice, and I smelled it, it doesn't smell like the cooked, but I was refusing. It took them 3 days to get me to try the carrot juice. Then I didn't want to drink anything else because the first thing tasted good. And then the milk, he worked hard at the milk too, and the milk tasted good. So I had no problems in drinking. So we went to a Bodhi Tree bookstore in a wheelchair. I was in pain, but the pain had subsided by almost 50% from just 10, 11 days of drinking the carrot juice and raw milk. The raw carrot juice and raw milk. So we got Siddhartha, and I got $110 worth of books, and I had to borrow the money from Steve to do it. He didn't certainly give it to me. So, and back then, 1969, books were cheap. You'd get a softback book for 25 cents. A real expensive thick book hardback cost $1.95. So I got a lot of books for $110. One of them was Siddhartha, so I read that about this guy who grows up in an affluent family, becomes a wayward whoremonger, even murderer, he comes back and becomes a mystic or teacher, in his elderly years. So it showed the range of what people can go through and what they can be. So it completely changed me as a person, opened my whole world up. So I gradually got better, and I studied nutrition, lots of nutrition. There were lots of books about, mind over matter, so I got one of those, one or two of them, or one that mentioned it. And, after 6 months getting better, I thought, time for mind over matter. I'm going to instantly heal myself, and that's it. I'm going to go back to my donuts and RC Cola, and I'm going to prove that I've evolved. So, in about 10 days, I was back in autism. And freaked out. It's like you haven't had the light on for, 19 years, and all of a sudden the lights flipped on, and you get to enjoy it for a few months, and then it's flipped off again. It's freaked me out. So I went right back to the carrot juice and milk. Sure enough, within about 10 days, autism went off again. So that I experimented with that 3 times, in the next 2 years. And I said, well, I may have been, autistic, but I'm not stupid. If every time I stop eating these raw foods, I become autistic, and every time I eat them, I become not autistic, there's a link there, and I'm not going to deny. And spirituality can go sink a ship, if it can do it. It can move a mountain if it can do it, but it wasn't going to change me from eating raw foods from then on. So I got healthier every year. I got a nutritionist who tutored me for 2.5 years. He was 75% raw fooder. He was an Italian who had a weight problem, so he would get upset when I would start sucking cream and butter down too much. But that's the only way I give away. Oh, and another thing that I got was psoriasis and bursitis from chemotherapy. And the psoriasis, I just have open sores everywhere. And I'm going on the floor with open sores everywhere all the time. So the butter helped that so much, and the raw cream helped calm my anxiety. I was in anxiety my whole life. So the cream helped settle that when I added to the milk. And my tutor got upset, that I was eating so much fat. I wasn't anywhere fat like he was. I mean, I was fat. I wasn't, as fat as he was. It would get on my case. So finally I had to leave him. I said, I'm not going to learn what I need to learn to reverse my problems that were all medically induced as far as I was concerned, 90% of it. So I got a Ligi Italian touring bicycle, put 4 saddlebags on it with books on biochemistry, physiology, and anatomy, none on nutrition anymore because they were all full crap. Because everyone was saying, this is good, and then the next book said, no, that's bad, this is good. By the time you read everything, nothing's good. So don't eat anything. Become a breatharian, and that's impossible. Unless you just want to become the ether. When you come down here to be ether, that's to the other side. You're breatharian when you're on the other side. So I hopped on this bicycle and traveled for 3 years all over the North American continent, living out of a sleeping bag or in a hammock. And I traveled across the United States on my bicycle 5 times, all the way down to the Yucatan, all the way up to Alaska. And I lived with 4 Indian tribes in that 3 years, or in 2.5 years of that 3 years. And every one of them told me that what I needed to eat was raw meat. Now, after my vagotomy, after the stomach surgery, if I ate cooked meat, I broke out in boils from my scalp all the way down to my knees. Very painful, very big pustulations full of white blood cells surrounding the toxins. So I became a fruitarian, vegetarian, stopped the dairy, stopped raw eggs, and became a raw food fruitarian. So for 6.5 years I was a vegan raw food fruitarian, graduating through that up to it, and then the entire time that I lived outdoors I was a fruitarian. Once in a while I'd be so famished that I'd go to the health food store and get some raw cheese and eat it. And that was probably about every 3 months I did that. And I would gorge on a pound of it. And then it would be another 3 months before I did that again. But I was mostly a raw fruitarian. And I was deathly afraid of the meats. The tribes kept saying raw meat is what you need. Each one of them, independently of each other, said, what you need to eat is raw meat. So after 2.5 years, I was in Alaska, and it was in early September, and it was getting cold. In September, it's already getting pretty cold. Snow's a few weeks away, maybe 3 weeks away. And I was so debilitated. During my bicycle trip, I had gotten down to 96 pounds. I'm 180 right now, so you can imagine what I was at 96 pounds. I was skin on bone, and that was it. So I was with the Eskimos, and they all they ate was raw meat, some berries, and the tribes that were way out, the Inuit, the ones that I sought, didn't eat any cook. Maybe in the winter they did. And they never cooked before they got these cauldrons, and the Germans brought them all these cauldrons, so now they travel with cauldrons and cook, but it's a very small amount of the food intake, so it's still pretty healthy. But they tried to get me to eat raw meat. And they were having a festival that they had yearly in September, and I watched them dig out this hide, unwrap the hide. It was only about, probably at the deepest, 9-10 inches under the ground, pretty close to the surface of the ground, maybe a couple of inches under. It was about that thick. Unwrapped it. There was this green, patinaed, black, white, moldy stuff. They unwrapped it, and it was disgusting. It stunk. I mean, it smelled like, I'd gone past a slaughterhouse that they had closed in Georgia once, and they hadn't cleaned it when it was abandoned. and it reeked, and that's what it smelled like.
It wasn't frozen. It was.
Oh no, this was buried and warm. It was that part of the year, so it was fine. So, and I mean, it was molded. It was made mostly molded. And I thought, they have some kind of herbal stuff here, but what makes it stink so bad? What herb stinks that badly? So, they told me, and the kids are jumping around and smelling it's like cotton candy. And the adults are happy, they're smelling it, everybody, and I'm trying to vomit, trying to keep from vomiting. And didn't stink badly enough. They got a bird call from downwind, and they heard it a few times, so they wrapped it back up and buried it. I said, what's going on? They said, oh, it wasn't ripe enough yet. It doesn't stink a half a mile downwind, so it's not ready. So they buried it for another 5 days. They dug it up. If I got within 5 feet of it, I got a headache, automatically started gagging. And they are just going wild. The kids are eating, I mean, we're talking about children like that, eating a whole handful of this rank meat, and the adults eating, large sections like this. Each person had a roll. Kids had a smaller roll, and the adults had bigger rolls. And, they were all having such a good time, and I was feeling like an outcast. My own doing, because I wasn't participating. I was just trying to keep from vomiting and getting a headache. So they kept offering me some and offering me some. So I had some cotton balls. They put some musk oil in, real bull's balls fluid, and then put it up my nostrils, and then ate about a ping pong ball size amount. And as long as I didn't smell it, I was okay. It was very tender. It was melted. So I ate that, went back to my sleeping bag a few hours later, and by that time I was so thin, I probably went from 96 back up to 113 because I started eating 8 to 10 avocados a day and 7 pounds of nuts a day. But I couldn't go over 118. And I stayed around there, but that was pretty weak and pretty thin. So I wasn't tolerating the cold very well. So I went back, and when I get out of my sleeping bag in the morning, I couldn't get out until the sun had beat on the sleeping bag for 1.5 to 2 hours. And I would always wake up right before sunrise, or before dawn, or before it became light. And I would lie there for hours in agony, pain, joint pain, like I did when I was a kid. So the sun would beat on the sleeping bag. After an hour and a half, 2 hours, I'd crawl out of the sleeping bag and lay in the sun naked to about 10 minutes to 30 minutes. And then I'd be able to move with as mitigated pain enough to move to where I wouldn't fall over. So after having this ping pong ball size amount of this rotten stuff, I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in about 45 minutes after the sun hit the sleeping bag, then only 5 to 10 minutes in the sun. So I went back to the elder and said, what were those herbs you gave me last night? They really helped. And he said, no, it's raw meat. It was caribou, beef, and then we rolled it in some whale blubber, and then we buried it, to let the ground molds and bacteria pre-digest. Because when we go through the winter, the cold destroys, like freezing, destroys a lot of the nutrients in our body. So we have to build up for it before the winters come. So they do that every year. So I didn't believe them, because I thought meat dried and became, beef jerky, and then turned into dust, and from dust to humans to dust, like in the Bible and stuff like that. And all of my technical reading, gangrene is a fungus, a mold, but I didn't realize it, and that's what some of that was, gangrene. So I thought it was just rotting vegetation. You know how vegetation rots, you know, it's patined and moldy and stuff like that. I didn't believe him. I thought he was just trying to get me to eat raw meat again, you know, like all the Indians did, try and kill this white boy. So I went to, I got on my bicycle and was going to just die. Go back to a old Indian burial ground in Southern California and fast myself to death. So I got back there. I was so weak and so cold, traveling from Alaska down through Canada. I started hopping freight trains and bungee cord my bicycle to the side and hang my hammock across the open doors. Just watch the scenery go by. It was pretty nice. And got back to Southern California about a week later because, you know, you have to hop from one train to another. Sometimes the train would go off in the wrong direction and I have to get back to that area, go down again, so you never know where they're going to stop. There's no, you know, on freight trains, there's no schedule that you can see. You have to get into the caboose or the, you know, the engine room to know where you're going, what time you're supposed to be there, watching that. So I got down to the desert, built myself a little campsite, and started fasting myself to death, just drinking water, lots of water so I wouldn't get headaches, doing enemas, so cut the headaches down. And this den of coyotes lived up in the canyon, and they'd come down every night at midnight and scream and yell and holler, sound like a bunch of crazy happy people. And they'd wake me every night at midnight and play this little game. After about 2 weeks, not quite 2 weeks, got to the point where one would come out, jump around, and, you know, in front of me, and the others would go through the wash around me. It got to the point where I could detect where they were, so I could game and play. And then at that point, when I was able to detect all 11 of them, and that's when I found that there were 11 of them, the next night they hunted and caught a jackrabbit for me. And one held it, ripped it open here, laid it on my feet. Well, one of the reasons I became a vegetarian is I loved animals, except for the human animal. I love all other animals, snakes, scorpions, everything. Tarantulas, I played with all of them. So here was the Easter bunny on my feet. And coyotes were giving me this offering, and I was doing it warm. So all of a sudden, this conversation that my uncle had with my cousins and brothers before they went rabbit hunting went through my head. And I was autistic at the time, and here the exact words, I think they were exact words, were playing like a tape recorder, like a recording in my head. And my uncle had told my cousins and brothers that when you shoot a rabbit and you skin it and you cook it, you have to cook it till it's black on the outside and brown on the inside. There can be no pink, because wild rabbits have a microorganism in them that will take over your body in 2 days painfully, and you'll die a miserable death, painful death. I thought, coyotes are going to help me die quickly. I said, 2 days of pain, I can handle that, no problem, from where I'd been with pain. So I said, okay. So I picked up the rabbit and started eating it raw. So I was vomiting. So I went back to the dinner table that I'd suffered, you know, holding the vegetation down, psyched myself into that place, started eating the rabbit, holding it down. After about 10, 12 bites, it became so delicious I became ravenous. So it's like Kiba with the liver, wild. So I ate about 3.5 pounds of this jackrabbit. Jackrabbit's about 7.5 pounds. Coyotes shared the rest. And I went back to my campsite to die. And I knew I was dying because I felt good. First time in my life where I felt good, except in a near-death experience. And I had 3 near-death experiences, 2 on the operating table where they revived me, and 1 on drugs. And luckily I passed out on a heater so my body didn't cool. My blood stayed warm. And anyway, when I was leaving the body, there's no pain. So when I was walking back to my campsite after eating all of this rabbit, I felt light. Hardly any of the pain was just a memory, it seemed. It wasn't really there, so I knew I was fine. So I got back to my sleeping bag, went to sleep, expected to go through the tunnel of light, get to the other side, woke up the next morning, I'm in my sleeping bag. So I said, oh shit. I guess I'm going to have to die slowly in pain, but that's okay. I only have 2 days. And maybe only 36 hours now at that point. So I was able to get out of the sleeping bag in about 35, 40 minutes, 45 minutes maximum. The sun beating on it, I was able to get out of this, get up and walk around after about 10 minutes with the sun beating on me directly on my naked body. And just kept drinking water and fasting, waiting for the stomach cramps to come on, waiting for death to come. 3 days later, nothing. 4 days later, nothing. And I had more energy and felt better than I had in my whole life. I didn't have to have all the sugar from all the fruit to give me all that high that it used to give me. That manic you get when you're on all that fruit. Well, I had lots of fruit. And I thought that was a good thing because I had come from such a bad place with no energy. I thought that was good energy until I realized it was taking my muscle tissue and bone and everything else away. Teeth were starting to rot like crazy. So after 4 days, nothing happening, and still feeling pretty good, I thought Indians were telling me the truth all the time, raw meat. So at that moment, a sidewinder rattlesnake. And I'd seen Indians go up and put their moccasin foot on it or shoe on it, pick it up in front of a rabbit, take it around and snap its head off, peel it back and eat it, raw. In all of Americas, Latin Americas, the most medicinal food is the snake. That's why the snake's weaved around the medical emblem. And it used to be known. Now they keep all that stuff. You miss every piece of information, 99% of it you get from the medical profession, exactly the opposite of what they tell you. Exactly the opposite. So you can't eat snakes and all stuff like that. So I went up barefoot, butt naked, head on the side, foot on the sidewinder's head, picked it up in front of the rattler, spinning it around and said, oh shit, what am I doing? I've never done this before. How did he do it? I'm trying to remember. How did they snap that head off? Did they do it like that? And I wasn't, too much of a, whip snapper. And so I was trying to figure it out as I'm spinning around. My shoulders, and elbows, and wrists, and aching. I probably wasn't spinning it for more than 3.5 minutes. At that point, I said, oh shit, it's either going to bite me or I'm going to eat it. One or the other. And snap the shirt off and head just went right on. Peeled it back, and all of a sudden, 6 cats show up from nowhere, and they eat this snake with me. And let me tell you, it does not taste like chicken. Raw, it tastes like fish. Mild fish. And there's so many. You think fish has bones? These things have bones wrapped all the way around and right in between. And it's tough stuff, depending upon the age of the snake. And this was a tough one. It was pretty big. So it took us a day and a half to eat it, the cats and I. And as soon as the snake was gone, the cats left me. Eat and leave. So I was there by myself. So I was catching scorpions, tarantulas, chipmunks, anything I could eat, eggs I could find. And I was living in a desert canyon, so not much there. So I got on my bicycle, went down and visited all the farmers around, a lot of the farmers around within about a 10-mile radius, 12-mile radius, and made deals with 3 of them. to milk goats, to shovel manure, to do whatever in exchange for milk, eggs, meat. And fruit was all over the place. They say there's a food shortage. When I was bicycling around, half of the fields of food were left to rot. Keep the price of food high. Half of all of the orchards and fields that I would buy were left to rot. Harvest. And they paid these people exorbitant amounts of money not to harvest their fruit or their crops. That is the truth of what's going on. There's no food shortage. There's an excess. It's all about keeping the price of food high. So, I made the deal, and within, eating all of the eggs and meats and dairy, within about 5 months I had gained about 55 pounds. So I looked like him, only with, a little bit more fat. Not as tall as he, of course. And I felt great. Different me, a me that I'd never experienced before. So I went back to Los Angeles, spread the word. Raw meat is the answer. And they said, "Are you crazy? You've got to get a brain fluke. You'd be an idiot." So well, I've been there, done that.
What year was that?
Huh?
What year was that?
That was 1976. So September of 76 is when I ate the rabbit. And December of 76 is when I went back to Los Angeles. Actually, it was last week in November. Yeah. No, it was the first week in December. I kept eating raw meat because it was the only thing that made me feel balanced, healthy, and alert, and focused. Of course, I eat the dairy, and I would eat the meat 2-3 times a week, 4 times maximum. One meal. So that was 3 to 4 meals, 2 to 4 meals a week, but most often averaged out to 3.
When did you start adding cheese and honey?
Pardon?
When did you start adding cheese and honey?
Oh, I'll get it. So I was eating all of this and feeling good and kept doing it. And people kept saying, "Oh, you're going to get brain fluke, you're going to get parasites, you're going to get tapeworms, you're going to get all this stuff." And I just said, "So, it doesn't matter, I know this is good." Being autistic, everybody lied about everything. So, my parents were the biggest liars of all. Parents are. They tell children lies every moment almost. And at least in my family. And all the other people around me were the same way. The parents were constantly lying. And being autistic, you know exactly when something's wrong. Exactly when something's wrong. Because you're rooted into a system that still is psychic. You know their thoughts. You know the meaning behind them, even though it's not in a language. So, hearing all these people say these things to me, I knew it wasn't the truth. However, after hearing it for 3 years, I started worrying. Am I going to get a parasite? Am I going to get brain flu? I was feeling so good, I was getting paranoid of going backwards. When I was in between and just getting well, it couldn't stir me from the positive thoughts of raw meat. But as I got healthier and stronger, I started worrying. And then I ate a poison mushroom, gave me blood and bone cancer, or at least leukemia, 3 times worse than I had it earlier from the chemotherapy and radiation. So in pretty bad shape. After about 1.5 years after that, trying to recover, so slow, so gradual. I started eating meat on a daily basis, twice daily. Started making greater progress. It took me about 6.5 years to get back to a normal state, but it was 11 years for me to get back to where I was before I ate the poison mushroom. It was the only deadly mushroom in the world that I had. Death cap. Amanita. I just misidentified it. I picked it out of a yard that had chemicals on it and shouldn't have even done that because it deformed it so it didn't look like an animal. So, but it was delicious. I suffered for 11 years for it. So I started eating meat on a daily basis, twice daily. And then I also started incorporating, after the poison mushroom, honey into the diet a lot more, eating honey and butter together. Anything. When you're that sick from a poison mushroom and all the other things I've been through, everything, your body is so sensitive to everything. So I could tell, no matter what I ate, I could tell within hours what it was doing to me. So I logged all that stuff down, and I started experimenting with other people if it affected them the same way. At least 85% of the time. So those are the remedies that are in the back of, We Want to Live, a major part, 2/3 of We Want to Live book. So here I am today, 40 years dead, walking dead person. I was supposed to die 40 years ago. And it doesn't look like I am. I'm going on my 62nd birthday. And pretty good, feel pretty good, still get healthier every year. Had some pretty bad accidents in the last 4 years. Broke some nasty bones and didn't go for surgery. This tibia was split a year and 9 months ago. And the tibia bone at the joint jammed and broke off into the femur. And they said I'd never walk again without surgery. I refused surgery, and here I am. The leg this knee doesn't go back all the way yet, but it's close. Another couple of years, probably. So this body does very well. Getting healthier every year as far as I'm concerned. And I haven't had an exercise program since 1979, except for the 6 weeks that I was trying to repair this leg. Well, for 4 weeks I walked, in the ocean to exercise this leg high, so there'd be very little weight on it, so I could get the leg moving and working again while I heal. So I don't exercise. I carry my groceries once a week. Hours and hours I exercise my fingers and gives me this. So eating raw meat is great. And it isn't that you have to exercise, to be healthy, but if you're restless, you need to exercise. Absolutely exercise. Because there are people like Kiva, she has 11 activity rings in her eyes. Jensen calls them stress rings. It's only stress rings when you don't exercise. That's what happens. If you don't burn up those hormones that your body builds for physical activity, it's going to take it out emotionally. And then people are going to hate you all around you. You're not going to have good relationships. So depending upon how many activity rings you have to do that much exercise. She has 11. And she needs to do 10, 11 hours of exercise a day, or heavy, intense exercise at one time, for a couple of hours, 3 hours a day to dump it. Other people, they're just physically active. Let's say most people have 4 to 5. So if they're active, just normal chores throughout the day, they're going to spend it. They won't go into that anxiety. If you are in anxiety, you need to exercise more. I have no activity rings. Or as they say, you have one activity rings because none show. So this is my exercise. Fingers is basically it. And I maintain all this without exercise. And you can build it and probably not lose it because I've got examples of that. There was a 56 or 58, can't remember, I have to ask him if I want to see him. Came to me very sick and very skinny all of his life, and I mean thinner than this gentleman back here. And that way all of his life, always wanted to be a bodybuilder, but was always sick. He exercised for a couple of weeks, and it would just make him so sick, so sore, he couldn't deal with the fibromyalgia that would cause all the lactic acid that would build up and cause him sore muscles. So he went on the diet. He was on it for 2 years. Got so good, so great. Put on about 20 pounds, and he's 6 foot, skinny. He's about 130 pounds, 6 foot. That's thin. You're what, about 150?
155.
Yeah. So you can imagine 130, what this person was. So he put on about 20 pounds, so he's up to about 150, 155, feeling pretty good. He said, "Can I bodybuild on this diet?" I said, "Sure. Just eat a pound of meat twice daily with a whole lubrication formula. Lubrication formula, like in the book, it's egg, butter, lemon juice, and a tiny bit of honey. And you have that with a meat meal. So you can burn the fat and not burn your meat. So you can add protein to his body." So after, I think it was 2.5, 3.5 months, he put on 4 inches on his arms and 6 inches on his chest. At Gold's Gym, they accused him of using steroids. He says, "No, I'm just eating butter, eggs, meat, raw meat, and some honey. That's it, and eggs." So he went heavily into that. He just loved doing it. After a year, he was putting on too much, too fast, too heavy, going too hard, because his body, because he was always aching, his body wasn't cleaning the uric acids out. So they were starting to collect with calcium. So he was getting stiff and sore, like before the diet. So he cut it out. It's been 4.5 years since he worked out. Well, since he started. So it's 3.5 years since he stopped working out. He hasn't lost a bit of that muscle. He's still big. He doesn't work out, hasn't worked out, in all those years. Except with his girlfriend. And they have sex. That is. So you don't have to exercise to maintain. Once you get there, you probably keep it without too much exercise. Depends upon how big you want to be. If you want to be huge, you might have to exercise a great deal to maintain it. Okay, we're going to go into the workshop area now. Is anybody here who wasn't going to stay for the workshop? Everybody's here for the workshop. Okay. We're going to start and talk about the human. Oh, let's take a break. I see I could go on 10 hours. I know you guys. But you have to remind me, because I've gone on 3-4 hours. So somebody here has to remind me every hour and 45 minutes to get people to break. Okay? You going to do that, Keeper?
Yeah.
Okay.
People let me know when you're hungry so I can make the beeline down there about 5 or 10 minutes in advance, because there is so much food. I've got all kinds of meat.
So already start giving it to them now.
Avocado pudding.
It'll take 15 minutes. Let's go down there and throw it out. And let them.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what's in your bloodstream. This was about 40 seconds after rinsing it with distilled water quickly. So you see the phagocytes, you see all the red blood cell discs there, the blood platelets, all other kinds of nutrients in there. But it had a filter there, so some of it is, you can't see a lot of the fragments, the other particles that are in there, the other bacteria and so-called parasites that exist in the blood. And that's in a healthy native's blood. This is a blood cell. It's fractionated. You can see the different parts. And you can see it has glands, it has organs. Everything is a macrocosm and a microcosm. They're all the same when you come into creature being. Not talking vegetation. This is on the animal level. So everybody knows that the red blood cells have one job to do: transport oxygen to the body. That is their only job. The white blood cells are to eat anything and absorb toxins that may enter the blood or the digestive tract. You'll notice that you'll read in many places, even Sally Fallon mentions it, that leukocytosis. When you eat a cooked meal, what happens? Anywhere from 1/3 to half of your white blood cells rush into the intestines to deal with the toxicity. And it destroys a lot of those white blood cells. Where do red blood cells, where are they bred in your body? In the bone marrow. So if you look at the toll on the body from cooking, from having all that loss of white blood cells, and your bone marrow has to breed them, every time you eat something cooked, it's a problem. Now, when you eat a raw food with a cooked meal, it lowers almost to a very small percentage of white cells that will enter the intestinal tract. It will reduce the leukocytosis, something where 80-90%. But still, you're losing white blood cells every time that happens. The body wouldn't be rushing white blood cells in there if cooking were toxic. Yet people will defend cooking, especially the food industry, all day long. So
is that well known?
No, they don't let that information out. You don't see it very much. I mean, you'll read it. You look up leukocytosis, and it'll come up probably in 100 writings. But how many millions of writings about blood and nutrition are out there? Leukocytosis is mentioned maybe in 40, 50 books, and most of them are obscure books. I mention it in mine, leukocytosis, in the last half or the last third of the recipe book, the last 50 pages.
Is that why when you hear about tribes that they not many ate exclusively raw, but they had a high percentage of raw in their diet, and specifically certain organisms?
Yeah. Well, they played with the balance.
They must have intuited that.
Intuitively and instinctively. If you have questions, it's better to write them down at the end, because one time I went on with questions and answers all throughout my workshop. I finished at midnight. And let me tell you, I will cover everything. And if you were interrupted, it becomes a conversation, and then the time goes quickly. So if you have a question, write it down. If I don't answer it by the time we finish in Q&A, ask it. Okay? So the blood has a very specific thing to do. The white blood cells, their main job is to what? Grab carbon dioxide and remove it from the system. Carry it to the lungs or out the skin for excretion, secretion, evaporation. That is the main job of the blood. But what is the blood doing? Because the whole body is toxic. The blood becomes a detoxifying station, avenue, system, and a feeding system. And it's just meant to keep your energy level up. Oxygen, carbon dioxide removal. That is the specific job of the bloodstream, and that's what happens in animals on oral diet. Healthy animals on oral diet. My red blood cells are still, my whole red circulatory red system, my bloodstream, is still dealing with detoxifying things. Not as much as it used to, but it's still dealing with it. It takes 40 years, according to the work of Howell and Pottinger, to go from ill health to optimal health. He found that in cats that were diseased, Pottinger found in cats that were diseased, Howell found in rats that were diseased, it took 5 generations for them to become optimally healthy. For us, 1 generation of cells is 7 to 7.5 years. So you figure it's going to take us 40 years on an optimal, perfect diet to be completely well. Now, I consider that I got on an optimally well diet in December of 82 when I started eating raw meat on a daily basis twice. So from 82 to now, I've got 26 years. I've still got 14 years to go to be optimally healthy. And I feel, and I see in my body, I'm getting healthier every year where other people are deteriorating every year. Most people are getting ready to expire in their 60s. He's no longer ready to expire. He's getting younger. I mean, if you'd seen his body 10 years ago, completely different body. It was an old body. His skin was old, coming back to life. How old are you now, Chip?
61,
61. And you're 61 when?
May 21.
So I'm a month older than you. So here you can see the difference in this kind of a diet with all the raw meat and raw fats.
I've only been on it for 7, 8 years.
Pardon? 7, 8 years?
7 or 8 years.
So he's doing very well. So I have 14 years to go. So consider that. You're not going to get well overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day. It took your body 21 years to get to a particular point, and it will take 40 years for you to undo and reconstruct. Because cells will transfer, just like mothers will transfer toxins to their babies and their children from their own bodies. You do that from cell to cell until 5 generations have gone by. Then after 5 generations, you're clean, optimally healthy, if you remain 100%. If you're introducing more toxins in all the time, it will take longer. If you're living in New York City, around all the diesel, somewhere else, it's going to take you longer than 40 years to handle that, unless you're eating a tremendous amount of fat and you're eating the proper nutrients to be able to handle everything that is entering your body on a daily basis. So the blood has 2 jobs: transport oxygen so we can have energy, so we can utilize fat as fuel, and anything else that's made into a fat. Remember that your body can convert proteins and carbohydrates into acetates, which are fats. But acetates that are made from, acetates are only from other substances other than fat. Acetone is usually always fat source and fat utilized. So those that are created from carbohydrate or protein, fats that are created from those 2 sources, have a very low energy production. When the fat is a fat from the beginning, let's say from the animal to us, from the vegetable to the animal to the other animal, you have 2.5 times more energy. You take a look at your bodybuilders, not much fat, not much strength. Look at your weightlifters, you'll never see a skinny weightlifter. You'll never see a ripped weightlifter. You'll never see a ripped wrestler. They need fat. They have that power, endurance, and strength and padding. Take a look at those wrestlers. I mean, there's not a lot of them that can do it. So, it's probably one of the lowest number of athletes there is, but they are the most phenomenal. I can't stand to watch them, but it's a great show. These guys are flipping with these huge bodies, powerful bodies. They're slamming. They're gymnasts in combat. They should be breaking bones and everything, but they're not. We've got all of this fat in there to protect them in the strength. They are particular bodies that have been able to handle cooked foods better than other people. Some of them eat a lot of raw stuff. Sylvester Stallone, when I knew him at the time before Rocky and after, I mean, tremendous amounts of raw eggs and raw chicken and raw milk. And I knew his wife well. She shopped for him. And all of those good raw things. Schwarzenegger, raw butter, raw eggs, raw meats, raw milk. Now he outlawed raw milk.
Not to himself.
Yeah, not to himself, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
So, he didn't really outlaw directly, but indirectly, supporting the
Got
law.
overturned, didn't it?
Pardon?
Got overturned, didn't it?
Not yet. You know, we're fighting it. It'll be in the courts a while, but we've got a solid case. You know, as long as Mark McAfee and Ron don't let a judge rule and they have a jury, we'll win. But then I've seen juries fixed too, so you just have to be careful. So, anyway, the human body is a magnificent thing. So the blood is very simple. It's your source of energy, and the white blood cells remove the carbon dioxide. That is its sole job in a healthy body. Very simple. Look how much energy you could have if that's all the blood did. That's why those tribes that I saw. Can you imagine running 35 miles an hour and catching a horse on your bare feet?
Love to see it.
Huh?
I'd love to see it.
I got to see it twice.
Good.
Amazing. But I was in a motorcycle on a hill. There's no way I could have seen it. Okay. Then we have the lymphatic system. And the lymphatic system is as complicated as the bloodstream. But what you have in the lymphatic system is you have these stations called lymphatic glands and nodes. And the nodes are ripped all the way through your body. They're just little pea-sized, sometimes smaller, little areas where your body collects toxicity. Breaks it down, neutralizes the toxicity, sends it to the lymph glands to be broken down further if it has to be, and then pushed out into the connective tissue to be perspired through the skin. Sometimes it will dump it into the intestines. But the body tries not to do that because you'll be disturbing your digestive ability in your food. The nutrients are supposed to supply your body. So your body tries not to dump it into the intestines, but it's going to happen because we're so toxic. And it happens all the time, every day, and almost every minute. And so this lymphatic system's job is to clean the body. It is also the main point of feeding every cell in your body. The lymphatic system is connected in the intestines to what is called the lacteal system. It's a web network. So when all of your food is digested, it looks like milk. No matter how it went into your body, it looks like milk. That's why it's called lacteal. And then it delivers it to the lymphatic system. The lymphatic system is supposed to feed the whole body and remove the waste. Now, because we're so toxic, a lot of the feeding of the body is done through the bloodstream. We don't have the energy we used to have. The more toxins and chemicals in it, the less energy we have. I have to take a look back 60 years ago when I was on my grandparents' farm. You had men down up in a loft and down below and throwing up 60 and 90 pound bales of hay with their bare hands. You don't see farmers doing that anymore. They got forklifts. They can't even do it anymore. They can't even lift a 30 pound bale of hay. Why? Because we're so much more toxic. We put more of a load on the red bloodstream. Now the red bloodstream can't be involved in just delivering oxygen. It's involved in detoxifying chemicals that get into the blood. We use white blood cells for that reason. More oxygen stays in the body. What happens, carbon dioxide stays in the body. What happens, lactic acid builds up in the muscles, crystallizes with calcium and phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium, which are there to neutralize them. And you have collections of clots, caking, plaque in the muscles. And you're stiff because you're not cleaning the body out. It's too toxic. You're putting too much of a load on it. So the lymph system is very, very important, and it's just as wired, just as complicated as the bloodstream and the neurological system. The neurological system turns around and says it's just the same way. We have the same systems that go through. We have these 3 fluid networks that go all the way through the body. The neurological system is to deliver what? Information. So we can control body movement, so we can do something with this body. What does the neurological system use mostly? Metallic minerals to reflect light and conduct electricity. So where do all these metallic minerals come from? We have trace amounts in every food, just enough. What happens when you cook your food? You make free radicals. You break the ionic bonds with these minerals. Then they become free radical, damaging, heavy metal toxins. Where do most of them get stored? In the brain and nervous system. Why the brain and nervous system? Because we know in science that wherever there is fat, you'll find the greatest amount of toxins. Fat binds with the poison, keeps them from doing damage. The brain is 60% fat. The myelin sheath is 60% fat. So all those heavy metal toxins go to the brain and nervous system. And you wonder why people are whacked out. Why people aren't rational. Why people go to war. Why people fight instead of resolving issues rather than being compatible. Because their brains are not functional properly. It's like expecting a drunk to be sober. When you go off on a tantrum and it's something illogical, irrational, you have to realize it's a chemical response. How do you stop that? You've got to pull that stuff out of the fluid system of the neurological system, out of the blood. How can you do that best? Eating cheese. Pull it out and absorb it. Eating cheese every few minutes. Eating a little bit of cheese, pull it out of the system. Don't have more sugar, don't have more fruit, don't have any candy, then you'll just increase it. It'll get worse. Can't expect a drunk to be sober. It's not going to happen. You have to get the out, just like in the alcoholic, you have to get the alcohol out of the blood and out of the brain for him to become, him or her, to become rational.
How long does that take? I mean, because I think of an alcoholic goes with DTs, right? And they freak out. So how does that cheese?
If I take a alcoholic or anybody that's inebriated,
I'm a sugar addict. So
same
I'm
thing.
thinking of this
20 minutes, eating a little sugar cube sized amount of cheese every 2 minutes for 20 minutes. It's going to be right down. Not all the way down to level, but way down from where we were. So, all kinds of little tricks, and that's what I'm going to give you the tools today, so you're not running to a doctor, so you're not fighting when you don't have to be fighting and quarreling. Your body needs to get rid of these hormones and these toxins. There are ways to do it other than having to express it in violence and craziness like a lot of diabetics do. And you get all that. They're told to eat sugar, candy, if they've taken too much insulin. Hello? I mean, the doctors are idiots. They're not just stupid, they are idiots.
Does sweating help take the toxins out?
I'm getting into that. That's the next stage. Like I said before you came, anybody has a question, write it down. If I don't answer it by the end, we'll have the Q&A period. Okay? So, the neurological system uses a lot of metallic minerals. Anytime you get an injection with liquid mercury and aluminum, where do you think it's going to go? Anytime you eat a food with some kind of preservative, and just remember, all preservatives, all additives, and poison, antibiotics, they are all metallically based. to poison the system. Where do you think that heavy metal's going? Or even the aluminum, the light metal's going? Going to go to the brain and nervous system predominantly. In all of the organs and glands, brain, everywhere. In the neurological system, like the lymphatic, and the blood reaches everywhere in the body. It's like a root system, a web system, everywhere throughout your body. It's like a leaf. You see all those little branches all the way through, everywhere, out to the capillary. So that fluid system is our main system. We're what? 55% water. This body's 55% water. Of course, people who retain water are a lot more. She may be 60%, 63% water, because she retains a lot of water. Most of that is not fat, because I can see it's not fat. It's tight water. So she has to learn a way so her body can detox water and not hold on to it. But she may be, the water may be diluting toxins in her body, and she can't release it until she removes some of those toxins. So there's always, depending upon the person, why they're oversized. If it were fat, I'd be happy for her. Because fat, remember, binds the poison. It keeps it from doing damage. Hers is more water than fat. So that's not as helpful. Because when you have more soluble fats, toxins in water, they do more damage. So fat is always preferable. So we have all of these three systems. They will do their job without doing anything else if we're not overloaded. All of those systems are overloaded. We're dumping toxins into the nervous system. Where are we going to build all those metals? We're going to put all those minerals. When they're cauterized, they're hardening, like clay when it's fired. That's what most of the minerals get. When you reach 141 degrees, normal low pasteurizing temperature, you cauterize 50% of the calcium. That is under a microscope with filters showing that yes, that much has been cauterized to a point where it's unutilizable. What about the other that's partially cauterized? It still isn't completely functional. And all those things are little soft, little spongy things. You utilize easily. Once you reach a heat temperature, they become crystallized, hardened. Okay, that's a vitamin C. This is vitamin C in its soft form in food, just filtered through a micron filter and just washed through. This is after it's gone through the process of being made into a supplement, dried and dehydrated and heated. It starts forming together. It'll act like it. Once it's filtered, it'll start melting together like a clay. And then when they dry it, you get rocks, spikes, like this. And you take a look at that. These are the same size. This was shot at the same ratio that this was shot. They don't look like anything like each other. And they won't assimilate. You can't assimilate this hard substance. By the time this gets to the bowels, most of this is still the same size. It'll be etched out and broken out, and your body's trying to use some of it, but it can never be used properly. Because it is a different shape, it is a different substance. We don't have all of the particular enzymes and vitamins and substances to reform this into this. This took a lifetime of that orange. A lifetime of that orange, that whole orange, a whole season to grow that vitamin C. Then we put it in this form, and it's an entirely different form. it would take the same cellular organisms to make it back into a good processing, assimilating substance to be true vitamin C. So what this does is go in and starts cutting up and ripping up things if it gets into the blood, because it's like glass. B1 is the same thing. They're all the same. I just wanted to make sure that you could see two separate ones. Let me see if I can blow that up a little higher. There we go. So you can see the B vitamins here. These look large, but what it is some are already melting together. This was taken about 4 minutes after filtering. So you can see the darker areas it's already turning in the B vitamins, and it's starting to fuse together like clay. And this is after it's made into a supplement. Same size ratio of these aren't quite as large as the vitamin C crystals and rocks and stones as the vitamin C was, but still you can see it's the same process. You can't really assimilate that. It is not true B vitamin anymore. When your E. coli takes it, it breaks these things down into the finest particles to feed the brain and the nervous system. And that's E. coli's basic chore, is to break down nutrients and release B vitamins into the body to feed the brain and nervous system. You know, everybody's so, oh, E. coli, it's bad, you know. You wipe your butt, you better go wash your hands before you touch anything. It's absolute horseshit. All animals go around licking each other's butts for the E. coli every day. Nobody gets sick. It's a myth. They're trying to frighten you into using chemicals to sterilize and poison everything, including yourselves. Why? Because you're going to run to doctors. You're going to run to the store. Everything's chemical you go for. And you're not going to go for food. And food is your only health. I'll just leave that up there. The other stuff I have has to do with cuts and stuff like that later. Okay. Do you want to give her a little milk?
Sure, she's actually taking her.
I'm taking it first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just add a little milk if you want to give it to you. A little cup. Put some in.
That'll be
Check it out.
Then she'll nurse less.
Thank you.
They mean by fortified in advance.
my milk, it's got a little bit of, you can see, it's got some of my old kefir in the walls of the sides of the jars, so it's enhanced.
No, I mean the picture.
Oh,
The supplements and the milk, you know, when they pasteurize and all that, they call it fortified.
oh yeah, that's what they fortify it with. And you know what vitamin D is? They take hydrogenated vegetable oil, subject it to radioactive material. That's what vitamin D is. You know what vitamin E is? 99.9% of it? Fuji and Kodak's developing waste.
Vitamin A.
Vitamin E.
I thought it was just one. Isn't there a particular E that's made that way?
No, it's if you get an alpha tocopherol, a tocopherol or an alpha tocopherol, it will be that toxicity. You better hold it for me. I think sure. Yeah, it moves fast when I never refrigerated this milk,
Oh, okay.
so it moves fast.
Great. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. So that is the byproduct of developing film. Now, Fuji and Kodak spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year dealing with their waste for years. So they got scientist after scientist after scientist trying to figure out a way to neutralize that toxicity because it's one of the worst in the world. trying to neutralize that toxicity so that they wouldn't have to store it in these 12-foot thick concrete graves in stainless steel barrels, 55 to 100 gallon barrels. That's a fortune every year collecting that. You know how much before digital came in? Do you know how much of that they were putting in the ground a year? Burying it in the ocean, dumping it in the ocean, where the barrels, even if they're stainless steel, will eventually rust and break open. Millions of barrels are in our ocean still. So Kodak and Fuji kept hiring different scientists to look into it. This one scientist said, oh, well, our chemical waste here has a 70% structure of tocopherol, of vitamin E. So let's call it vitamin E and sell it as vitamin E. People have it in such little amounts, it's not going to poison them too much to cause a serious reaction, unless they take a lot. Nobody thought there would be Diane cannons that were putting down 2 bottles a week. What would happen to Diane Cannon? Her skin got paper thin, started dissolving from it. Her whole neurological system started evaporating and she went nuts. Have I seen the Diane Cannon story? I warned her too, in 1979. I said, Diane, you can't be taking this stuff. She said, they wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah? Anytime you get a natural vitamin E, it says it's from soy or corn, 5 units out of every 100 may be from corn or soy. But again, you've got a processing problem. It will alter it. But the other 95% other units of every 100 are Fuji and Kodak's tocopherol waste. And nobody questions it. Now, I had a hard time believing it because my nutritionist who taught me was the one who told me about that. And I said, you're going to have to show me the proof. Show me the proof of it. So he took some developing fluid, put it through the process, and said, look at it. Now break open your vitamin E capsule and look at it. They're identical. Absolutely identical. But yet, vitamin E extracted from a food and filtered from a food without chemical process by just gravity and electrical currents, you can get them to separate. But it's a long process. These vitamin companies aren't going to do that process because you're going to pay $1,000 a capsule for pure good vitamin E. Nobody's going to make any money doing that. Nobody has the money to afford that except millionaires. And they do make it for millionaires. Billionaires and millionaires can get vitamins made that way, and they do.
I'm sorry, so you're saying the food grade vitamins that you go to the health food store and it says it's from food. You're saying it's from this chemical process from Kodak?
Vitamin E.
The vitamin E.
Vitamin E,
portion.
yes.
So maybe the rest is from food. Still, I understand the chemical structure changes. That hardens.
Right. But in vitamin E, if you were to get 100 units of vitamin E per capsule, that would take you a whole 5 ears of corn to get 100 units. How much money do you think they are going to make by only getting 100 units out of 5 ears of corn? How much processing is that to get 100 units of vitamin E?
So they're lying on the bottles where they say that they're...
You have to understand that the manufacturer is not lying. He believes it. It is the chemical companies that say, we can make that for you. Those are the liars. Your big pharmaceutical houses are liars. They know it on all levels. They know they're lying to the people all day long. For most of your supplemental companies, they're good people like you and me that want to have a good product, and they go to some laboratory and they say, this is what we want you to make. And they say, okay, well, we can make that for you out of food. Where do they go buy that food? Purina, Kellogg. They get the corn waste, corn germ waste, and they process it. But what did Kellogg do to the corn germ in the first place? Process it chemically. But the lab won't put any more chemicals in it, so they're going to keep it organic. But was it organic in the first place? No. So you have to understand this whole chemical process. Only way you are going to get pure food is to eat food. You want a fast track, a magic bullet? There are none. None. I don't care if David Wolf is selling it. I don't care who's selling it. Any item that was food has to be broken down and manufactured into a powder. That is a complicated process that usually involves a natural substance like kerosene. Kerosene is natural. But would you soak your peaches in kerosene for 29 minutes before you eat them? That's what has to happen to get any of these substances. That's why they melt and turn into this. They're already melting on their own. And then when you put an active agent like a kerosene derivative in it, or wood alcohol derivative, what do you have? You have a chemical annihilation and a transformation of the food that it was not what it was when it came off the planet. Or was the planet. If it's vegetable or something like that. Only way you're going to get proper nutrients is from food. Period. Anything that's in a package, can, jar, you don't know what the hell is in it. Somebody has put something in it to preserve it. Somebody has altered it in some way. I caught David Wolf on 3 things. 3 things. And I said, show me the information. And he sent it to me redacted. That means he had magic marker through it, but I'm a scientist. I know how to get rid of that. So I found out the laboratories. I found out the places where these things were made. And he said, well, 105, 103 degrees, 118 degrees. So instead of making the companies, and they can't do it, they can't make that product at 105 degrees. He raises the factor and said, oh, we can have food up to 118, heated up to 118 degrees. All enzymes are destroyed or neutralized at 118 degrees. Except in milk, it's 122 degrees. Everybody is shifting everything so they can make their way into money.
Well, the other day I questioned him about his powdered chocolate. He says he gets up to 128, but it doesn't matter because there's no enzymes in chocolate, so it's irrelevant. Do you agree with that?
Well, when you get up to 128 degrees, you destroy 2/3 of your vitamin. And you need vitamin A in chocolate to control the theobromine, the theophycine, and caffeine. You've got 3 nerve irritants in cocoa. Why do you think these people are taking cocoa? To have energy.
Yeah.
To have consistent energy.
And they're really hyped up, those guys.
That's what I mean. Well, they're hyped up on the fruit and those so-called superfoods. Those aren't superfoods. Those are just drugs. Those are drugs that overactivate the digestion, everything. It isn't a healthy, clean energy. Do you notice the different clean energy that he's been on diet for about 4 years, right? Do you notice the difference in quality of your energy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Incredibly different. When I was a fruitarian, I would be going around like hyper energy. And I thought it was great because I had come from such a sick place. I thought that's the way you were supposed to feel. And I thought I felt better than anybody in the world. And I went around telling people, oh, meat eaters are killers and murderers and stuff like that. The die-hard evangelistic vegetarian fruitarian. But I didn't understand the behavior. I had to experience something different. And I didn't experience it until I had the meat. It made my mind calm. It made everything calm. The cream took my anxiety away. It just like went through my body. I thought, whoa, this is living. I was still dealing with cancer and all those chemicals. So, I was dealing with the pain and all of that together. But when I finally put it all together, after the 11 years after the poison mushroom in the early 90s, when I got to that point where I was at a nice level like I did right before I ate the poison mushroom. I got to be at that point for 2 years before the poison mushroom. That perfect level. In fact, a few years before that, I even started exercising. After working on the farm. I'd never been able to exercise in my whole life. So I started running. I made it 10 feet the first day, then 30 feet the next day. Then by the time a month went by, I was at a mile. And I had been barefoot. I started going barefoot, completely barefoot, in 1972. Same time I became raw. So I was running on gravel. I got up to 13 miles a day, doing 250 handstand push-ups a day. Well, it was powerful, but boy, I had to work at it because I had no adrenaline for that. I had no hormones for physical activity, so I had to drive myself. And I drove myself a lot with this excitement. Well, I can do this, but every day I had to, okay, let's get up and do this. And I was sleeping a lot for the first, 6 months of exercising. I go out and exercise, I come home and crash for 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Because my body just wasn't used to it. So in 1979, April, I said, this exercise isn't for me. And that was the last time I'd been on an exercise program, except for that 4 weeks of this leg.
So that was even 1 year on the meat diet, on the raw diet?
Yeah, I was on the meat diet. Yeah. I was on a raw diet all the way up. Yeah, I started eating the raw meat in September of 76. And I started exercising a year later.
Okay.
And I exercised for about 1.5 years till April of 79.
So what was the shift there in your psyche, whatever you need to do that?
Oh, I was first time I felt I could have any energy to do anything athletic. So I was getting off on myself, being able to do something athletic, to be able to run on gravel. And I was running sideways, backwards, and I was sprinting backwards. I was running around Hollywood High School where, movie stars and all those people would go and run, used to run in those days, in the 70s. And there was gravel around there. And I'd be running backwards, sprinting backwards, and these guys would be sprinting forwards. And I'd just keep going and going and going and going, and I didn't have to slow down. And when I stopped, my heartbeat was normal within 3 minutes. 3 minutes, just like that, normal. And I always regulated my breath. I didn't do because that exercises your lungs, and you're spending a lot of your nutrients on breathing in and out of the lungs. So I forced myself to breathe slowly. I didn't hold my breath as you do in yoga exercises, and I did a lot of yoga exercises to control breathing when I wasn't exercising. When I was exercising, I would run and breathe about every 5 to 10 seconds, in and out, slowly. So when I was finished exercising, other than needing to sleep, I wasn't weak. I wasn't out of breath. I wasn't like you see those guys doing, even if I sprinted.
Why did you need to sleep so much? What was going on?
Oh, my poor body wasn't used to removing lactic acid. So, and also I was building more tissue everywhere, cleaning. Exercise causes mass cleansing too, because you perspire a lot of the toxins. Now I had put a skin layer here so I could show you how the skin works, but it disappeared. So let me try to pull it up. Just give me a second here. Try to find it. It's not giving it to me. It's frozen for some reason. Oh, there it is. But I don't have it connected. I have to have my outer hard drive. That's why it disappeared. Anyway, you've got layers in the skin. You've got anywhere from 3 to 11 layers. In the brain, the meningi is anywhere from 8 to 11 layers. So it depends upon a lot of the tissue around your lymphatic glands will be thicker because you're dumping more poisons through it. Now, there are some new guys out there that are saying, oh, your skin's too thick, it should be real thin. Yeah, if you're well. And they're saying, take DSMO and all these other things to detoxify quickly. You're just detoxifying the outer sheath when you do that. I look in their eyes and I see they've got tremendous amount of toxin. Now the skin is too thin. What's going to happen in the next few years from this chelation therapy that they're doing? It's going to rip and tear and damage to the point where they won't have live skin. It's all going to be scar tissue. I've seen it dozens of times. I happened to be privy to the first chelation therapy that was ever done. And that guy died of a heart attack because his heart tore 8 months later. It just thins the system down. I watched him go from a thick-skinned person to a very fine-skinned person. It was the end. So anybody, and they were doing it at this Raw Games, there was a table there saying, oh, detox, get that skin thin. And I looked at these guys who were, that had done that. Only 4 years into it, and they're in trouble. They keep it up and they're in trouble. They're already in trouble because their skin's not going to be able to get rid of that poison very easily. So don't be hoodwinked with that. They look good on the surface, but inside they're not. They're not finished cleaning the inside. Oh, but they'll claim that they did. They cleaned the inside. I see in the eyes, and I'll take you through some irises to show you how you can tell if somebody's toxic or not. So, and I'll do that when we're on break. I'll pull some irises up for you so you can see next time on break. So, the skin is the most viable point to dump toxins, and you do it with perspiration. You can evaporate without even knowing it, without even being wet. But the wetter you are, the better. Now that lymphatic system is very jammed. Remember, the lymphatic system is supposed to feed the body, every cell in the body except the red and white blood cells, directly feed them, and remove the waste products. The lymph system is so clogged that it isn't even feeding much of the body anymore. The red blood cell system is doing that. What clogs that lymphatic system the most? Vegetable oil. What hardens cells the most? Vegetable oil. Hydrogenated vegetable oils are the very worst of those. Why? Because what happens if you hydrogenate a vegetable oil? It has the exact same molecular structure of plastic. In fact, that's how you make plastic. You take a fat, you hydrogenate it, you heat it while you're hydrogenating it, and you have plastic. Now, because most plastics are made with vegetable oils, that's why they got off of your case so much now. You're not being stressed to eat only margarine and those other oils because they found other uses for them. They're not just trying to sell them on you eating plastic. But all these plastic things, this carpet is all plastic. They may have so many uses now, they don't need you eating margarine. Now they have other uses for them. But that plastic is toxic. You got polymers in it and everything. And you notice how plastics mold? Remember that massage table you saw today? How much mold was in it? Your normal plastics in cars, toys, carpets, they've got dioxins introduced, dioxins and poisons made to destroy the fungus, the molds that will destroy plastics. Plastics were kept to be used in your everyday products for almost 9 years until they created enough poisons to stop mold from breaking down plastic. Once they did that, I mean, if you had a car, the seats were made of plastic, they would mold in a year, even 6 months. So they couldn't do that. They needed them to last 20, 30, 50 years. And if they broke down from wear and tear, from use, not fungus, not molds. So they poisoned, they created dioxins, the worst poisons on the world, so that they can use plastic as a product. Same plastic clothes, any synthetic clothes, rayon, polyester, anything that is not wool, that is not cotton, not silk. Even hemp, some of them are treated. Every time you lint clothes, carpet, drapes, that lint, you see get into the air when this light streams in, and you see all this lint floating around? If it's plastic and you're breathing it, you're breathing plastic. What does your body have to do to break that down? And what happens when it breaks it down? What are the constituents of that plastic? Dioxins, heavy poisons, and polymers. Do you know how much cancer that's creating? Extraordinary amount. When I was visiting Asia, and I've been all over in Asia, in Vietnam, 90% of the women are running around in pajamas that are called dresses. They're running around, what women wear here in synthetic pajamas, they wear as normal clothes. And it's all synthetic. The men, you hardly ever see them wear anything synthetic. But the women, 90% of them, are wearing these plastic pajamas as their normal clothes, everyday clothes. The rate of lung cancer among females in Vietnam is unheard of anywhere in the world. So you don't hear about it. But I was there in the hospitals. I went to 12 hospitals. The amount of women that had cancer, lung cancer, was extraordinary, in breast cancer. Because if it goes into the lungs, what lymph glands try to take care of the lungs? All these lymph glands in here. The ones that are in the brain, these lymph glands here. Your three major networks of lymph gland activity is here, here, and here. And women have more lymph glands than men because they have more space for them. So what happens? Lung, breast cancer. Highest in Vietnam women. Because of that plastic clothing. So you have to be very careful. Don't move around too much and get too much lint off of this carpet. If you've got a cotton blanket, put it under you at break time. I'm running around on a cotton carpet here, so I'm just kicking up cotton. So it won't be so bad. We can break that down without having toxins introduced to it. So the lymph system, very, very congested. How do we get that melted and flowing? Well, we first have to understand how does it get clogged. We know that cauterized minerals from cooking, cake, collect like plaque. So that's part of it. But what about the fat that's in there? We have the hydrogenated vegetable oils. And what happens when we eat vegetable oils? They harden and crystallize in the human body. In an herbivore, they have a body temperature of 101 to 105 degrees. So they keep vegetable oils fluid and liquid in their systems, constantly exchanging other fat and H2O molecules keep exchanging, so it keeps it fluid. In our systems at 98.6 and lower, vegetable oils harden and crystallize, they dehydrate. So that's what causes hardening of the artery. We've been told all this time, cooked fats, animal fats cause hardening of the arteries and cause heart disease. Not true. You take a look at the Aboriginal tribes, you take a look at in both Australia and in New Guinea and Borneo, and you see they live on only meat, only animal products. No heart disease, no arteriosclerosis. Well, then it can't be causing heart disease. But what about the people who eat lots of vegetable oil? They have the high rates of heart disease and arteriosclerosis. So vegetable oils is not for the human. An herbivore also has 2.5 times more digestive tract than you do. 2 to 4 stomachs except for the horse. They have 60,000 times more enzymes to disassemble the cellulose molecule to get the fat and the proteins. Food travels 48 hours through their system, 24 hours in ours. We have one stomach with 2 compartments. Acid, where we dump the acid, and where we dump the bile. We are not vegetarian animals. We were not meant to be vegetarian. We're not herbivores. Vegetable oils will harden in your system. You don't break them down properly. So, you got hardening of your body. It's cauterized minerals from cooking or supplements and eating vegetables, cooking vegetables, and absorbing the vegetable oils that you didn't digest properly, or eating margarine or some other kind of cooked oil.
Does this include coconut and olive oil as well?
No, those are olive oil is a fruit, coconut is a fruit. Very different. Vegetable oils or any seed oils, safflower oil, anything like that, those are. Even though a seed is a fruit, it's not really a fruit. It's a produce of a plant, and technically it's a fruit, but it isn't.
So if you cook vegetables, let's say you really like vegetable soup, right? So you cut up your vegetables, and you're saying that oil in those vegetables are
It's
now...
fats. They will crystallize in your system if your body makes those fats into the cells. You're producing millions of cells a day. Literally somewhere around 10 million cells a day. They're going to eat fat. And if all you're feeding them is cooked vegetable oil, those cells are going to have a hardened short life.
If you do that, and let's say, because I find when I eat my vegetable soup, I love to have butter with it, like butter with bread or something. Is that because my body is trying to balance it out?
Absolutely. Good instincts. That's why you're larger. Most people bodies aren't smart. I like people who are overweight because they're protected. Told the story 2 days ago. Was it yesterday?
Saturday.
Yeah, it was yesterday. No, Saturday. I had a guy that looked like he'd been a biker all of his life, and he had been. And thick skin, hardened, thick skin, damaged. And he came in for a consult. This was in Asheville, North Carolina. And he was bearded, everything like that, rough and gruff, but thick, hard, skin like you see shots of old American Indians that are old. And I shot his eyes, and I'm looking at his system, and I'm saying his liver looks like he's 30 years old. His heart's in good shape. Everything's in good shape. But his skin, and I said, this doesn't make, he was like 20, 25 pounds overweight maximum. So I said, I don't know. I don't believe in, extraterrestrials only because I haven't met them. But they're probably out there. Are you one? I said, because I can see that you've done some pretty damaging drugs and alcohol in your life to have skin like that. But your liver doesn't have cirrhosis except for a very tiny spot on it, and your pancreas is good about 3/4. It's like a 30-year-old, and his whole system was in pretty good shape internally. Even his digestive tract was pretty good. And I said, you're only a few pounds overweight. That's what I like people to be, about 25 pounds overweight, 25 pounds overweight at any time. And he said, well, before I went on your diet 3 months ago, I was 300 pounds. 4 months ago, I was 300 pounds. So even though he had bad fat from bad sources, they protected him. He had so much of it to be 300 pounds. And he wasn't a tall person. He was about 5'8". So being 300 pounds in my size, that's double my size. So he was big. And you have to look at me, and yes, I'm fat. Don't show it. He thought I was about 10% body fat. Well, when I checked the reading a few months, it was about 2 months ago at a hospital in Thailand, I was 24% body fat. I haven't changed any since then. 24% body fat. But I don't look at why, because when molecules are raw, they are tiny. Very, very tiny. When you heat them, they start swelling. As you cook them, they get larger. They get anywhere from 10 to 50 times their normal size. So I have all this massive fat on me, but I don't look it. Most people go on this diet will look bigger. Now, when I first started eating all the raw fat, I blew up. I mean, I wasn't trim like him. I had layers, over that. But still, I had a controlled amount of fat, but it was probably 28-30%. But it was a lot larger because I had so many old fat molecules that were huge. And if you want a comparison, you take, pig straps, fat. And you see when they boil it and make it crisp, those little bitty thin things turn out to be this big and this fat. That's how bad. Pig fat swells the greatest of any fat, for some reason. That's why a lot of people use it as good lard, cooking lard. Because it would fill them more, give them more substance. However, it wouldn't necessarily make them healthier, but it would still protect their bodies. A lot of fat protects the body. So this fellow was able to go 30 years, he said, abusing drugs and alcohol without severely damaging his internal organs and glands, because he had all this immense fat to absorb the poison. Those people who don't, it just rips them out and will kill them. This guy can just go and abuse himself every day and have the fats to protect himself. Not the greatest fat, and I doubt that he will have a great longevity, but still his whole body was in better condition because he was a fatso. And when a lot of people walk out of my room that have been fat all their life, they are so happy because they've been beat up by the media, fashion. Everybody's been beating them up for being fat. And it's better than being skinny. A lot better than being skinny. To be protected. So let's go down the digestive tract. Now we talked about in an herbivore what's happening. Their long digestive tract, their 2 to 4 stomachs, the whole system being different, their digestive enzymes. In our mouth, we have more bacteria than any other animal on the planet, including monkeys and apes, more than dogs and cats. We have somewhere around, I think it's 1.5 times more bacteria than a carnivore. Why would we have bacteria except for meat? Meat breaks down bacteria, the kind of bacteria we have. The only alkalinizing enzyme that we have in the mouth is ptyalin, the same as the horse does, to digest carbohydrates. And that is such a small fraction of the enzymes in the mouth. Ptyalin is so small, it'll just take care of the sugars that are in meat. So our mouth, our bacteria level, is perfectly meant to digest animal products. Our teeth, I don't know where vegetarians say, oh, we have teeth of herbivores. Every horse, every cow, every sheep, they all have molars. Every tooth in their mouth is molars. We only have a few in the back. Everything is cutting and ripping. Cutting and ripping. Crushing a little bit to swallow. I don't know where these vegetarians and vegans get off saying that we have the teeth of an herbivore. We don't. Then you go down the throat into the stomach. Do we have cud that we regurgitate and chew and regurgitate and chew? We have hydrochloric acid. That's in carnivores only. So we have all this hydrochloric acid there. And that concentration, not as much as canine or feline, they have 15 times more than we have in the stomach. But they secrete very little in their small intestine. They have a very short small intestine, so they have to digest it fast. So they need that concentration of hydrochloric acid in their stomachs. We have 3 times more space to digest it. And we produce hydrochloric acid all throughout the small intestines. And we constantly bombard it with bacteria. So what happens, the hydrochloric acid breaks it up, the bacteria feeds on it and eats it. The bacteria's waste are our nutrients. We're eating the feces and urine of bacteria. That's our food. If you got the proper picture, if everybody got the proper picture, people wouldn't think, oh, urine, feces, oh, how dirty. Now sperm and pussy juice, oh, how dirty that is. Everything's become dirty that's a fluid of the body. Why? Because the industries who sell toxins want you to buy their products. The medical industry, if you weren't afraid of your body and your fluids, you wouldn't be running to get antiseptics. You wouldn't be washing your hands every time. You might be licking everybody's butt like other animals do to get those bacteria, to be healthier. That E. coli is responsible for the final stage of digestion of fats and proteins and releases 90% of the B vitamins that are in any food for your brain and nervous system. E. coli is so important. And they try to smear E. coli like crazy. Salmonella. Yes, 6,200 known varieties of salmonella. 1,600 are in your nose. You used to have 2,300 on your skin. 2,600 on your skin before you bathe. They would eat all the different dead cells, and each one would eat different things. Elephant eats trees. A giraffe will eat leaves. A deer will eat leaves and branches, but not trunks. Very little bark. So you have all these different salmonella that were feeding on the waste of your skin. So you weren't like a snake peeling off layers at a time. All of these were meant to make life sustainable, not to be afraid of them. So if you're not afraid of them, you're not going to run out and poison yourself. You're going to be able to handle your situation, whatever it is, with food. Whether it's applying it on your skin, whatever it is. Don't put anything on your skin that you wouldn't eat, because your cells eat directly through the skin. Now I see people putting lotions Pond's lotion. It's motor oil with lots of chemicals in it. Oh, but it's got vitamin E in it. It's got aloe vera in it. How much? 5%? What's the rest of it? It's all chemical. Most of it's petroleum, motor oil. Put it in your car, put it in your motorcycle, not on your body. So you go down the digestive tract. So you have the hydrochloric acid that dumps, starts the breakdown of the protein, separating so the bacteria can get in there and eat, free up the nutrients and feed you. Then you go down into the duodenum, the other side of the stomach. And then you've got the gallbladder that dumps the bile that the liver makes, digests the fat. Then all through the small intestines, you're getting a little bit of bile, and you're getting a little hydrochloric acid and lots of bacteria. Every time, the intestines look like, a bunch of villi growing, like you go through sea urchins, and you see all these things going like this. You see all the little particles going by. Well, as the food moves through, it moves these. It secretes all these enzymes with bacteria and acid, hydrochloric acid, in to help digest those particles. And the bacteria feed on and feeds you, all through the small intestine. Then we get down into the bowel, and that's where your E. coli populates. And that's where your brain and nervous, that's when everything's reduced to the finest particle. Because your nervous system has the finest veins, arteries going out everywhere. So they've got to be ultra small. And E. coli is responsible for making those finite small particles. And people who do enemas and colonics, they're not feeding their brains and nervous systems ever again. Every time they do a colonic or an enema, that's 60 days without E. coli, or very small amounts, not enough to feed the system. So what happens, they start doing enemas every day, every 2 days, so they can flush some of those B vitamins that the E. coli are trying to digest into the system. So they become addicted to it. But every time they do it, the population of E. coli gets less and less and less until they can't reproduce E. coli anymore. And then they're basket cases for the rest of their life. And then they're on psychotropic drugs, 10 to 28 a day. I've seen it many times. And how do I get them out of that? Anybody see me on Ripley's Believe It or Not?
They don't have it on YouTube.
Pardon?
So they don't have that show on YouTube.
You don't have to show what?
Like they have lots of YouTube Ripley's shows, but not the one that you're on.
Oh yeah, they showed it more than any other episode. I just saw it 6 weeks ago when I landed in Philippines. Turn on the TV to see what the atmosphere was like politically. And there I was. That episode came on. I was speaking Tagalog. I spoke very good Tagalog. And I did the same thing when I landed in Paris. In 1993, I turned on the TV and there I was on General Hospital speaking French. And I didn't speak French that well. But anyway, in that show, it was aired the first time July 17th, 2002. I eat high meat. I had one patient. She had been on psychotropic drugs for 18 years, up to 7 a day. 7 different ones a day, taking up to 28 a day. 28 drugs a day, 28 pills a day of 7 drugs. Took me, I guess, a year and a half of her being on the diet, back and forth, up and down. On drugs, you're not going to be sane, you're not going to be coherent, you're going to be inebriated. Like I said, you can't expect a drug to be sober. So finally she called me complaining one day. I said, and she was a famous yoga teacher, videotapes and stuff. And I said, look, you're going to have to try, at least try this high meat. You're like on a seesaw on a roller coaster. Hard on me, it's hard on you. You hang up on me, you yell at me, and stuff like this. I don't need that. you need to take the next step. You need to not go off the diet. You need to eat this high meat. I'm already on this diet. It's already so gross. People don't want to be with me because I'm eating this raw meat. Bam. So I get a call about 3 hours later. Okay, how do I do this? I said, well, you need some raw meat. You cut it up in small pieces, you put it in a jar, you air it every 2 to 3 days. If it's in the refrigerator, if you want it to move fast, you open the refrigerator and you air it every 2 days, 1.5 to 2 days. Move fast. I don't have that kind of time. I'm really at my wits' end. I said, well, I have a patient who eats it every day for the same reason you need to eat it. And you can probably call him, but let me call him first and ask him if it's okay. So I called the fellow, and they got together, and she got some. So about 9 o'clock that night, I get a call from her. I ate that high meat. I got it from James, and I'm really nervous, and I really need to talk with you. You need to answer this phone. There was no way in hell I was going to answer this phone, because I would have been babysitting her all through the night. So every 45 minutes to an hour, I get a call. Answer this phone. I'm panicking. And each time she says that, each time she calls, her level is until 5 o'clock in the morning, she's laughing and whistling. I'm going to stay on this phone until you answer. And then she's whistling, what was that song? Happy Working, whatever it was. And I answered the phone and I said, well, hi there. And she says, well, why didn't you answer earlier? I said, because I had to wait till you got to this state before I was going to talk to you, because now I'll talk to you, you go to sleep, and we'll both be able to sleep. Fine, and I won't have to sit on the phone with you. And she started eating it, a couple of times a week. That's all it took for her, 2 days a week. Other people have to eat it every day and a lot of it a day. But some people only need it a little bit. Just feed that E. coli. That bacteria predigests the meat. Predigests it. So when it gets into your system, it can be assimilated like that. 10, 20 minutes, you're giggling and laughing. Because those nutrients are already ready for your brain and nervous system. They're already reduced to that minute size that E. coli breaks it down. To which it breaks it down. So, those two, that guy who had the high meat, and she went on Ripley's with me, eating this high meat with worms and gangrene on it, and all these. And I had jars with all these glands that were molding and patinaed, everything that looked like that from the Eskimo tribe. And it was raunchy and rank, and they had a food inspector there. And he's going, oh my God, you can't eat this, you're going to get sick. And I said, I got a vagotomy and I'm eating this stuff. Doesn't that say that you don't? They cut that out. They didn't put it in there. What I said to him was response. Because they didn't want me to convince people that easily. You just watch these few people go in and I'm great and healthy and everything's fine and I'm eating this high meat. But you don't get to hear particulars of, I have a vagotomy, I have no hydrochloric acid to destroy the bacteria. So this bacteria is really not a problem. You don't say that, as I said. But you get the image. You see my refrigerator, they overdid it. They took my refrigerator outside where I have all the stuff, and that's one they showed in my kitchen. Actually, I took all that stuff and put it in that refrigerator. So it looks like that's all I ate. I didn't mind. I said, you go ahead and do it. I want these people to have impact on their brain. But it is the most shown episode. It's shown it 52 times since July 17th, 2002. And in fact, my friend of mine who's a dentist in Mexico sent me an email 3 months ago. He said, just saw you with a beard on there and you were eating all this high meat. He said, you look good. I said, that was way back from 2002. So it's being shown all over the world. In fact, there was a company that saw it out of Germany, flew over to redo it for their show. And they did. We redid it. And both times the cameramen were puking all over. Because they were getting right down, the smell of the meat.
Yeah.
Like, so I had to get little cotton balls with some clove oil and then stuff it up their nose to keep them from vomiting. We had a good time. Anyway, that high meat helps feed the brain and nervous system and helps calm the system. 1 out of probably, I've gotten 600 people to do it, and only one said he had no effect one way or the other. But he wasn't depressed anyway. He just wanted to feed his brain and nervous system. Yeah.
Well,
Supposed to keep questions.
I know, I just want to ask you a question. You said, how much is it aired out? For 2 to 3 days you do it?
Yeah, it says how to do it in the recipe book.
Oh, okay.
Okay, tells you how to do it there. Okay, so we're down into the digestive tract, and as food moves into the sigmoid colon, it is now called feces. At that point, your body absorbs as much as it can. If you have regular constipation, it's because your body's holding the matter up in the sigmoid colon, trying to absorb as much as the E. coli had digested and eaten. It's a problem, though, if your rectum rips every time you have a bowel movement. So what you can do there, and I don't think it's in the book, I came up with this in the last 2 years. You use 3 tablespoons of butter, 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 3 tablespoons of dairy cream with just a 1/4 of a teaspoon of honey. Put that in a 4-ounce jelly jar. Put it in a bowl of hot water, not hot enough to burn your hand, but hot enough to get that inside 105 degrees. And you take a bulb syringe, about a 4-ounce bowl, 8 ounce if you don't have a 4-ounce, bulb syringe. You suck that, you shake it up, and then you suck it up into the bulb syringe, get on all fours, bark like a dog, and this is right before you go to sleep at night. And you put that in your rectum, and you squeeze it up in there to your sigmoid colon, and you go down on your elbows so you're like this, and you roll your stomach like a belly dancer. Or at least breathe heavily to get it to move into this whole descending colon area. So get up into the sigmoid colon. The E. coli will be so happy because you're going to feed on all that fat. It helps them relax. Also, that fat will be broken down into particles that can go to the brain and nervous system over the next 2 days. So you won't have constipation like that if you've got regular constipation. Do that every 2 to 5 days, depending upon your constipation level. You're going to feel better emotionally, mentally, physically, everything. And you won't have to deal with so much constipation. Remember, constipation is the body holding the stuff up. Unless you've got a tumor blocking the passage. That's when it's a bad thing. But you work with your body's symptoms. Your body's constipated, you're not digesting, you don't have enough E. coli. Start eating high meat. Break it down so you can populate them. Get some bowel from a pig or a cow with the contents. I have Amish farmers who do it and wrap it like a sausage. And you get this membrane full of shit, and you cut like 2 ounces off at a time. And eat it until it's gone, like, a cup of it in about 5 days. 2 ounces a day. Ounce at a time, twice a day. And you eat that a little bit before you eat your meat meal. Now, I hate cooked vegetables, so I have a harder time with it. But most people love cooked vegetables. And that's what cow shit tastes like, cooked vegetables. Because that's what they're eating. Vegetables. That's what it tastes like. The smell is what you have to get beyond, so you get a swimmer's nose clip and put it on. You will get well faster. You will be happier earlier in your life than you will. You can control that by what you eat. Just remember, every animal goes around licking each other's butts every day, all the time, or their own for the E. coli. Think about that. Why do they do that? Why do mothers eat up all of the fecal matter of their offspring? Because that bacteria gets into their milk and that baby's nervous system becomes very strong. Oh, but that's disgusting. Oh, why am my baby eating shit? You know, you got to get beyond all that stuff. When I was in Alaska, we're living in igloos. 3-month-old baby they put down bare naked on an ice floor. How many of you would do that without freaking out? What if you saw your husband or your boyfriend putting your 3-day-old baby on an ice floor? You'd freak out. Why can these babies do it? These are resilient people. We are resilient people. We have magnificent bodies. No longer from this day forward ever be afraid of anything that happens to your body. Your body is always doing what is right to correct itself. No matter what it is, no matter if it's cancer or what it is. Just do what it takes to reverse what has caused your body to act that way. And I have all of those remedies in my books. Everything to do in almost every situation. If you don't know what it is, or I haven't named it, and the doctors have named it, if you've gone for analysis or diagnosis, just remember how the body is built, how simple it is, where the problem is. Is it a blockage? Is it growth of tumor? Is it a sore or rash? Poisons coming out of the skin? All you do is just treat the skin to make sure it doesn't get as damaged when the poisons come through. That's all you can do. How many times I got injected with poisons in my forearms, I still had crap coming out. And it happens this way when I get less butter. And I'm at the end of my trail and I'm out of butter. I haven't had any butter for a few days, and almost immediately I start breaking out. I need my butter to make sure those poisons, the AZT that was put in my system, won't damage the tissue as much when it comes out. Sure, I put some lime juice on it. I can put some other things, coconut cream on it to help mitigate the damage so I don't scar, but sometimes I scar. And these were both tumors. This was a big tumor. And they, put the lime juice, coconut cream, sperm or bone marrow on there, and they just fall off. You finish gathering those dead cells, they'll fall off. Remember, cancer is nothing other than the body's inability to dissolve dead cells. If the body can't dissolve dead cells, what's it going to do? It's going to collect them and disperse them like in fibroids all over the body. And then if the fibroid areas are used and you can't build any more fibroid, then it's going to build tumors. Then what's the next stage? You need a solvent or a parasite or a bacterial, combination of bacteria, colonies of bacteria, to eat those dead cells to reduce them to something that can discard from the body. That is the stage. Every time that I've seen a case of cancer, the liver has broken down for about 18 months minimum. The liver has shut down. People are not eating properly to feed their liver. And the liver's gone into a state where it's very deficient or it's resting or detoxifying. So what happens? Your body has to start collecting those dead cells that it can't dissolve. And you have tumors. Fibroids are tumors. Warts are tumors. Any lump you have on your skin that is not normal is tumor. Doesn't mean it's cancerous, but it is a tumor. It's a collection of dead cells your body could not dissolve and get rid of. mole, wart, any lump in your body is a tumor, unless it's a lymph gland or lymph node swollen. And here's the big thing, especially you women need to keep in mind. When you find lumps in your breast, cheer. Be very happy, because that's your lymph gland. Those are your lymph glands, that or those, depending upon if you have more than one lump, is your lymph gland swollen, trying to break down dead cells and toxins that could lead to cancer. Now remember, your lymph glands clean the body. So if you have cancer cells in the body, where are you going to find cancer cells? Always in the lymph. The medical profession says when you have 50 cancer cells per million cells, you've got treatable cancer. 50 per 1 million? Isn't that kind of radical? Maybe if you had 100, 200,000 per million, you might say you've got something, a stated cancer. You might start doing something about it, but certainly not treating it with the medical profession treatment. You do it naturally. But your lymph glands are always going to have cancer cells in them. Expect it. So if they do a biopsy on you, don't go for those anyway, but if you do and they say, oh, you've got cancer cells in there, you've got cancer in the lymph. You do not have cancer of the lymph unless you have rock hard lumps. Rock hard. We're not talking about rubber hard. We're talking rock hard. That is the only time you have cancer. And out of the probably 99 of 100 lumpectomies that I've seen them do were on women who didn't have lymphatic cancer. They just had swollen lymph glands. They weren't hard as rock. They weren't cancerous. The women were having lumped off and mastectomy, night and day. All the time. Cut their breasts off. Cut their lumps out of the body. What happens if you're removing your lymph gland?
No dream.
You're removing the things that are going to get rid of cancer. Dead cells. You've invited lung cancer, liver cancer, throat, esophageal cancer. You've invited a lot of cancer. You start removing your lumps. My mother got cancer 8 years ago. The breast.
One of the most popular things is when they take them out up here, is that the arms no longer drains.
That's right.
It swells and it gets,
Swells.
and it gets toxic.
Yeah.
And it's downhill from there.
Yep. And I have one woman who had a jacket, hardened jacket this big. Over there. Put her on the diet. She was going to die, definitely within weeks. And lots of people like to come to me at that stage. So, they'll go to the butchers all the way up until the end. And then when the butcher says, you're gone, nothing I can do for you, then they'll run to me. And I expect them to reverse it. So, still reverse 95% of them. So, within 3 months, her jacket shrunk down by almost 60%. She took care of children for a living for some television stars. And she was able to go back to work. She only lived another year and a half, but she lived every day happily. She did the diet 100% strict. Her children, came to me and said, what a great life you gave her at the end. So that last 9 months before she went to you, she was miserable, she was sick, she couldn't work, she was vomiting all the time, in pain with that arm and the breast and underarm all the time. And within 3 months on the diet, all of it had eased, so she got to enjoy the last year and a half of her life. In fact, that TV star came to me for help after seeing what happened with his nanny. She was an older lady. She was in her late 70s. So even that was able to give her a better life at the end, even though I wasn't able to reverse it at that late stage with all that medical damage done. So, don't freak out the lymph system. You're supposed to have lumps. You're supposed to have lumps everywhere. Ever since I had my tonsils removed, these glands, you can see them still bulging. They've been swollen all my life. Does that mean I have cancer? Am I supposed to worry about these big lymph glands? No. That's part of me from now on. I think maybe next 14 years, I'll clean so well they won't have to be swollen. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen in my last 14 years on a perfect diet. But we will see. Have I been going on for an hour and 45 minutes yet?
It's almost 4 o'clock, so about 20 more minutes.
Okay, well, good. Is everybody holding up okay? Okay. So, let's take a look at the glands. Now, we have the pituitary gland in the brain. Now, something I want you to understand, you go to a doctor and they'll say, oh, you've got low hormonal activity. You've got low growth hormones. You've got low pituitary glands and enzymes. You've got low thyroid. You've got low adrenaline. First of all, you're not supposed to have any glandular hormones in your blood when you're natural and level and healthy. Your endocrine glands are there for emergencies only. Adrenaline is for fight and flight. Pituitary, all of them, your pituitary is very active until you're 21. Growth hormones. Then after that, it shouldn't be in your blood unless you're toxic, because you have enough cells that have their own growth hormones. And if your cells are healthy, each cell is going to have its own growth hormone. So when it divides, it grows. It will keep reproducing. We are in such toxic diets and such toxic environments, we're relying upon the pituitary to supplement for our damaged, unhealthy cells that can create their own growth hormones. Well, animals in the wild, the native tribes who eat all raw, they don't get old like we do. They don't deteriorate like we do. Why? Because their cells, and I showed you the picture of the glands within the cell, those are functional as long as that cell is healthy. Every cell produces what it needs to create its environment around it, to create its offspring, to bring up its new relatives, twins. Every cells divide. They don't have babies, they don't lay eggs. Cells divide and become two. Everything's a twin. Twin. You know? They all have their own nutrients, they all have their own endocrine glands to make sure that life is viable and healthy as possible, optimal. If we feed it right, and it's all about us feeding it, and that's including what we breathe and everything else we do. That is feeding the body. Are we doing it good, or are we not doing it good? Are we taking shortcuts that are going to affect our health and we'll have less health and energy? I guarantee you, people wouldn't be thinking the way they are and wouldn't be eating chips and all the crap that they're eating now if you didn't have central air conditioning and heat. People had the deal, and homes like this, screens on it. When I lived outdoors, you thought about how you can keep your body warm, how you can keep it cool, what foods you can eat to do that, what foods you can eat to keep insects from biting the shit out of you, from mosquitoes sucking your blood and all of that. I go around Thailand practically naked with shorts on all the time. Mosquitoes are eating everybody else but me. Why? Because I've learned. I stay away from high sweet fruit. If I eat the center of a watermelon, I'm going to get bitten by mosquitoes that night. Just like that it happens. If I stay away from sweet fruit, especially the center of a watermelon, I don't get bitten. If I have, let's say, a little too much pineapple, I may get 1 or 2 bites that night. But still not like everybody else and getting bit all over. I saw a little baby 3-year-old child, baby child, huge sores from mosquito bites. Very poor. They lived in this, the trashy swamps outside of a city in a city in Philippines, full of mosquitoes. And this baby was getting torn up. Now, a mosquito doesn't put anything infectious inside you. That's another myth. Mosquitoes do not give you malaria. They do not give you any disease. Look at it. The female mosquito is the only one who bites. The male mosquito, it's like the black widow. Black widow is huge, 10 times the size of the male. Male is very small. Now, what is the job of mosquitoes? Mosquitoes pollinate. They're small bees. They're small. They pollinate those little tiny flowers that the bees and the hummingbirds and the wasps and all those other insects cannot pollinate. So that little mosquito, male mosquito, looks like a tsetse fly. It's like a fruit fly. That's how small they are. And the mosquito, female, looks very different. She's got a long proboscis. And at the end of the proboscis are teeth like the alien. So when she puts her proboscis into your skin, deep into there, she bites cells, create a pool of blood. She sucks that blood in, goes back to the pond or the place where her larvae are, and she plants it in a bubble for the larvae. The larvae eat the blood. She does not. If she infected that larva, if she infected that blood, what would happen? The larva would die. So this whole bullshit about mosquitoes infecting you is absolute horseshit. Another myth. Why? Because if you go to a jungle where they want to tear down all the trees and all the environments want to protect it, you think, oh, mosquitoes. You get rid of jungles, you get rid of mosquitoes, you get rid of all of it. The whole consciousness of what they're doing to manipulate your mind so they can do what they want to do is absolutely tremendous, and it is a conspiracy. Make no doubt about it, it is a conspiracy. So mosquitoes are not going to give you malaria. If mosquitoes gave people malaria, there wouldn't be anybody alive in South America or Australia, except in the deserts, and most places. Nobody would be alive in Mississippi or Louisiana or Georgia, southern Georgia, or parts of Florida. Nobody would be alive. It's absolute nonsense. So don't worry about those things. Don't be afraid of nature. Be afraid of industry and its chemicals and your own habits of cooking. And the more you cook, the less health you're going to have because you're not feeding your body nutrient. Okay. So look at each endocrine gland as an emergency. We have the pineal gland. Some people say it's the seat of consciousness. It regulates conscious states, they say, alpha states and all that. Again, it's an endocrine gland. It's only supposed to function in emergency. You shouldn't have to stimulate that gland for normal thought, healthy, logical thought processes. The pituitary and the parathyroid, the thyroid and the parathyroids. You've got a thyroid gland, two sides to it, two parathyroids on either side of the room, very tiny. Now, why would you have a thyroid and a backup of four tiny parathyroids here? Because this thyroid protects these glands, your neck, your brain, along with your tonsils, protecting your brain. That's why you need a backup. Pretty important part to eat, to breathe. So this area needs heavy protection with extra gland. Again, it doesn't regulate your hair loss. It doesn't regulate whether you're fat or skinny. It's the pharmaceutical industry sucking you in to taking thyroid pills. Thyroid protects the functioning of swallowing, producing mucus, all of the things that go into the functioning of this area. Your thymus is to back up the same way your lungs and your heart, right here. What is it doing now? Our body's starting to produce white blood cells in there. Because our bone marrow is where we're supposed to divide the red and white blood cells. When they mature, it enters the bloodstream. They enter the bloodstream. What is happening now? We're so overloaded, now the body's sending our immature blood cells to the spleen. That's the spleen's job. And I'll get into the spleen when we get to that. So we have all of these glands that are working, doing things they shouldn't, because we've complicated the body with so much toxicity and so much work that it shouldn't be doing. So then we come to the gonads. They're for reproduction, mainly for reproduction. And they will stimulate testosterone. Estrogen will be a replacement for physical energy. Women and men who have high testosterone and estrogen in the blood have a high physical energy level. Same with adrenaline. These adrenal glands shaped like kidneys sitting on top of shaped like a little finger, about 2 joints of a little finger sitting on top of the kidneys. Again, that's for fight or flight, the adrenals. So all these are specific to a certain time. So don't get sucked in because your level's low. If you have low energy, if your hair's falling out, it's because you have some toxicity in your body. Or you're not feeding your body properly. You're not burning your fats properly, oxidizing your fats properly to have energy. Don't go for the quick fix. The quick fix, all that does is poison your blood, poison your intestinal tract, raises your adrenal level. Oh, you think, it's working. It's nothing to do with that pill directly. It's the adrenaline, the poisoning that's happening in your body. When you eat cocaine, do you know how much adrenaline dumps into your bloodstream? 8 times the amount it's supposed to in fight or flight. Same thing, doesn't do with heroin. Heroin just the opposite. Keeps it the same, lowers hormonal levels. But most of your drugs out there and your supplements will cause increased adrenaline, testosterone, and other hormone levels. Why? Why would the body use hormones, elevate its hormonal level? Because hormones, like the brain, are 60% fat, 5% carbs, 35% protein. What harnesses toxins? Fat. So your body produces all this hormone to deal with this toxicity. And people get higher, more energy and think they're healthier. Take cocaine. You're going to do just as well with that. You're going to deteriorate the body with that high energy. Take speed, take Benzodrine, take any of those uppers. That's the same thing as taking a supplement. Some of them are going to be worse than others, of course. Cocaine is destructive to every tissue in the body. Yes, absolutely. Crack cocaine is even worse. Methyl, whatever they're smoking now, that stuff is, who can smoke that stuff? You use 4 to 5 types of detergents. You use kerosene. Everything you use ammonia. Everything you put into that soup to make that crystal to smoke is completely an abrasive chemical. And people smoke that stuff. I had one patient come to me after 10 years of using it. She was a 27-year-old woman. Her entire vaginal area was completely dry, hard. Produced no mucus, not a drop of it. Her mouth was shriveled in the same way. And she was smoking it every day, 7 times a day, for about 9 years. 27 years old, and I thought she was 40. A very unhealthy 40. I mean, we're not talking about any moisture in the vaginal area at all. Inside, not a drop or a speck of mucus. Completely hard. And she was moving into cancer fast. Nothing I could do for her. I mean, there was something I could do for her. There was no way that I could reverse that with her cooperation. Too much of a drug addict. Did help her, but she just kept taking the drugs and died. When you're that far along, and your tissues have no moisture, really dried out hard like that, like leather, like a belt, with wrinkles. Really gross. She was close to that point, very close to that point. And she wasn't a drug taker. She was a supplement taker for many, many years. And that caused a lot of drying and hardening in the body. And you see in her tissue, faced with that dryness, she was, what I saw, a year ago, she was so much more dry and thick skinned that you can see her skin is thinning quickly. Not too quickly though. I hope you're not taking any of that superfood stuff. It'll cause it. So anyway, some people can move, but she's not a drug addict like that other woman was. So anyway, you have lots of glandular activity that's for emergencies and is not normal. Your hair's falling out, there's some kind of toxin being built into the hair, damaging the follicle. Now, when I had chemotherapy, so my hair fell out. Came back in gray and patchy here and there. Then when it came all back in, except here, never recovered here. In fact, it is recovering a little bit in the last 5 years. I had more hair gone before. Now I've got a little bit more hair. Taken all these years to get rid of that much of the AZT. Because AZT is very destructive. And I was all gray when as much of it came back in as came back in. And then eventually as I detoxed, then my hair went back. Now, this area here has been gray for about 6 years. But it was this big, and it keeps reducing down here. Sometimes I'll have a patch for the last 6 months to a year on the back of either side. After that detoxes, my hair color comes back. So the body can heal itself as long as you're treating it properly, giving it the nutrients to heal itself.
Are you saying that graying then is caused from toxicity?
Always toxicity.
So these Asians, a lot of Asians you'll see don't have any gray hair.
And they're just not discarding it out the follicles and building it into the hair.
Oh.
They don't eat enough. In our society, we eat a tremendous amount of fats and meats. They eat very little, like 5 to 10% of their diet only.
And so how does that affect the gray hair?
Well, if you get a lot of heavy metals into the follicle, your body will use the paraminobenzoic acid to deal with the toxin. Paraminobenzoic acid in the follicle regulates pigmentation. So it uses up the paraminobenzoic acid, which is a B vitamin, to deal with that toxicity, utilize the proteins to deal with heavy metal or whatever it is. Aluminum causes a lot of graying. Mercury causes a lot of graying. And whenever I take a gray area as opposed to a colored area and had it tested, the mercury was off the chart. And aluminum and mercury were off the chart in mine. And AZT is loaded with both. Okay, so let's take a look at your, rather than we've gone over the glandular system, let's take a look at the organs. First one we come to, we have the stomach is really an organ. When we talked about the hydrochloric acid dumping in, I know I'm going to go through this quickly. The hydrochloric acid dumping in to digest. The stomach is an organ. It creates hydrochloric acid in the stomach lining. And we have the liver. Now the liver makes 60 varieties of cholesterol. Cholesterol is your best friend. Third of them lubricate the body and protect it. A third fuel you with the highest amount of energy, that is fat. For every, you have 2.5 times more calories than you do with fat and protein, with carbohydrate and protein. And the other is to detoxify the body as soaps, as cleansers, including virus. So you need all of those. You need every cholesterol you can get. And if you want to know the real truth about cholesterol from a scientific viewpoint, get to the cholesterol myth, the book called The Cholesterol Myth. This is a scientist that spends his whole life just studying cholesterol. Cholesterol is not your problem. It's the quality of fats that you feed the body and what kinds of cholesterols it makes. But still, cholesterol is never the problem.
Even the two different kinds,
Just remember, you're going to have a waste product. The waste product is the bad guys. You're always going to have a high rate of... If you go on this diet where you're supplying all this good, rich, good fat, guess what your body's going to be throwing off? Guess what your cholesterol level is going to go sky high? And it should. You want it to go sky high. The higher it goes, the faster you're going to get rid of a lot of cholesterol waste, a lot of old toxic fat that's doing you no good.
So will it come back down over time or not?
Takes years. Takes years. The last time I was taken 5 years ago at University of Washington University Medical School in St. Louis, they were doing a study on raw fooders. And they came across me and found a primal diet raw fooder. And so they pay my way and everything, pay for the testing and all of that. And I got them to do 3 other primals who've been on it for at least 18 years. They were just looking at raw fooders who've been raw fooders for 5 years. And, they went through all the tests. They couldn't find any. They found my congested artery here, which has been congested since I was a teenager, but it's less congested than it was a long time ago. I never wanted to focus on breaking that up until I felt my heart was free of the vaccine, the tetanus shot, because those heart attacks, traumatic, and blacking out, never really going to wake up, although I woke up every time. So I'm just now, in the last few months, started eating vinegar. A few months before I went on this last 3 months trip, I started taking vinegar and coconut cream. They'll break down plaque. So that's all they could find there was just this one artery that had plaque in it. And I eat butter galore and everything that you shouldn't eat. And the man who was running it was a famous cardiologist for sports team, NFL, all of them. So he's a big man in the world. And he said, "You're amazing." So he said, "Can we do some more tests with you?" I said, "As long as you're not x-raying me, as long as you're not injecting me, my glucose tolerance test is the only thing I'm going to do for you where I eat sugar." And I was a diabetic, type 1 diabetic. I was going to be diabetic for my life. Started drinking raw milk. In a week I was off of insulin. Haven't taken it since. They found that when they did the glucose tolerance, I just from all that sugar. I had sugar in
Of course.
72, I think. January 72. And I'm just going like this. I'm saying, oh, this shit gets out of my body quickly. You know? So, and they're coming and taking my blood every 30 minutes to check the insulin level and the reaction to kind of insulin and everything. The doctor comes back and says, I've never seen it before. You've got the healthiest pancreas I've ever seen. And I was type 1 diabetic. My body, usually the the sugar level will soar up to 360 something, 324, that high from as much as they give you. And then every half an hour it'll start lowering, and it stops about 104. Mine worked so hard to get rid of it, it went down to 52 of the glucose, toxic glucose. They said they'd never seen the pancreas work that way. I said, well, it's kind of nice. Can we do some more time? So they took me up to the floor where they have, it's probably 5 times this size of this room. They've got a track to run around, all this cardiac equipment, EKG stuff, they wire you up, and, you get to run, and, they had me doing all kinds of weight stuff, weight pressing, and they put all these, electrodes on me. And, I hadn't exercised, since 1979. So here I am pushing these things and, all these weights and doing the running. And I was doing better than people that worked out 4 and 5 times a week. My heart rate stayed lower. I was able to, I knew the breathing thing, don't breathe fast, breathe slow no matter what. You breathe slowly in and out while you're exercising. So everything was far beyond anything they expected. And, I lifted weights, so I'm pushing, I put little bitty weights on at a time because, worried about me pulling a muscle or, straining a tendon or ligament or something. So, first they put me on the leg thing, pumping my back, pressing weights. And, they start off with 40, and went to 50, and then to 60, got up to 230 before I stopped straining. And he said, as soon as he saw the slightest strain, stopped it. But I was still way ahead of anybody else. And these people have been exercising 4 and 5 days a week. So he said, this is extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. And they published only the stuff about the fruitarians and nothing about me. But I have all the lab work. And the only thing that they didn't like was my cholesterol was off the chart. 267, something like that. I say I want that cholesterol. I want as much as I can. I have a Hall of Fame basketball player that if his cholesterol doesn't stay at 675, he can't play. He's now in his 70s, and he can outdo the young people on the court. And his cholesterol is still 670. Well, 550 to 670. And I had, when she was still a gymnast, an Olympic gymnast. She kept going into colds and flus every 3 to 5 weeks. She couldn't work out. She had to stop training for 2 weeks at a time. She'd have to start all over every time. So they're going to kick her off the team. And Paul Cohen, you know who he is? A famous tennis player called Paul Cohen, back in the 50s, 40s and 50s. Famous tennis player and Olympic competitor. He became McEnroe's coach for 10 years. Taught him how to throw a racket, have a temper. That was Paul Cohen. Temperamental. I know McEnroe got his temperament from him. And now Paul's on the diet. Been on the diet for almost 12 years now. He said, I've only known this diet when I was an athlete and when I was training people. It's phenomenal. It's the best thing in the world. He's a complete athlete again, and he's 74. And he's young and vital and strong. Phenomenal. And anyway, he told this coach, he said, you got to send that girl to Aajonus Vonderplanitz. He'll take care of her. So put her on a raw diet, kept her cholesterol level at 325. She got a couple of medals. Can't say who she is because I promised her. So all these athletes and movie stars, they don't want to be known. The only one that would do it was Mel Gibson. He went on David Letterman and said, I eat raw meat, eat all raw foods and raw meat. David Letterman says, you can feed your kids that way, he says, you die.
Mel Gibson said
He
that?
was the only one, pardon?
Mel Gibson said that.
Yeah, Mel Gibson said and David Letterman said. Every tabloid went after him for a year, endangering his children and all this stuff. Because he fed them raw meat. No wonder nobody wants anybody to know that they eat raw meat, for that kind of a slurring attack. But Mel Gibson could give a shit. He is so powerful and so rich, he doesn't care. So, anyway, we're going to take a break after I finish the glands. So that liver is very important to make bile, to create your different cholesterols, to do all those things that are necessary to protect the body and be healthy. We have a little gallbladder here, on right above the liver. Now the gallbladder doesn't produce anything. Doctors will tell you all kinds of stories, mythology about what the gallbladder does. The gallbladder is a pouch for bile. Why do we need a pouch for bile? Well, when we used to hunt, just like the gorillas, they'll go and eat an antelope and eat 14 to 28 pounds of meat in 2 days. Nobody tells us. Everybody says the gorillas are vegetarians. Oh yeah? Not if you were with, John John Goodell, who did the movie called The Beginning, won an Academy Award in 1971 or 72, and it was watching the birth of all animals all over the world. He lived with a gorilla and followed gorillas in Africa and found them eating meat, but they would consume massive amounts at a time, and they wouldn't eat it. So if you're eating massive amounts of fat and you don't have bile to digest it, what's going to happen? You have diarrhea. So we've got a pouch for all this excess bile for when we used to be hunters and gatherers and eat a tremendous amount of fat, because all tribes eat the fat first because it goes off quickly. You preserve the meat for a long time. You can pee on it, preserve it. You do all kinds of things to preserve it. But fat you cannot preserve until I met this one Thai girl, who is Scott's girlfriend, who is Manisa's twin. And she taught me how to preserve fat. She had a whole cooler of it without cold packs in it with preserved fat. And the way she did it was, she took the fat of the animal, cleaned it with some coconut water, basted it in the sun for 20 minutes on both sides. And you put it out in the sun. And it makes like a plastic ceiling over it. And we sat there, she had some that was months old, from ducks, from chickens, from all kinds of different animals. Wild. And we sat there for an hour eating this old fat. It tasted almost as delicious as it was fresh. But for some reason, in the older days, they didn't preserve the fat that way. They would consume a mass amount at one time, and you had to have all that bile to digest it. If you ate ice cream, if you ate more than a cup of ice cream without a gallbladder, you'd likely have diarrhea, because you can't digest it without that much bile. The liver can only manufacture so much bile in a 24-hour period. And that's about, half a cup to 3/4 of a cup of fat a day. You go beyond that, you're going to have diarrhea. Digest. We have the pancreas. Very important gland, organ. There's both. Now, the pancreas has a simple job. We digest food, some of it gets transported to the pancreas. The pancreas decides how to realign the nutrients for each body. Very particular gland, an organ, pancreas. But the medical profession, all it does is handle sugar, insulin. Absolute malarkey. It handles the restructuring of nutrients for your particular system. And then when you're loading it with sugar, that's its job. Creates all this insulin. Insulin was a very minute, remote part of the pancreas when you're on a healthy system. Hardly any insulin necessary. When I was diabetic, I wasn't producing any insulin. But as long as I drank raw milk and was on raw food, I never had a problem until I went to all fruit. Then when I ate all fruit, I had diabetes. I was passing out. I'd stand up and black out and just hit the floor, when I was a fruitarian. But I dealt with it. I learned that I can't move fast. I have to move slow. I'm not kidding. If I got up from lying down or sitting down, I moved like this. People thought I was doing yoga. It was cool. But I was preventing myself from blacking out. And I blacked out as a fruitarian for about 3 years. I blacked out 2-3 times a day. If I eat a lot of fruit, like one time I ate a 27-pound watermelon and I looked pregnant. I didn't sleep that night. I was pissing every 10-20 minutes. And the next day I blacked out probably 10-15 times.
You have a weakness for watermelons.
Oh, I did. Well, my bicycle spokes had broken and I was stuck in the swamps of Louisiana. And I took the back roads so I wouldn't be around, a lot of traffic. So there's nobody on these roads. So I couldn't get help and I was stuck with no food anywhere. And I wasn't a meat eater at that time. I had to eat an alligator. But I wasn't. I was a fruitarian. So by the time 8 hours, 9 hours went by, fruitarian can't go long without food. I saw this guy loading watermelons at dusk, and he's loading his watermelons onto his pickup. And I went over there and I said, "Can I help you load those for a watermelon?" He said, "Sure." So I had a 7-pound watermelon. I ate it in 40 minutes. 40 minutes, but I wasn't an expert except for bicycle. So, and man, I blacked out 12-15 times the next day with diabetic symptoms. So your pancreas is a marvelous instrument. And unless you, just like every other part of the body, it's going to function and do its job very well. And that is to realign food and enzymes to be produced and structured in a certain way. Then we have the spleen. Now, sometimes some scientists are finding immature blood cells in there. And they're saying, the body's sending them to the spleen. And a lot of doctors believe that that's where the body sends red blood cells to mature. No. Normally, the red blood cells will mature where they are born in the bone marrow. It's just that the body gets so confused with all the toxicity now going into the bone marrow because the brain's full, the other glands, the nervous system is full. Where's the other place where there's a lot of fat? Your bone marrow is 60% fat, like the brain and the nervous system. So the body starts shoving poisons into the bone marrow. It's got to throw some of the immature cells out. So it throws them into the bloodstream, and then the spleen pulls them out of the bloodstream. Because they're not going to do any work. They can't carry oxygen. And they're immature. They don't work. So the spleen is a vessel to hold red blood cells, mainly for 2 reasons. 1, emergency reason, 2 other reasons. When your blood gets very thick, you get very hot. You get too hot, the spleen pulls red blood cells out and thins your blood and cool down. Get cold, the spleen will throw cup and a half of blood into your red bloodstream,
and it gets thick and you stay warm if you have the fats for the red blood cells to use the oxygen on to utilize the fat. But it will still, even if you don't have that ability, you will still be warmer. And the other thing is, say you fell out of a tree or a palm and cut yourself and you lost a cup of blood. The spleen holds, 2 to 3 pints of blood, depending upon the size of the person. So, what would happen if you lost 2 cups of blood at one time? You'd be anemic. You could freeze overnight. You could be fodder for some cat, some lion, tiger, or some dinosaur. So that is your reserve of red blood cells, so you're not anemic. It'll give you time to replace those red blood cells. The body is a miraculous thing. Miraculous. Now the kidneys. What are the kidneys for? For people who drink too much water. The kidneys have one function. Keep you warm or cold. They pull like the spleen. The spleen does it because we're not healthy, but the kidneys do it normally. They will regulate body temperature. You notice that when you get cold, you want to piss all the time? You want to get the liquid out of your blood, the water out of your blood, so you're not cold. All of a sudden, when you get hot, you're not peeing as much because your body wants to hold the fluid like a radiator.
You're sweating?
Cool the body. Sweating is getting rid of poisons. That's a sign that you're poisonous. People who are not toxic do not perspire. Those tribes do not perspire.
Even
Not
under,
one drop.
not under strain,
Not even under strain.
Really?
Seeing them haul boats out of the ocean one after another in the heat of the day, haul huge, we're talking about, swordfish that's this long, weighs a couple 100 pounds, 260 pounds, and, 150 pound tuna. And they're just carrying these things for hours from the boats to the dock. Not a bit of sweat. Not a bit of sweat. Because they don't have the toxins, they're not getting rid of them. And they don't drink water. If they drink anything, they're drinking coconut water, and that's rare. They may take a sip of it in a day, pass around, coconut, each person has a sip, and that's it for the day. Remember, all of your food is water. Meat is 55% water. Milk is 86% water. Fruit is 90 to 92% water. You're getting all of this water ionically bound properly, all of your electrolytes. It's going to get into the cells properly. When you drink water, there's no ionic bond. I don't care if you're drinking Gatorade or what it is. All you're doing is throwing H2O that's nutrient deficient into your cells. You're going to dehydrate them. Water dehydrates the system. What can that be? Well, take a look at the Aborigines. 130, 120, 140 degree deserts. They don't drink water. They wouldn't dare drink water. Only the civilized ones drink water. But those that are out in the bush, living in the bush, they don't drink water. They take roots out of the ground, they grate them, they wring it, they drink a half a cup of vegetable juice a day. Or they'll break off a plant and let the vegetable juice drip into their mouth. That's all the water they need, because they know if they have water, it's going to dehydrate them more. And then they're going to be dry. And then they're dead desert vine. These people live in the desert. They know you cannot drink water. Impossible. And survive. If you have a house you can go into, air conditioning or a fan, you can get out of the sun. Different. Because those Aborigines who live in the sun all day long, in the weather at night, can't drink water. Can't do it. Water is a bad thing. What the kidneys do, the kidneys only filter out red blood cells. To get the red blood cells to separate from the blood serum, they manufacture an ammonia, an organic ammonia. Horses produce the most. They have a harder time. The horse has a harder time separating red blood cells from the blood serum. That's why the horse produces so much ammonia, so strong. Cows do too, but not quite as much as horses do. We produce quite a bit in our toxic reality. The tribes I noticed have a very low ammonia raw. Tribes have a much lower ammonia, so they can piss around their homes and never smell it. Feeds, gives nitrogen to the plants and utilize it very well. So all of the nutrients that are in your blood are in urine, except for many red blood cells. Very few red blood cells get into the urine. So you can drink your urine if you eat a good diet and you're not detoxifying at a particular time. And there's some people who have protein deficiencies, a lot of acne problems or joint problems, arthritis and rheumatism, who would be good to drink their urine once, twice a day, because they're not digesting the proteins properly. A lot of your vegetarians, communities like in India, drink their urine on a daily basis. All of it or most of it. Why? Because they keep getting to recycle their protein that way. So they can survive as vegetarians. Not long-lived, but at least they can survive with pretty good strength and health without having much meat in their diet. The astronauts, what did they drink? Filtered urine. Every one of them. They drink filtered urine. Filtered for what? Who knows? They were probably drinking pure, just something to neutralize some of the ammonia so the astronauts didn't have to taste it. Swaggart was first flight. That was one of my relatives and my cousins in that flight. So I got to experience. My father was part of the jet engine rocket division of General Electric, so I got privy to some of that stuff. So they were drinking their urine. If you get a hankering, as they say in the South, to have some urine, drink it. Just don't drink your first in the morning. And that's the one they'll tell you to drink. Everybody tells you to drink your first one in the morning. During the night, you detoxify your nervous system. Do not drink that first urine unless you're absolutely healthy. Then it would be a good one to drink. Drink the one that falls 6 to 10 hours after a meat meal. And anyone after that. But not after a long sleep. You want to recycle those proteins. So you're going to get a lot more protein when the urine falls 6-9 hours and more after a meal. Okay. All right, that takes care of all those body. Everybody knows about the muscles and the I'll get into the connective tissue. We need to take a break.
Oh my God.
Some people do.
I just need to stretch. I'm not tired. I just need to move.
Stretch, yeah. Need some vinegar.
What do you recommend people with high activity do during a workshop? Like sit in the corner and do sit-ups?
Yeah, they can do that. I have people that will go in the back and just do yoga during the whole process. Something like that. And then at the break they'll run around to wherever it is really fast. Sprint for 10 minutes.
And 2 questions. I've never been a sweater. I'm not toxic.
Right, it's very tough.
So,
I was gonna go.
I'm not
You will get that. You put the proper weight on you.
What?
I will sweat.
I will sweat?
Oh yeah, we'll get
Can
you
you talk
some.
about
I've had people who went their whole lives
said
without
about
sweating. And then when they got on this diet after a few
Did you write
years,
that down?
I had Oliver's he listed like a couple different fats, like
Exercise really doesn't.
cream and
Spin
coconut.
class.
I think like
Full
butter or
on.
cream and coconut cream or something, and
what
a
about
little bit of honey.
Stick straight hair. all
And then
of a
he,
sudden-
but the rest of it I got like you.
Yeah, I got that part. I just
Uh-huh.
didn't.
oh. Okay, we have connective tissue, we have muscles, we have bone, and we have skin. Talked about the skin. Toxins pass through it. But I'm going to take a little time to talk about, I'll do just a little time, when your lymph system dumps its toxins, its waste, that it's neutralized and hopefully dissolved to a point that it be secreted through the skin. It dumps it into underneath the skin in the connective tissue. Has to be perspired out of the body. If it doesn't get out of there, if you don't remove it, it could cause lupus or MS. Lupus is a dissolution of connective tissue, dissolves and disintegrates. MS is where you harden, the area hardens, and nerves die. And then it backs up, keeps drying up all the way back up into the brain. And then you've got problems. So a lot of people will say, brush the skin vigorously. If you've ever looked at skin brushed under a microscope, you see that you've absolutely abrased it, it's bleeding, it's seeping. Who the hell wants to do that to the skin? It's great. You know? There's another way to do it. You get into a hot bath. Hot bath about 102 to 105 degrees. You stay in there for a while. If you've got municipal water, you need at least 3 things. You need vinegar, you need milk, and you need sea salt. And I give the ratios in the recipe book. But it's about 2 tablespoons of sea salt, about 3 to 4 tablespoons of raw and pasteurized apple cider vinegar, and about a cup of milk. Raw milk. It can be soured milk, fine, it doesn't matter. Milk you don't want to drink, fine, doesn't matter. That will neutralize the toxins, the fluoride, the chlorine, all that stuff that's in the water. And then if you want to add something to nutrify the body a little bit, you could add an extra cup of milk, some coconut cream, 2 or 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, and that will help nutrify the body while you're in there. Now I use my fermented coconut as my soap. And I rub it, it's slightly fermented, so it gets in there and takes it out. Now I was with the tribe over there in Philippines, and they took these soft rocks, smooth rocks, out of the ocean, and they would brush themselves and get all the dead skin off, because they wouldn't bathe for weeks at a time. And, I was doing some of their backs, and you see these, little round balls, little round long things that would look like scrolls, that would come off. There was their skin, and I'd rub their back. And they said, oh, we'll do it to you. So one guy was doing it to me. No dirt! No dirt! Because I put this coconut cream on, and I keep it from hardening and drying like that. And they don't necessarily do all that. So the coconut cream softens everything. And then and I just use that before I get into the bath or before I rinse off in the shower. And I'll take a cotton cloth or a silk cloth. It doesn't take anything abrasive to do that. And you just, don't have to do it. You can do it vigorously, but don't press hard. It's not necessary. Unless you like that feeling, that's fine. The cloth is not going to hurt you if the brush would. And let me tell you, I don't have a picture of it. I lost that particular file in a crash. But if you saw a skin that was brushed, you can see the scratches. And then you've got oozing, some's yellow, some's white, blood, and all that. All this. And it's so microscopic you can't see it, but it's there. And there's one guy who does it over there, he's bragging about it, just brush the skin over here. He's got good color. But if you look at it under a microscope, that good color is mostly scab. Ultrascopic scab. It gives him that good color. And it's not really health. And he oils it. He oils the skin so you can't feel it. And he stays, healthy and moist looking. It's salt. It's salt in it. Cheese, I'm starting to drip saliva from salt. Is it really salt in that cheese?
Yeah,
Why did she have salted cheese?
we got foisted.
Yeah, what? Yeah.
What did you say salt was?
We got snookered.
Oh, really? From whom?
I don't know, where is it?
She's down
Salt's
putting
not
You
it
good.
in.
say that U.S. Wellness currently is putting salt in their cheese, but starting in January, they're gonna stop.
Oh, that was from
Why?
Wellness. Oh, if I'd known that. It would
What's this all about? What's wrong with it? I forgot. I know.
Well, I'm going to get into that
Okay.
soon.
We're ahead.
So, the connective tissue needs to be cleaned. You need to get into a hot bath. And now, if your lymph glands are clogged, if you have a lymphatic rosary or a lymphatic ring in iridology, that means your lymphatic system is very jammed with toxic vegetable oils, margarine, and stuff like that. Now, like I said, in a herbivore, their body temperature is 101 to 105 degrees. They keep that fluid. We have to heat our bodies up to that temperature to get it to fluid to perspire it out of the body. So you need to get that lymphatic that deep, that hot for a long time, you need to be in a tub that's at least 102 to 105 degrees for 50 minutes before it gets that deep. Now imagine a cold stick of butter in the center of a jar, glass jar, and your outside heat being 105 degrees. How long does it take the heat to get in there to slightly melt the outside of that cold stick of butter is still generating its coldness outwardly while the heat's working. So it's just a fine layer that's going to get moved, melted. So you stay in there an hour to an hour and a half. So you can have 10 minutes of the dissolving, or you can have 30 minutes, 30 or 40 minutes of dissolving if you stay in an hour and a half to get that to melt. Then the lymphatic system is going to dump it into the connective tissue. The next 2 days, you take shorter baths, 35, 40-minute hot baths, perspire that out of the system before you do another long lymphatic bath. Everybody I've ever seen has lymphatic congestion. It's just a product of our fast food. They're all using hydrogenated vegetable oils for everything. Everybody's eating any kind of a potato chip, French fry, donut, pizza, anything. They've got those hardened fats in their lymphatic system and probably in their connective tissue. So the thing is to try to do 2 lymphatic baths a week, never closer than 3 days apart, 2 days to 3 days of the short baths. Keep that detoxifying going. Now when you take the long bath, you want something in the system that will start, when the lymphatic system starts moving, it doesn't harden again when your body cools. So what I figured and experimented with, if you have pineapple and coconut cream, tiny bit of honey, tiny bit of butter, a tiny bit of dairy cream in there. Whenever you have coconut cream, you have to have an animal fat with it. The animal fat will bind with the toxins and keep them from doing a lot of damaging things to the body as the coconut cream breaks down, dissolves things. So it's just added protection. Most people, they don't need it, but why take a chance? Like let's say you use 4 tablespoons of coconut cream with a half a cup of pineapple. Let's say you use 3/4 to a tablespoon of dairy cream and a pea-sized amount of butter. It's no big deal. Blend that all together, whip the fats into like a whipped cream and have diced pineapple, however you want. And you have it as soon as you get into the bath or right before you get into it. And when you get out of the long bath, you don't have to do it after the 35-40 minute bath, but the hour to an hour and a half bath, you get out of the bath very slowly, you keep the bathroom warm or wherever you are, and you sit and you dry yourself off. Of course, you're going to be hot, you're going to keep perspiring. When you feel like you've finished most of the perspiring, you put on, I don't care how hot it is, you put on winter clothes. Put on cotton long underwear to absorb more perspiration. Then you put clothes on over that, and then you take a slow walk. 30, 40 minutes. 45 minutes if you can. What that will do is that'll start the circulatory systems moving faster. Remember, everything's thinner now, everything's hot. So things are going to move fast. So you don't have to run, you don't have to jog, anything like that. Most of you are going to be so wasted that you're not going to want to run. You're just going to, okay, I'll take a walk. And that's what it will be like. And that's fine. That's all we need. Just to make sure that by that time that pineapple and that coconut cream is going to be already in the lymphatic fluid and moving through. So when your body cools, guess what? It's not going to harden. It won't harden. Yeah.
Isn't it alternative to pineapple? Pineapple's a little acidic. No.
You eat that, or you put it in the
eat
bath?
it.
Okay.
You're eating it.
You
Right
eat
after
that.
that.
Eat that. You drink it. Or
Right
eat it.
after the bath.
Right before the bath,
Okay.
or as soon as you get in the bath.
Is that in your book?
Yes, that's in
Okay.
the recipe book under lymphatic congestion. No, wait a minute. It's in We Want to Live. The rewritten version, 2005 version, it's in that one. In the original We Want to Live, it's not there.
Okay, how do you tell the old one from the new one?
And it says on there, rewritten, revised in 2005. There's 52 and a half more pages than the original version. And that has the lymphatic baths information. The first publishing does not. Okay, then, so the first publishing, there were 11,000 copies. We sold that in 2005, I think it was. So then, or early in 2005. And then I did the rewrite. And then there was 4 or 5 months with no books. They were selling for $100, $135 a copy. Wow. What scammers out there? Yeah. So then, I put the revised version out, and there's been 2 printings of that since that one. So, I wish I were getting more of that money. I wish I was getting it all. So, anyway, that lymphatic baths information is in We Want to Live under lymphatic congestion, lymphatic baths. And look under, therapies, methodologies, and back of near the end of the book, and it'll talk about how to do baths, what to put in them, like I already said, what to put in them.
Yeah, that pineapple one though, is that in?
That's to drink.
But that's not in there, is it?
That's in that one. If you got the revised version, it is. So cleaning out that lymphatic system and getting it flowing is very important to remedying a lot of diseases, especially skin diseases and rashes, getting those under control. And when you've got a rash, problems like that, you can rub cold tomato slices on or cucumber slices about every hour, and that'll calm those down till they ease. Coconut cream is also something you would use on in the night. Put it on and put some long johns over that, cotton long johns over that, so that you can perspire that stuff. Anytime you have a rash, these toxins are moving through the skin and causing irritation to your skin, all skin layers. That's why it's bubbling up. Anytime you have any abrasion anything coming out through the skin, it is a detox of something very toxic.
So what poison ivy from that?
Poison ivy is a detox of the oil from the leaf.
Okay.
The oil is very caustic. So when the body gets it on it, a few molecules can cause irritation. And you'll get a whole tiny, very thin drop of it at a time. And you're talking about a pin tip, not a pin head, of oil. And your body will absorb that and then spread it through here and try to push it out to the skin all the way, and you'll keep moving it to push it out. It's not spreading in the way that some disease is growing in you. It's just thinning the oil out to be able to take it out through the skin so it doesn't damage one area. If it came out one area, your skin would just drop off. So the body tries to control it and move it to get it out, convert it, and get it out of the body. And old urine is the best way to break those fats down. Like I said in the book, old stinky urine, and put that on, and it breaks those poison ivy, poison oak, poison sumacs within 24 hours.
So what do you consider old?
If it stinks, it's old.
Do you save urine or something for that area? Is that what you're saying? To save your urine for those cases?
Well, I usually save my one a day just to watch the sediment and see what happens. Crystals are falling. If crystals form in a day, 2 days, I'll know that I'm throwing off a lot of heavy minerals. I just observe a lot of things just to see what's going on. I'm one of those scientific
Good
people.
fun guy to hang out with.
And then, something happens, I got the urine right there because I live in my backyard is coated with poison oak. And the first year there, I was getting it, every few days. So, I know that the Indians would eat the small leaves. So I said, okay, I'm going to do that for immunity. So I ate some small leaves. My neck went into a rash and got this big. My penis did the same thing. Literally, my penis got this big, swollen. And then all under here, the same thing. All over the lymph glands were. So I was walking around like this. And that was it. If I've got it, since then, that was be 10 years in February since I did that. And when I've gotten poison oak only 3 times in that time, it's been to a small area like that. And I put the urine on it. It works. But the Indians eat a little bit every year. I just ate it the one time.
It's not commercially viable. Sorry.
Nope.
Around here we get it from mango.
Yeah.
The same family.
Uh-huh.
And if I'm digging in the ground, the earth around the mango tree, I get some of the root on my hand.
The white. Yeah. Milk.
Get a little of it on my hand. And for a week I'll have it coming out my hand.
Well, you just take urine and coat your hands with it before you start digging.
It actually feels good. It's almost erotic when I get it hot under the water.
Yeah. It is. Erotic here wasn't the same thing because it itched. Oh! Itched. Madness. I never saw a penis that big. Whoa! Except on an elephant, It wasn't that long, but it was that long.
Take a picture of it?
No! I tried. I couldn't get a good angle on it. I got the neck in this area and here. But I think I did get one. Yeah, I think I did one. Okay, so detoxing out your skin is very important. Perspiring is very important. Another way you can perspire and get rid of a lot of that stuff And remember, when you do this, you're going to have more liquid. More milk, more vegetable juice, coconut water, not just regular water. Tomatoes, cucumbers are your best. Now, cucumbers don't have high carbohydrate, but they have a lot of collagen precursors. So they help you revitalize the skin.
Internally, externally, you're saying?
Pardon?
Use them internally or externally?
Internally. Drink it, but it's best not to juice too much of the cucumber. It's best to peel them and blend them with the vegetable juice so you can get the collagen effect. Also, when you perspire, it'll be more nutrient dense, so you won't have to lose quite as much fluid when you lose the nutrients. So, in the recipe book, when I give a formula for vegetable juice for detoxification, I've got very little cucumber in there, and it's always juice. After you've been on the diet for a year or two, you need to adjust that. You need less celery. You need cucumber puree rather than all that celery. So you can reduce the celery almost by 50, sometimes 60, 70%, depending upon the person. And if I'm doing a consult for you, I'll suggest the amounts for you. And I found that because we eat so little fruit on the primal diet, usually one time a day, it's not enough collagen to restore the skin without heavy breakdown, because 90% of the poisons are leaving through the skin and breaking down the collagen in the skin. So I found some people, after they've been on the diet a while, their skin was breaking down and getting too dry. So then the cucumber is a fruit without being a high carbohydrate fruit, and it is a great collagen precursor. That's why, spas use it to put it on the skin, on the face, and stuff like that. Well, you just puree it. You don't juice it, you puree it with your other juices, and you drink that. And that cuts thirst down tremendously. I have tennis players, champion tennis players, doing a mix of 1 to 1.5 cups of tomato, 2 cups of the cucumber puree. Always peel your cucumbers, even if they say organic. And
why?
Because they can call them organic and put petroleum wax on them. 15% petroleum wax.
Does that go for other things too? Other fruits or tomatoes or anything?
Well, that's the only one you puree. You puree on this diet. Okay. I mean tomatoes, but they don't wax tomatoes.
If you grow your own eggs.
Yeah, even if you grow your own, the cellulose in that skin, too much for us to digest. What you can do is peel it and run the peels through the juicer if you've grown them yourself, while you're juicing your parsley and your celery and your carrot if you're juicing carrot. And that way you'll get some of those nutrients out of the peel of the cucumber as long as you've grown it,
Why are we pureeing at all opposed to just juicing it?
You were listening?
I was, but I still didn't get it.
Yeah, without the collagen precursors are in the pulp of the cucumber.
Oh, because you want to be
So you've got to have the pulp.
fiber.
Yeah, the fiber. But it's not a complex cellular, like a vegetation, like a leaf stalk or root. It's a fruit. So you can break it down. Watermelon, you can do the same thing. Melons, you can do the same thing. However, there's a high fruit content in it. You're going to destabilize the mineral balance in your body. You're going to cause more thirst. You might have a sugar high and a sugar low. Cucumber, you don't have that.
What about the rind of the melon?
Rind of the melon, if you want to be horny all the time. Rind of a watermelon is a natural Viagra. It contains citrulline. Citrulline causes a heart beating. So, if you eat the rind, and that's all I eat, the rind and about that much of the pink. and I core it out and throw the rest away. And let me tell you, I'm hard all night long if I do that.
It doesn't have the collagen precursors in it.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Definitely does. And you'll notice the rind tastes just like cucumber.
Okay.
Almost identical. Yeah. But it has the added citrulline. So if I want a good night's sleep and not have all kinds of wet dreams, then I don't eat the watermelon. I eat the cucumber. But sometimes that's my exercise. Sex in my dreams. I dream of exercise. Then, so that pretty, juice, when you have parsley, it's full of vitamin E, it's full of chlorophyll, it helps alkalinize the blood. It's the main purpose of parsley. And when we detox, and when you're on a good diet, the body's going to detox just as much when you're not on a good diet, but you're probably going to do it a little bit more thoroughly. And your blood's going to have a tendency to get acidic. So your green juices are very necessary to balance that. 1, 2, 3, 4 cups a day, depending upon your needs. If you're an irritable person, don't eat much red meat, and drink more juice. Eat more cucumbers. Celery is a very good substance to use for a couple of years on the diet. It could be 2 to 6 years that you may need a lot of celery. Celery is concentrated sodium. People who have so much salt stored in their system, it helps remove it. Still leave enough sodium in there to keep your own electrolyte balance with sodium. Now, sodium, in its food form, is the smallest molecular mineral we have. But in salt form, it's one of the largest because it clumps together. So when you eat salt, I don't care if it's Celtic salt, salt from the Dead Sea, I don't care where it's from. It's concentrated sodium that is not ionically bound. So what happens then, you have these large clumpings of sodium that get into the blood, and the way your body eats is that a cell with 1 or 2 ions inside of it, it opens, it attracts ion bonds that carry nutrients with it, and it eats. Now normally a cell, if the body's healthy, eating the proper diet, raw diet for that particular system, you will have 93 to 117 nutrients. That's a great smorgasbord, isn't it? 92 to 117 nutrients, all bound together perfectly in a perfect form for your cells to eat it with one swallow. Pretty amazing. When you have salt in the system, you have these big clumps of sodium that cause the fractionation of these smorgasbords. So when a cell goes to open up to eat, it may be getting a fraction of the nutrients it's normally supposed to. It will not get a balanced, complete diet. Sometimes the sodium molecules are so big that when the cell goes to open up and you've got these clumps here, it's too big to get into the cell. So what happens is the magnetism is so great from this large sodium and cluster of other nutrients that is collected on its way, pulling the ions out of the stomach of the cell, rips the ions out of the stomach of the cell can never eat again. The cell will shrivel like a raisin, like a grape to a raisin, and die. 2 little bitty grains of salt will kill 2 million red blood cells in that way, and starve 10 million others of a complete diet. Salt is one of the most dangerous toxic things in the world. And the British government started it. Because it went to India and it found Indians living on the sea making their salt and using it. So they said, oh, we can make a lot of money with this. So they outlawed India from making their own salt. People were allowed to make their own salt. It's like in Colombia, they tried to say, nobody can collect rainwater. You have to pay for your rainwater. People own it. That was what, and the people rebelled a year ago and overthrew the government. And that was PepsiCo and Coca-Cola who were down there and did that. They made a deal with the government. They owned all water rights, including rain. Well, that government was ousted pretty quickly, violently. So that's what the King and Queen of England, the hierarchy there, went to India and had this big salt thing and started distributing it all over the world. China didn't even make salt in that way. And we started shipping it over there, got everybody into salt. Very few communities ever use salt. The sea communities sometimes use it, not very often. Now everybody uses it. It's on every table. Now they put sodium chloride in it or iodine. All kinds of toxins. Potassium chloride, saltpeter. Damage your sexual prowess by eating that stuff. That's what a lot of water softeners are. Potassium chloride. So they're making all these different salts, not just sodium salts, to cause distractions in the body. Water does the same thing as salt. It dilutes and fractionates it. When you look at an archaeological book, under solvents, what's the first one that shows up? Water. When it rains, it dissolves rock. Plants eat. What happens when it goes in the body? It dissolves and neutralizes and thins digestive acids, digestive juices. It destroys bacteria. It actually drowns them. It interferes with the villi. It thins the mucus. All kinds of, and it leaches. Water is a solvent. Use it as a solvent. A little bit. Half a cup a day. Athletes, no more than a cup and a half a day, no more than a tablespoon at a time. You sip it. Even milk. You don't see me chugging milk. You see me sucking milk. People say to me, what do you do with your throat down like that? Well, I say, because when a baby's suckling, all these enzymes are going in with the milk, whatever you eat or drink. No matter what I drink, even if it's water, I get lots of bacteria in it. And I haven't had water. I'd say I had coconut water 2 days ago. I haven't had coconut water in 2 days. But I'll suck it in like that. I found that I used to drink 3 quarts of milk a day in the heat. Now I'm lucky if I drink 1 1/4 a day. Why? Because I suck it in, I digest everything better. When I used to drink water, I'd drink 2 gallons of water a day. I'd be pissing all day. Now, piss maybe 3 times a day and not much. I maybe urinate 3 cups in a day, 3.5 cups at most, and I'm not consuming that much. So I'm keeping at this constant regulatory balance. Plus, I'm healthier than a lot of people, even though I may not look it. Inside, I am. After that 14 years, most all the toxins pass through my skin, and they leave all kinds of, bumps and abrasions, and then I have to heal those. But that's in most people. It may take your skin a few years to heal. from as dry as you've got. But if you put coconut cream on it every day, it will help facilitate that. Coconut cream is your best body moisturizer.
How do you recommend doing the coconut cream? Are you going to go into that?
You know, it's in the books, both books.
Well, I get overwhelmed by it because, you got to get this coconut, you have to chop it, is there any, like the Artesia, it's up to 118, you would recommend against Artesia brand?
There's no raw coconut cream, no matter what
I
they
did
say.
talk to them and they said they do it less than 118, which is what we're talking.
It's got to be down to 96 degrees.
So less milk better, more milk better?
Pardon?
I wanted to go back just for a second to the milk thing. You said you were drinking less milk. What's the reason for that? Or?
I'm just digesting it better. I don't need as much. So I don't urinate as much. I don't pass as much fluid. I'm conserving the body's energy better. Probably if I were a sports person, that would give me more energy for that. You know? But I'm only sleeping like 4.5 hours a day. And I'm completely focused and going the whole day. And usually at these I'll have eggs, and if I lose a word, I'll pop an egg right away. But in the moisture here with the milk, I usually don't need an egg. If I'm in a dry, deserty place, egg will bring the mind back quicker than the milk will.
Hold that up. We're going to have questions later.
Yeah, we're going to have Q&A later. So water you want to keep minimal and specifically at small amounts at a time. And everybody does need some solvent, water. You make sure it's good water. Not water in plastic, because you can better believe that when they make the plastic bottles, they have the molds in them that have a solvent and a powder. It keeps it from sticking to the machine. So it's constantly, lubricating the machine, and the plastic is formed, and a lot of that gets inside the bottle. So what happens is, when you put your food in there, when they put water in it, you're getting some of that in there. You're getting some plastic in there, you're getting some petroleum lubrication for the machine, you're getting some of the powder. If companies were to take all of their bottles, the plastic bottles, and clean them first, you wouldn't be getting that. But if you're getting your milk in plastic, like Mark McAfee with his organic pastures, that plastic doesn't get it. I said, what tests have you done, Mark? Sure, it's getting in there. You're not going to be harmed by it because the potassium, calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus are going to bind with it. But you're losing some calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, and potassium out of the milk. So it's better not to have plastic. Don't heat anything in a plastic container, and don't freeze anything in plastic. People who make ice cubes in plastic get BPA's in it. People who heat things in plastic get BPA's in their whatever they're freezing. So never freeze anything in plastic. If you want ice cubes, you get some Pyrex glass that won't break easily. You put some water in there, take it out, and put some lukewarm water, let the whole section, and you break it up, and there's your ice cube. And you can go online, and there are a lot of places. Even Rockford, New York, what's that clinic there? Famous clinic. They even put up on their website. Do not heat or freeze anything in plastic, because the BPA's will release into it. Who?
Was it Duke? Not Mayo or Cleveland.
Mayo.
Was it Duke Mayo?
Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic. Rochester, New York. Rochester, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
which is amazing. So, minimal with water, salt, none. Absolutely none, unless you can't get off the floor. Can't get off the floor, you've got what is called complete system breakdown. And salt will help boost a little bit. It's a punch way to do it. I call it adrenal fatigue because that's what other people call it, adrenal exhaustion. Not really adrenal exhaustion. Like I say, your adrenals shouldn't be pumping anything unless it's fight or flight. But some people live on pumping their adrenals and run on adrenaline. Steroids pump adrenaline into the system fast. Testosterone, estrogen, all of that. All of those steroids will pump energy into a person. But that's a drug. So salt in that situation, I say in my book, 3 to 4 grains a week only. But everybody here seems to be able to get off the floor. So there's no problem here. You look like I might have to cry.
Why?
That's just because you're relaxed.
I'm relaxed.
Yeah.
What about seawater?
Like I say, any water. It doesn't matter what it is.
Seawater has a flavor, you know.
Yeah, it's got concentrated salt. What happens when you drink? What happens when people drink seawater? They go into stomach cramps, they go into Charlie horse, and they vomit and die. That's what happens when people drink seawater.
What about swimming in it? Do you absorb it?
If you're eating a lot of fish or coconut oil, you won't. If your skin's very dry, you will. And it'll make your skin drier. You know that sting, that burn? That's the salt drying cells out and drying them so bad that they, nerve cells that they hurt. It feels like you're almost getting bit. Starting to burn, crack. So there you don't have enough. So if you have that problem, you put some coconut oil on before you go into the ocean. And coconut oil will harden at ocean temperature, come firm and protect you. It's another great thing about coconut oil, because they could go out and spear fish all day long, and as long as the water didn't get up to 75 degrees, and it stayed around 70 degrees, the coconut oil would stay as a barrier.
Now, coconut oil you can buy in a jar, and that's okay? Unlike the coconut cream?
There's only one coconut oil that I convinced somebody to make under 96 degrees, and that's the Philippine fermented coconut oil that Wilderness Family Naturals makes. Now I've got another oil that's made in Koh Samui by my niece's connection in Thailand, but it's almost twice as expensive. So the one from Wilderness Family Naturals,
It's the fermented ones.
yeah, it's the Philippine fermented. They have several on there. It's the Philippine fermented is the one they agreed to me 6 months talking into lowering it from 103 degrees down to 96. So that's a good oil, and you can use that. Now for massage it isn't good, because again you choke off the oxygen absorption into your cells, your skin. So it's better to use coconut cream. Coconut cream has your water-soluble fats and enzymes and vitamins, not only your oil. And in coconut cream in all foods, you've got a low oil level, 6-12% maximum of oil. Water-soluble fats could be 30% of the food. And in coconut, it's almost 40% for the, it's more than 45%. 45% of your water-soluble fat. Most people don't know that there's water-soluble fats because nobody talks about it. But they are very important The reason they talk about the oils because they can separate them and say, vitamin F, important fatty acids. You buy this, you'll be better health. You're better health. Yeah, one part of 6% of your body, 8% of your body. But what about all the water-soluble fats? You get them in meat. Coconut cream is the best place to get it. When I get a massage, what do I get a massage with? Coconut cream. If I want it to be cleansing and get in there and help break down toxins under my skin, I use the fermented. When I want to feed and nutrify my skin, I use fresh coconut cream.
So oil is for inside then?
Pardon?
Coconut oil for internal purposes?
You can use it a little bit, maybe a tablespoon a day.
So you say there's ferment, there's coconut oil, which is the wilderness. There's coconut cream that's fresh that you juice yourself. That's what you could use.
Yeah.
Then there's coconut cream that you can buy that you put on your skin, or you can there's no
It's the only way you can get it.
Always
Always make coconut cream. Unless I hauled some machines over, imported 3 sets of machines from Thailand. Shell the coconut, grate the coconut, juice the coconut graters. And there's a set of machines. And that can produce probably 5 gallons a month. It's only $12,000. Hawaii was a little bit more cost to get to Honolulu for some reason. $600 more to send it to Hawaii than it would to San Pedro, California. I don't know how it works.
And nobody's doing it.
Nobody's doing it here on the islands. A Marquis from Maui was going to do it, but he didn't. Or he hasn't yet. But I went to Hobart, which is a industrial kitchen or industrial food machine manufacturing, and just to have the juicer made, the juicer I made was all stainless steel. There they do other kinds of steel. But for me to have them made in stainless steel, it cost 1/3 more. However, the juicer looks like a champion juicer, and it's this long and this high. So the whole area that churns and pushes it through, you've got a screen this big, and fold over together. And the coconut cream goes out here, the pulp comes out here, down here. And Hobart wanted $55,000 to make that machine. I get all 3 machines imported for $12,000. Incredible. So we've got a place in Chicago and in Phoenix and in Los Angeles that makes it, ships it all over to people all over the United States. But it's like $12 to $20 a pint. But it says how to do it in the book. You crack the shell all around and you pry out the coconut meat. You don't have to peel it unless you're going to make, you want a real white cake with a pulp for your kid for birthday or something. You don't peel that brown pearl on there. You just grind it in a food processor to a grated state, and then you put it in a jar, and you put some coconut water in there and get it wet, and just a little bit, and then you let it sit in a sink of hot water, not hot enough to burn your hand, but hot, and let it sit in there for about 10 minutes. Make sure your room is 80 degrees. That sentence was left out of both books. You got to let the room heat up to 80 degrees. Once it hits 78 degrees, the water-soluble and the oil-soluble fats will free up from the cellulose. So if, let's say, you do your juicing at 70 degrees early in the morning here, you juice your coconut pulp. You're only going to get maybe 6 ounces maybe 5 ounces out of each coconut cream. If you get it up to 80 degrees, you're going to get 9, 10 ounces out of one coconut. Big difference, huge difference. So all the places that are making it in America, the 3 places where I have it, where it's made. Now I imported the machines with very little. I didn't take much at all. I didn't even barely pay for my telephone calls and all the time it took me to establish a relationship with the company. So it's about people getting what they need, because I'm not out to make money on these machines. So that's why it's still such a low price. I could charge you $30,000 and take, 28, to take $22,000 and make a good profit, but I'm not. I'm taking about $600, $700 per 3 setup, and that's it. And that barely pays for everything, because I have to send money over there to them because I have an account there. So that costs me money. It's a lot of work. But for me, it's worth it for you to get coconut cream. This coconut cream is one of the most important foods that you can have to detox slowly and well and protectively.
How long will that cream last?
It depends on if you used any kind of fermented or slightly off coconut. It could go in hours, or it could take a week.
And that's in the refrigerator?
Yeah, it's in the refrigerator.
Can you submerge the meat in 80-degree water if you're living in a cold climate or can't heat up your place?
I take my meat and put it in my hot car if I want it warm. It can be 100 degrees in the car. And by the time it gets through the small cooler that I have it in with no cooling element in the jar, it stays hot, probably gets up to about 86, 87 degrees for hours. And I get to enjoy that and taste. I do that with cheese sometimes too. So yeah, you can put it in a jar, immerse it in hot water. I try to conserve energy, so I put it in my car, so I'm not using hot water, electricity, or gas to heat the hot water. So try to use things as more natural as possible. Yeah, I like to heat my meat, and I like to heat my cheese.
If you eat fresh coconut, then you just crash it open and it's warm out.
Too much cellulose.
But you spit it's like you do juice
Yeah,
the best you can and
you
spit
can do
the
that,
stuff
absolutely.
out. And am I getting some coconut cream benefits?
Absolutely.
What's
It's a lot of work, good for the teeth.
What's wrong with cellulose with vitamin?
Pardon?
What's wrong with cellulose?
You don't have the enzymes to break it down. Give it to a cow or a horse or a pig.
It's diarrhea. You swallow it.
Don't those tribes you visited eat coconuts though? I mean, they don't juice it, right? Or what do they do with it?
Spit out a lot of pulp.
Really?
Yeah. They'll
What
chew
about
and spit out the
young
pulp.
coconuts with the softer meat? I mean, it's all got.
They eat that, but it's not as nutrifying, so they don't do it. They'll give it to the infants if they have a digestive problem. But it's usually not in their tribe. It's usually when they're traveling around and they meet other tribes who are cooking their foods, and they'll give it as a medicine to babies. And even elderly people who have stomach problems, digestive problems, will give them the young coconut. But they don't eat young coconut. Only mature coconut. When you're stable, you don't need all that stuff. And your digestion's good. But all of us could use some of that, to help with enzyme activity, digestion. Okay, so coconut cream is a very credible product, and definitely should use it. And if somebody wants those machines, just let me know. 2 couples who got them in America, and James Stewart, they paid them off in a year by the amount of orders that they got. So it was that quick. And to be able to pay your business off in a year, pretty incredible. And the sheller, it's got a wheel with a bunch of jagged teeth on it, and then a pin that comes up. So there at the eye, there's a little, eye, 3 eyes of the coconut. There's a little lip there, and you just put that under the ring, and you like that. The Thais and the Filipinos who use that to do it, they can shell a coconut in 3 seconds. 3-5 seconds. Takes me 10 to 15 seconds to shell a coconut. That's pretty fast. But what you have is you have a whole coconut with the water inside, complete and intact. You go over and snap it, let the water drop, take it over to a grinder. It's about this big, and you put the halves through. You got it all ground, and you take it over to the big juicer. It looks like a Champion juicer, stainless steel. You pour that into there, and it goes down into it quickly. Hour, 5 gallons. Incredible stuff.
You also source coconuts for those people?
Pardon?
You also source the coconuts for those people?
They go to a source from Costa Rica. Costa Rica has a good source. Have you ever driven to Costa Rica? Hundreds of miles of coconut. Forever. I mean, I rented an SUV and went up to the northern end of the volcano and came down all along the Pacific coast, and 70% of that entire coast were coconut orchards all the way down. And then I came to the mountains back, all the way back to Costa Rica. And it's July, freezing cold. Clouds just sit in the mountain. It's very cold. Down there you've got tropics. So why? Because the mountains are so high. Yeah. Anyway, lots of coconuts here. So that's what we're associated with coconuts. Probably you're going to source next is, because everybody, when you get a good supply of something, they keep raising the price. So it looks like you're going to go to Nicaragua, and get some there next. But there are many sources. You just have to go to a supply and find something to go around. James sent a girl over to Thailand, sourced a lot, but Thais are so, like Hawaiians, everything is 20, 30 minutes later, but there it's 2 weeks, 2 months, 5 months later, anything happens. So they're not a good place to be reliable, a low reliable consistency. Costa Rica is almost completely Americanized, so it's more of a process. Everybody's more interested in money than sitting around fishing. So, and the fisherman, he's out there fishing, and the businessman says, man, you catch a lot of fish, get a few boats, and you can make a lot of money with that fish. And he said, and then you could, get a fleet of boats and then have a big factory and you make a lot of money. And he says, what do I do with the money? He says, you can go fishing. Take a look at that, folks. That's exactly what's happening. Everybody's going out to make a lot of money for free time. What does it take to have free time? It takes good food and health. Sit around and have a good time. But that's what the American government and white governments don't want you to do. That's why they annihilated every tribe, because that's all they cared about was food and enjoying themselves and having fun. And you can't have slave labor if they're healthy and relaxed and not working. So that's why there is that conspiracy to keep you unhealthy. Healthy people, what do you want to work for? You're already good, you're already happy. Why do you want to work?
Yep.
Exactly. So, okay. That pretty much carries the body. Also, you'll dump a lot of toxins out your nails. So at times your nails are going to get dry, ridged. They'll get gaps in them. When you have chemicals coming out, the body tries to get rid of the worst stuff in the follicles, build it into the hair, into the nails. So you're going to go through times. I went through a 2-year period where this nail caved in, and it stayed that way, and it's finally finished dumping. Another 6 months, and you won't even be able to tell I was dumping anything out of that nail. But look at these nails. So
are they
63 years old, those are pretty nice nails.
I noticed that 18 months.
Pardon? Yeah, Most people's feet are mangled and knuckled and, my age. Don't have a problem, because you won't get up. Okay, let's get into food. So don't ever be afraid of your body. Something comes out of your body, say, what should I put on that? Coconut cream, I can put lime juice, I can put tomato, I can put any food on it. Any food. Urine, anything you put on a wound. Do not go for a medication. Do not go for a lotion. Sunscreen. What's your best sunscreen? Coconut cream. If you want a tanning lotion, you put coconut oil on. Now, the only problem that I have with coconut cream, I use so much of it, I stay whiter than I want to. I have to get more sun because it makes the skin white. It breaks down the vitamin D so you can absorb it faster. But that's good because then if I'm able to get out in the sun more, then I can get more vitamin D into my body and get healthier and stronger quicker. Also the stiffness that comes about from lactic acid and uric acids forming in the body, especially if you're an athlete, they have a tendency to collect. To help break those down and mitigate it, and I was giving that formula, somebody interrupted me. I said 1 to 1.5 cups of tomato, 2.5 cups of cucumber puree. That's tomato puree, cucumber puree. Peel the cucumbers before you puree. You have 1 tablespoon of vinegar, raw and pasteurized apple cider vinegar. 2 to 4 tablespoons of honey. And 2 to 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 1 to 2 tablespoons of dairy cream, and maybe 3 tablespoons of lemon juice. You've got a great sport drink there to sip on all day. Now that sport drink takes 2 of my champion tennis players through 5 hours of play, 1 quart of it. And you see those other tennis players, they're going through a gallon and a half of water in 5 hours.
This is in the book.
Pardon?
It's in the book.
No.
No?
That one's more tomatoes. There's a lot more tomatoes.
You're gonna have to say it again.
Yeah. So, can we turn this light on again?
Yeah, how did it go off?
It's
on
on
time.
time.
Oh, it's on time. Okay.
Could you say that one more time? But,
Yeah. Okay, so you have 1 to 1.5 cups of tomato puree, 2 to 2.5 cups of cucumber puree, peeled cucumbers, 1 tablespoon of vinegar. If you're playing tennis, you might even have 1.5, 2. Swimmer.
It's good.
Oh, I have to talk about Kiva. I've seen people do the butterfly. The guy who won the Olympics, what was Mark? Michael Phelps. I just saw him in Osaka, Japan, on my way here. And he even got the water too high. Kiva cuts it right at the water level. Right at the water level. It's phenomenal. I've never seen anybody cut it that cleanly before. And she's only been doing the butterfly for...
I taught myself after watching the Olympics.
Yeah.
I've never been taught.
And you've been doing it for 2 months, 3 months?
Since August.
Since August.
Actually, freestyle is the hardest one to learn. That's the one most people try.
No. But I mean that butterfly, seeing her do it, is so smooth, so efficient, miraculous. Anyway, so you have 2 to 3 tablespoons, I already did the vinegar, 2 to 3 tablespoons of lemon juice, 2 to 4 tablespoons of honey. You have a sugar reaction, keep it to the lower, 1 to 2 tablespoons of honey. 2 to 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, and 1 to 3 tablespoons of dairy cream. And you blend that all together. And you sip on it tablespoon at a time all day long. And that's your hydrator, along with milk. Sip of milk, sip of that, sip of milk, sip of that. You're going to have more fluids than you need, even if you're perspiring now. Yes.
Will you also do, is the green juice in the summer too?
Yeah, that's to alkalinize the blood. But you'll do, less of that then, if you do that. If you do a quart of that, you're going to do less vegetable juice.
Okay.
You may only do one vegetable juice a day if you do that. Or you may make half that amount, proportionally half that amount, and maybe all you need, and you do 2 or 3 vegetable juices a day. Depends on your activity level. Okay, food. Now, talked about fat being the most important nutrient in the body because we're in such a toxic world. It binds with toxins. It breaks down toxins. The body makes them into a solvent. The body uses it as energy. Dietarily, each fat will do a different thing. Now, when we have meat fat, it's utilized in the body very well for detoxification, also for strengthening muscles. That's any kind of meat fat. Now they say, oh, eat chicken, there's not as much fat in it. There's more fat in chicken than there is in beef. It's just not marbled. It's penetrated throughout. It's homogenized. In birds and in fish, fat is homogenized evenly throughout the body. There are very few pockets of fat in birds and in fish. Right around the rump in chickens and birds, you'll get a pouch of it. And that's my favorite. Those pouches of fat. But mostly the fat is all dispersed evenly throughout the muscles everywhere. So it's a little better for the skin, for the digestive tract. That's why I suggest more white meat. Again, white is a category, not a color. So the fish and the poultry are better for the intestines and smoothing the skin and everything else. Red meats are better for the liver, the gallbladder, pancreas, spleen, and muscles, and red blood cells. The fats in pressed oils, 90% solvent reactive. That means that they will clean your body fast, intensely. So don't have too much of that. Maybe 4 ounces a week, 4 tablespoons a week. If you're an athlete, 1 tablespoon a day.
You're talking about olive oil?
I'm talking about olive oil. I'm talking about flax oil. I'm talking about coconut oil.
Flax is a seed, right? And you said
flax
seeds.
is a seed, but because it's anti-carcinogenic, you can get by with a tablespoon a day. It's only anti-carcinogenic because flax oil can help you dissolve dead cells. Okay. But remember, the oils are very caustic and astringent. Your animal fats, whether it's from dairy or from meat, are 50% first and foremost, minimum 50% soothing, calming, relaxing, restructuring, building. Pressed oils are not. 90% caustic, cleansing. Now your dairy cream is the hardest to digest. Takes a lot of bile, but it's the only fat that will feed the nervous system completely. So when you drink your milk, pardon?
Even when cooking, sour cream?
No, it's better that way. Yeah, definitely. Sour cream digests much, much better. It's pretty easy to digest sour cream. But fresh cream, the way most people have it, and in milk, it's very difficult to digest for the liver. So you do not want to drink fresh cream when you're having meat. If you see your chunks of meat pass through out your feces pearlized, or your feces pearlized, You're not digesting that cream. You need to eat it at a different time in a different way, soured, or cut it down the amount that you're eating. Reduce the amount that you're eating.
What does pearlized mean?
You know what a pearlized finish is, like sparkles a little bit?
Okay. Little balls or something?
No,
like...
no. It just has a coating
I
on
see.
it.
Okay.
It's kind of pearlized, sparkling.
Shiny.
It's like a mother.
Not real shiny,
Like
it's
the
sparkling.
white.
Okay.
And then you know you're not digesting that cream properly. You don't have the right kind of bile. Something's wrong. You're eating at the wrong time. You're eating too much at a time. And you need to change that amount of cream. But let me tell you, if you're nervous and out of sorts, you drink a half a cup of that. It's all going to be utilized very well. Calm your system very rapidly. Also, something that will help deal with anxiety is the nut butter. The nut butter is in the recipe book, and that's taking nuts like soft nuts. We don't digest hard nuts. Very difficult to digest hard nuts for most of us. So you get the walnuts, pecans, pine nuts. If you have low energy levels, don't eat pine nuts, because that lowers some hormone production. But mainly, you use filberts once in a while. It's pretty soft nut. Walnuts, pecans are your best. Blend them until they are a flour. Add egg, a little bit of honey, butter, coconut cream, some kind of fat. Butter is always best for most people. Some people a little bit better with a mix of butter and coconut cream.
How macadamia?
Macadamia is very difficult to digest, and it's hard to find them kiln dried in less than 196 degrees. Most of them have been 105 to 100.
So if you pick them up pretty dry yourself.
Pardon?
They're all over here.
Yeah, but you have to find somebody that has them in the shell, do it yourself, and it's not kiln drying them.
Right. You're saying there's lots of pressure up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
David Wolf claims to have them from Indonesia where they're mechanically shelled the cashews.
Yeah, but they dry them to mechanically shell them first. So the shell splits and cracks easily.
So
David Wolf doesn't know what he's talking about. If he'd go to these places and see the process, he would change his mind. But he believes what they tell him.
okay, so cashews are out just period. You can't get them truly raw.
Cashews have to be laser blasted apart.
Okay.
Okay.
No way around
They
it.
shoot a radiation blast into there. It causes an explosion of it. It's the hardest, thickest nut in the world. The machines that it would tear up mechanically, that's why they stopped doing it that way, and they used a laser to do it. He claims, I don't believe it, because I've seen the machines torn up. So he could be right, but I'd have to see it to believe it. And he won't give me that information for it. And I caught him on 2 or 3 other things. He was not truthful. Only because he didn't search it out the way I did.
Right.
You know, he's too trusting. Because he wants to believe. He wants that. He's malnourished. He needs superfoods because he doesn't know how to eat food, good food. Proper foods for his body. But you see him, he's not looking well. You know, he doesn't have that, you know, spring, bright, good color look that he had
This is the
years
first time
ago.
I've seen him look like that.
Pardon?
It's the first time I've seen him not look good.
Yeah. Well, I told him 9 years ago when it was about 8.5 years ago, down in San Diego. I said, David, you've gone home on this stuff, but I'm telling you, I've been there, and most people have been there, and I've only seen 8 people able to live on a fruitarian, vegetarian diet, healthfully. You know, 7 of them were males and 1 was females. You're going to hit the wall in about 7 years, to 8 years to hit it. Got a report back in January or February It was February that he was already eating raw dairy, raw cheese. Good thing, but he doesn't tell people. He keeps selling his superfood. And there may be another cause there. He may have been threatened by the cartels, food cartels. They threatened me this week at the Raw Games. They come up and said, I'm a member of the food cartel here. You sell these superfoods, you're in the family. Otherwise, we're going to take your money. That's what they said to me. That happened to me once before, 8 years ago. I got threatened the same way. David Wolf may have accepted the threat. That's why he's in the superfoods. I don't know. But because they said David Wolf belongs to us. You get into it too and you'll be okay.
What is this food
Otherwise,
cartel?
your money might disappear.
What is this food cartel?
Food cartels are the families that own most of the food companies all over the world, the major food companies. The King and Queen of England are the biggest food manufacturers. They own most of the food manufacturers throughout the world.
So it never sits.
And yet they have raw milk. They keep the princes and the princesses, they only drink raw milk. They don't drink pasteurized milk. See, they know what the good food is, but they're not going to let everybody else. Okay, let's get on to this. I'm getting way behind. Okay, so we have proteins. Now, when I was eating proteins before as a vegetarian, nuts, grains, sprouted, germinated, I was skinny, unable to digest them. I wasn't supposed to be able to eat meat because I had my hydrochloric acid interfered with. I was not supposed to survive on meat. It was supposed to kill me within 24, 48 hours. So, none of that was true. All that was myth. What I found in my animal experience is that animals who eat raw meat keep the level of growth hormones up the same as when they were children. Except that the cells have a great deal of their own growth hormones within them. When you are eating cooked meat and other things, it deprives that of the body. It deprives those growth hormones. So most people lower their growth hormones at 21 years old and start downhill. My growth hormone factor is right up there with a teenager. I'm almost 62 years old. Almost finished with my 62nd year here. You don't get awarded that year until you finish it. So I'm in my 62nd year and I'll be 62 in April. So I still have the growth hormones. In the animal experience, I found the same thing. But with nuts and seeds and grains, you don't have that. The ability to split cells as quickly as a growing child. And remember, we are producing as many cells as a child does because that many cells die in a day. So we have to maintain this whole stature. They're growing into it for 21 years. We have to maintain it on a daily level. And the only way I've been able to keep that level is with raw meats. Not nuts, not grains, not beans, any of that. And beans are poisonous raw to humans. Except for mung beans, sprouted beans, mung beans sprouted. All the other beans are poisonous. If you ate a germinated bean without it being cooked, you would go into intense diarrhea and vomit, headaches that could kill you within 3 days. I know I did it. And I nearly died in 1974. And I thought I was going to freaking die. I had pinto beans that I germinated and ate them. And man, I was so sick. I was going through diarrhea every hour. Every hour. Headaches were splitting. And I had cramps you wouldn't believe. I thought I was going to die. So they told me 2 days about the rabbit. And I thought, I could handle that. If I got through the bean thing, I could handle this rabbit thing. You know. But the rabbit did just the opposite. It made me feel good in my intestines and everywhere else. So beans are not an avenue for us. Raw meats are. And I mentioned that a lot of people say, well, should I eat white meat, should I eat fish, should I eat chicken, should I eat beef? It's up to you. In the book I say if you're high, if you hold your can well, eat more of the white category meat, fish and chicken, or fowl, seafood. If you're more white and you have a tendency toward anemia, then eat more red meat. But always eat both. Don't eat just one. Always eat both. I always find that people who eat strictly red meat do not fare as well unless they're athletes. The American Indians almost live exclusively on red meat, but they were a nomadic tribe and they were very athletic, extremely athletic. And the women, they didn't eat as much meat as the men did. They probably half of what the men ate. The hunters and gatherers. Because the women were around sewing and stuff like that. Unless they had their chores to do, then they would eat more. But you've got to find your balance between red and white. Don't eat just one. Milk is a good offset. People who have milk don't have to worry about overeating red meat as much. But if you don't have milk, there's times when you won't have milk, baby, then you have to be very careful with your red and white meat intake. So you'll feel a good balance. A lot of people who eat an excess amount of red meat have a tendency to get irritable because it stimulates the adrenal glands. Remember, adrenaline is for fight or flight. And if you're pumping up hormones for physical activity because of all the red meat you're eating, you're not necessarily going to be violent, but you can be irritable, irascible, cranky, and unhappy and acidic. So you can control that. Grains, I talk about them in the first edition of the first writing of the book. I used it for people to chelate with hormones, to level them out, to balance them. Now I use the nut formula more often for that, and if the nut formula doesn't work, then you go to some cooked grains. Now, I eat maybe 2/3 of a cup of rice a year, cooked rice, because when I'm traveling in Asia, I don't usually get the milk as often as I'd like to. So I may go 2-3 weeks without dairy. And then I started getting overly hungry. I can eat lots of meat and everything. And I just need to soothe that because I feel lots of hormones dumping at the same time. And I don't have the milk nutrients and fats to control the pollution, the toxicity that's dumping, especially when I can taste AZT, which is a known heavy metal poison. So when I get that dumping and I don't have my milk, I go for some cooked starch. So I have like 1/3 of a cup of rice with an equal amount, 1/3 of a cup of butter or coconut cream with that rice. Only 1/3 a cup at a time. And that takes care of me for 2-3 more weeks, unless I have dairy, and then I don't have to worry about it. But if you've got psychological problems and you've got too much hormones and you don't want to exercise as much, the nut formula can help lower that for you. Those hormonal levels. So you don't have to be in so much anxiety. Otherwise, exercise your butt off. Exercise hard and get rid of it. Don't live in anxiety. Not healthy, not conducive to good relationships with yourself or other people. Dairy in all of its forms, it's such a different remedy for each form it's in. When you have the milk straight, you've got good digestion, good flow, good balance of every cell in the body. When you drink it cold, you've got a problem. If you drink more than, let's say, 2 ounces, 3 ounces at a time, unless you're an athlete and you've been running hard, you could get away with a half a cup of cold milk at a time. But what happens when the milk or any fluid, no matter what you drink, goes into the stomach cold, the stomach contracts. No hydrochloric acid is produced. So you don't get the aid of hydrochloric acid in the stomach for your milk. So a lot of those proteins pass, including casein, passes into the duodenum, the second area of the stomach, where the bile dumps. If it's still too cold there, your bile's not going to dump as well. You're also going to start absorbing undigested lactate, where the bacteria was also neutralized by the cold from the mouth to the stomach. Unless you kept the cold milk in your mouth and got it warm before you swallow. But if you're just gulping cold milk, this is what's going to happen. You're going to absorb casein and lactate into the blood undigested. You're going to get thirsty. You're going to get dry mouth. You could get headaches. You could get allergies. So minimally, you're not going to notice it, but that's the problem. So always suck your milk. Get a lot of bacteria into it. Drink it slowly if it's cold. Never more than, let's say, 3 ounces in a 5-minute period. Unless you've been running hard and your whole body's heated, let me tell you that milk's going to be heated right there in the stomach before it moves over into the lower area, into the duodenum. Of course, this part of the stomach where the acid call is the duodenum also, but there are 2 sections to the stomach. They're not as bridged as you might think that they are. They have a pyloric muscle, just not as tight and as large and as small as we do at the hiatal, where the esophagus dumps into the stomach, and where the small intestine dumps into the bowel. There's a very tight sphincter, and the one at the right. So that was a minor one, and it will keep the milk from moving and other foods from moving into the lower part of the stomach until enough hydrochloric acid is dumped. So again, you can feel these things going on. You drink the cold milk, you drink something cold, feel the stomach contracting, maybe your back aches a little bit, and the nerves that go down to that part of the stomach. You feel those things and you see what you're doing to your body. If it makes the body discomforted, do something different. Keep your milk warm, leave it out. Really, really hot, you want something cold, some cold water on your head. Let me tell you, there's nothing that will cool a body quicker than putting cold water on your head. Some ice water on your scalp and on your head, let your hair hold that cold ice water. You will cool quickly. Put it on your neck, you will cool quickly. Better not to drink things that are cold, unless it's only 3 ounces at a time. And it's okay to drink cold juice because there's no protein in it to wait for the hydrochloric acid to mix with it anyway. There's a little bit of fats by the time it gets into the lower part of the stomach. You need the bile, and of course it'll be okay by that time. But the juice will be mostly absorbed within the first few inches of the intestinal tract. Cheese does not digest raw. If it's salted cheese, it will take the salt with it. The raw cheese does not digest in the human system. It absorbs and attracts poisons. As soon as you start chewing it, all the toxins in the brain dump out the gums, tongue, and the salivary gland. And as that cheese goes down, and you have the lymphatic system, the neurological system, and the bloodstream weave their way all the way through the digestive tract, that cheese, like a magnet, all those different minerals that have magnetism, start pulling those poisons out of those 3 circulatory systems, all the way out to the rectum. So you don't want that cheese absorbed. And it holds on to it like a sponge. Pasteurized cheese, your body will do the same thing, but digest and reabsorb all those poisons. Salted cheese will do the same thing, but absorb those poisons, plus put the salt back in your body.
Well,
So you need to stay away from salted cheese. And it doesn't matter what state, it could be cottage cheese. It will work the same way. Once you've dehydrated the milk, inactive enzymes are gone. Any food that is dried, there are no bioactive enzymes. There are just remnants after that. You do not digest anything dehydrated. Beef jerky, no matter what it is, pemmican, doesn't matter what it is. Unless you're going to eat pineapple with it or papaya or honey, then you will digest them. And if you're going to eat honey with cheese, now this is another remedy. So you've got cheese by itself, or with any other food, as long as honey's not with the cheese directly, the cheese is going to absorb poisons and move it out to the system. If the cheese has honey in it, you're going to digest those nutrients in the cheese, especially the minerals. Cheese with honey is your best mineral supplement. You'll get the greatest amount of calcium. So let's say you take some dolomite. What is dolomite? Mined rock calcium. Hello? Who digests rock? I think the plants out there do. Nobody here does. It causes calcification in the body. Causes hardening of the arteries. It promotes arthritis and rheumatism. It promotes cancer. Your mineral supplement, if you want a high calcium, phosphorus, potassium, and magnesium, you eat raw cheese with a little honey. Tablespoon of cheese, anywhere from a half to a whole teaspoon of honey. Some people even need less honey than that. It could be a quarter of a teaspoon of honey to a tablespoon of cheese. And then you will remineralize yourself. When I started experimenting with that, the people who had osteoporosis healed it almost 2 times faster. So dairy is an incredible substance. If anybody says to you, no other animal eats dairy after the mother Eve. Yeah, but have you ever fed? Have you ever offered a horse or a cow or a sheep or a goat, a rabbit, anybody milk? I have. Everyone will drink. It's just how many females are going to allow people to suck on them for their whole lives. It's not going to happen. A cow and a goat will. And a cow will drink its own milk. Just offer it. I've seen a horse drink 2 gallons of milk in an hour. It wouldn't drink the water, but it drank 2 gallons of milk. Every animal that I fed, offered milk to, that was an herbivore that nursed their young, drank the milk. I even had an alligator drink milk. It's only because it's difficult to give for a woman to say, okay, go suck me all day. You can suck me too, but a cow has this big udder, and we can milk it 2 times a day. And basically, maybe a cow chose to do that on this plane to give us milk. Because it's a sensational, wonderful thing. And the cows love it when you milk. Those udders get so heavy. If you've ever been around cows, milking them, my grandparents owned a dairy and worked the dairy. And let me tell you, those cows were so happy to run in and get milk twice a day. And if you didn't milk them, that night they were screaming all night long. Screaming to be milked. So they just get heavier and heavier. It's rough on their backs. So Dairy's a wonderful thing. Cream, like I say, soothes the nervous system, where no other food can, like that, like the cream. Butter, it lubricates the skin. Now, I have people who eat like a pound of butter a day, get huge and fat, but their skin's so dry. Why? Because their organs and glands have been dry for so long that it's eating us all. It's like an orphanage. All the big kids who get to the tables first and get all the food, then the skinny, scrawny kids only get the leftovers. Well, that's what happens with the skin. Also, most of the toxins are leaving through the skin, so it needs more nutrients. How can you get the nutrients to the skin and the bones and the muscles and bypass all of it going to the glands and organs? And that's the lubrication formula. And for women, I call it moisturizing formula. Women love moisturization, men love lubrication. So I wanted to appeal to both, so that's why I gave it two names. And in the recipe book and in the other book, it's called Moisturizing Lubrication Formula, or Lubrication Moisturizing Formula. Most times it's women first, moisturizing. So what happened there is I've got the butter with lemon juice and an egg and a little bit of honey. Now, how does that chemistry work? First of all, let's take a look at the egg. Egg is the quickest digested food on the planet. The protein in the egg white, the protein is already in minute molecular form, liquid. So are the fats in the yolk, with all the B vitamins. Vitamin E and vitamin A. All of your vitamins are contained in that yolk. And that, not all of them, but most. And your protein is concentrated in that egg white. Plus a lot of hormones are in that egg white, as well as egg yolk. So when it goes into the system, the hydrochloric acid enters egg white, starts digesting rapidly, even before it moves into the second compartment. Bile dumps into the egg yolk. It's already dispersed cleanly. Gets absorbed right into the fat. The bile starts fractionating the fat molecule. So the body is already realigning it into the cholesterols we need to carry on the body's function. Egg is digested from 3 to 5 inches of the small intestinal tract. Takes about 27 minutes maximum to digest an egg. When it's the egg's eaten by itself. Pretty fast, isn't it? Whole digestive tract. The whole body gets nourished and you've done very little digestion. That's why in the recipe book, when I talked about the woman who had emphysema, who was going to die, her MD called me on a Thursday night, late, probably 9:30, 10 o'clock my time. She was 3 hours ahead of me in Maynard, Massachusetts. She says, I've got an emphysemic patient that was diagnosed 7 years ago. She has mainly been bedridden for 2 years and on machines. She's going to die this weekend, I'm sure. Is there anything I can do? I said, you're calling me a little late, aren't you? And she said, well, I have my practice, my family's welfare. This is the law. And I said, what do you mean it's the law? She said, I'm not even supposed to be advising this unless she's on her deathbed or she's failed, medical treatments have failed her for 10 years. The law is that if you go to a doctor, they can only give you medical means, pharmaceutical, surgical, radiation, all that kind of garbage for 10 years. If that fails you after 10 years and you're not dead, then they can recommend alternatives. So never go to a doctor.
That's the contract establishing the license.
Pardon?
So that's the contract established through the license.
Yep, they'll lose their license and they'll not be able to buy it. That's it. So I said, well, that's your conscience, but you're coming to me now. So I said, the only thing I can suggest you do is that you take 10 to 15 dozen eggs, put them on her bed table, and ask her to eat one as often as she can. So I got a call, and this is a Thursday night. So let's say she got the eggs on Friday, got them to her on Friday night or Saturday morning. Maybe she survived the weekend, maybe she didn't. So it's Monday morning, about probably 8 o'clock my time, so it'd have to be 11 o'clock back there. And I get a call from a raspy voiced woman saying, I'm out of bed, what should I do? I said, who are you? She said, well, my doctor called you, my medical doctor called you and told you my situation, and you told her that I should eat lots of eggs. And I ate 33 on Saturday, 33 on Sunday. I'm out of bed, off the machines. What else can I do? So don't do anything else. Just keep eating your eggs for months or years, and then introduce raw milk and raw meat into your diet. That is how wonderful raw eggs are. The whole body doesn't spend all that time digesting, fractionating clumps of meat and other foods. It's all liquid. So those egg nutrients go right in there. When people have Crohn's disease, they're not supposed to eat. Why? Because the mucus lining has thinned so much that their own digestive juices are eating their lining of their stomach and their intestines. So it's getting thinner. So they eat more than a handful at a time. Sometimes that's too much. A half a cup can be too much. They'll split their gut and they have leaky gut. The food particles, undigested food particles, usually travel to the knees first. The body becomes a digestive tract in the knees. So all Crohn's people have knee problems. Young ones can have bloated knees as big as this. And that's food particles. That causes arthritis and rheumatism. It's from the Crohn. So what do? You eat only eggs and butter and honey. Sip milk a little bit. But you live on eggs. You eat 30 eggs a day. 50 eggs a day if you're a big person and you want to maintain your weight. But at least 20, 22 eggs a day. And you eat eggs all day long, a little bit at a time. Little honey and butter, like 2 parts butter to 1 part honey. And you just sip on milk, no more than 1-2 tablespoons of milk at a time. You never eat more than an egg worth of food at a time, and an egg is never more than 2 ounces. Unless you've got an ostrich egg, and that's worth 50 eggs. A friend of mine, a primal chef, gave me an ostrich egg. So, you get optical illusion and think, how much fluid is in here? So I put it into a quart jar, and that was the egg white only. And then I started filling up another quart jar, and it went up about 3/4 of a cup with the egg white. And then the yolk was 2.5 cups. So I had 1 3/4 quarts of egg from 1 ostrich egg. I mean, it doesn't look like there's that much fluid, but there was. And that ostrich egg. I drank that all in one day. That's what was worth 50 eggs. But I drank it all day long. Like I sip my milk. I just had the egg all day long. A little bit of the yolk, a little bit of the white. So, eggs, you've got a problem, you've got an illness, you can't do other things, you can't digest, you eat eggs. You've got diarrhea, you can't stop it, you eat lots of cheese and eat eggs. Cheese and eggs. Not together, space them.
Not together?
Not together.
How far?
Half an hour. You got nausea? A lot of poisons that don't dump out the skin, that dump rapidly and immediately, dump into the stomach. Anytime you experience nausea, know that poisons are dumping into your stomach. You need to absorb those. If they're natural toxins, your hydrochloric acid will neutralize them. if you got bit by a snake or a black widow or a scorpion or something like that, stung by a scorpion, the American Indians used to go get a lactating animal and drink the milk, and it would draw the poisons into the stomach in the same way. Cheese will do that. So you want to absorb it quicker in a larger amount. You just a sugar cube sized amount of cheese every 10 minutes until the nausea stops. Some people say, well, the more cheese I eat, the more nausea I get. That's because your body's an opportunist. It's saying, oh, you're putting the cheese in, I'm already dumping these poisons, let me get rid of a lot. Then they'll just keep getting nauseous and nauseous and nauseous. Rarely will they vomit because the cheese keeps absorbing it. But the importance of dumping the poisons into the stomach or out the bowels and getting diarrhea is phenomenal. Let me give you an example. We had a woman who had breast cancer. She was really skinny when she came to me, and very ill, fibromyalgia, all kinds of problems. And she went into cancer even after she was on the diet, but it had already, I could see it in the iris, it was already moving toward that. And she was so skinny, she was, well, I'm not going to tell you that, that's part of the punchline here, of understanding what I'm saying. So I told her, you need to gain about 30 pounds. So you're going to be about 20 pounds overweight. That's how skinny she was. So she got up to 25 pounds, then went back to 23 pounds, added. So she was only, 8 to 12 pounds overweight. Now I wanted her to put 10 more on. Because anybody who goes through cancer is going to have a heavy dump at some point. They're going to be vomiting for weeks, 6, 8 weeks sometimes. And you've got to be able to make it through there. You've got to have the weight on your body. If you don't, you're likely not going to make it. 9 out of 10 people out of that 5% that don't make it on this diet, 95% reverse their cancers on my diet. And the neurological scientist Eleanor Van Winkle called all those patients and checked with them. And she put on the internet, the statistics on the primal diet reversing cancer are true. 95%. Medical profession, 17%. And they tell you it's much higher than that. But they tell you you're cured after 5 years because most people get their cancer between 5 and 7 years later. After that. So their cutoff point is you're cured at 5 years. Even if you get cancer the next day, it's metastasized all over the body. It's a new cancer. They already cured it. You got a new cancer. Such bullshit. Manipulation system. So anyway, this young woman, she was like 38 years old at this point after she'd been on the diet for about 2.5 years. And the cancer of the breast was coming to an end. She started her vomiting and vomiting and vomiting. It went on 7 weeks, 8 weeks, 9 weeks, and she got thinner and thinner. I said, oh shit, she just had that extra 10 pounds. 8 weeks, she stopped vomiting. But at the 6th week, I had to figure out what she was vomiting. So I asked her husband to keep 4 ounces of the vomit for me. And that's all she kept was 4 ounces of the vomit. I sent it to the lab in St. Louis, and I said, I need you to check for all kinds of toxic chemicals, whatever in this vomit. Got a call from the head of the laboratory. Somebody's poisoning your patient. Whenever they have a reading like that, they have to call whoever the tester was and say, hey, people don't have thallium like that in their bodies unless they're being poisoned. She had 3,000 times the toxic level of thallium in that 4 ounces of vomit. Enough to kill her 3,000 times. That was in just 4 ounces. And I said, nobody's trying to kill her. She was a metallurgist. She designed and molded silver jewelry right over a Bunsen burner without a mask and without gloves for 7 years. Breathed in all of that mercury, that aluminum, all of those alkaloids, bending shaping right there in that burner. All into the lungs. Who's responsible for taking care of that kind of toxin? The lymph glands in the breast. She had breast cancer. She died. 2 days after the cancer completely stopped and reversed, she died. Why? She didn't have the nutrients. She was so sore from vomiting, she needed 5 more days to get stable to be able to eat. She died.
Eggs wouldn't have done it.
Couldn't get the eggs down. Sure, tried. She couldn't keep them down. Everything came back up. She just needed the nutrients just for another week. That 10 pounds would have given her 2 more weeks.
So this is normal process, I guess, cleansing process after medical treatment?
Anybody who has that kind of poisoning in their systems, they're going to go through a heavy detox like that. Coal miners, people who work in hospitals, around all those fumes, people who work in incendiary places, people who are manufacturing, processing, refining oil, breathing all that kind of stuff in. So if they go into breast cancer, lung cancer, they're going to have a bout with it like that. So they better be fat. And they better get fat quickly because you never know when you're going to start that process. So vomit is so important. When you vomit, you say, God, look how much shit I got out of my body so quickly. Shit, you give shit a bad name, that's good stuff. But the poisons, the chemicals, you got out so much in such a short period of time. If the body were taking that out to the system, you would have rashes. The thallium would cause rashes, hives, all kinds of problems. And 3,000 times the amount that is lethal. Can you imagine your whole body would be a sore? Whole body would be a sore. So, vomiting and diarrhea, you cheer when you have them. Because you've gotten well so much faster. Okay, so back to that, the moisturizing lubrication formula. The reason that the body can get that to the skin, the muscles, connective tissue is because the lemon juice with that rapidly digested protein and fat makes it penetrate. The lemon juice goes in there and breaks down the butter quickly so that it's digested and moves so fast through the system that the glands and the organs can't absorb it all. And it can get to the skin, the connective tissue, and the bones, and in the muscles. So you won't have that dryness, even if you're eating a pound of butter a day. And you don't need to be that fat unless you're...
Use coconut oil instead of butter for that. You have to
Doesn't
use
do the
butter.
same thing. No. You can always feed the skin from the outside. Butter doesn't do it very well. Use the Primal Facial Body Care Cream, which is a mixture of coconut oil. Coconut cream, butter and dairy cream, a little honey, a little royal jelly, a little bone marrow if you want. And that revitalizes the skin very nicely, or straight coconut cream. Now I've been doing some experiments over the last year because people, the brain is the most toxic. Remember, it has the metals, collects it because of the electro energy and the light that it reflects. So most of your heavy metals and metallic metals go to the brain. When they dump out the gums, the salivary glands, and the tongue. What that creates is all of your dental decay. Bacteria is not your problem. What happens is the brain will dump that stuff out the gums. Your body uses calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and potassium to neutralize those highly acidic minerals and compounds. When they mix together, they are chemical abrasive compounds. So they damage the dentine. So the body takes all of this calcium, and if people are eating cooked foods, it's all cauterized. The magnesium is cauterized, the phosphorus, the potassium, all the alkalinizing minerals are cauterized. So they hit those metals coming out over the teeth, through the gums, and you've got plaque. It doesn't matter if you believe what Dave Wolf says. They're like sea creatures. They're building scales. They're shell creatures. Or the body's just taking calcium with some bacteria and attaching it to those metals. It doesn't matter how it forms. You've got scaly plaque there that's mostly cauterized minerals from cooked food. And you have to get that off, because when a mineral, an alkalinizing mineral, is cauterized, it is less potent as an alkaline substance. Whereas your toxic minerals that are acidic, once they're cauterized, they're more abrasive and more acidic. That's why we live half the life we should. All animals live 7 times the time it takes them to finish maturation in their own natural diets. Animals that are fed processed, domesticated diets live shorter lives. We live half of ours. We should be living to 150 years old. We're living half that. Take a look at that. Other animals don't do that. The animals, the cats, after 7 generations, after 4 generations of only cooked foods, 3 generations, they no longer procreate. So they were wiped out in the 3rd generation on only cooked foods and how they process foods. The rats, they lived about, I think, half of the normal lives, but he didn't let many of them live because he was always killing them and performing autopsies. The Howell experiments, he wanted to duplicate the Pottinger experiments, but cats take too long. Pottinger used 900 cats over a 10-year period in his experiments with cooked and processed and raw foods. And Howell did it with rats because they only have a 3-year lifespan. So he fed them cooked and raw foods. And the rats that ate cooked food had all the diseases of man, just like the cats did, but they lived their normal full life of 3 years. So Hal was scratching his head and could figure it out. It took him a whole year to figure out what was going on. Looked over the notes, everything that was written. People just sat there and took notes day and night, all day long. And he realized, finally, the rats who were fed cooked food were eating their feces. So he said, that's the only difference. I can't find any element in the rat that would cause it to live longer or anything like that. So he redid the experiments, put a wire mesh down there so all the feces would drop through. They lived 2/3 of their life. They dropped 1/3 of their life. They were eating shit and living, so eat shit and live.
On a cooked food diet.
Pardon?
On a cooked food diet.
Yeah, if you're on a cooked food diet, you should live.
So if the raw diet might be better.
Even on a raw diet, I mean, you eat it, you're still going to get the E. coli going, and you're going to get a lot of nutrients that you don't digest otherwise. But don't eat human shit. Nobody's healthy. First time I need my egg. I have to sip some milk. How long did I go so far without losing track one time?
Almost 2 hours this session.
2 hours without any food. Okay. So the lubrication formula is very important to get to the skin, so you don't have dry skin, even though you can eat a tremendous amount of fats. Moisturizing lubrication formula. Kefir and yogurt are fermented dairy, and they are pre-digested, so you're going to digest them easier. You can eat kefir or yogurt cold as you want, because you don't need so much hydrochloric acid to dump into it when it first enters your body. You're going to get enough hydrochloric acid in the rest of the system to digest it. So you can drink it cold if you want. But there's a catch. Fermented foods have a lot of alcohol. So when you drink too much kefir or yogurt, you're going to have bloating, swelling in the ankles and feet. I can now only eat, I'm already starting to get a little swell in my toes, I can tell, and I've had a pint of kefir. So I'm not going to be able to drink that anymore very much, just to keep my brain working. Put it in the refrigerator, and I'll get my fresh milk out and drink that for the rest of the day and night. And then I'll drink more of that tomorrow. So you have to find your level of how much fermented dairy you can eat. Now, who eats and advocates a tremendous amount of dairy? Fermented dairy. Sally Fallon. Has anybody seen Sally Fallon lately? Huge. Literally huge. I'm talking huge.
2 tons of fun.
Who is she?
Pardon?
2 tons of fun.
No, I mean she's huge.
That's an expression.
Bloated.
Who is she?
White as a ghost.
Who is she?
Oh, she's the famous person.
Nourishing tradition.
Nourishing tradition. Wonderful woman. I love her dearly. But she's telling people a lot of bullshit. And, you know, I tell her all the time when I see her, we were together, you know, at the Senate hearing, both giving testimony in California about raw milk, and she just keeps getting bigger, and, you know, I keep saying, lay off the dairy, stop freezing your meats, if you're going to eat them raw, you know, and she believes bacteria is going to take over the planet, take over the world, and that's your problem. If it were, I wouldn't be here. So, you have to look at what people are doing and saying, what's wrong here? If she's looking anemic and bloated and very large. I don't mind people being fat, but she's not bloated with fat. She's bloated with alcohol and fluid. Also, she's lost her color. She's looking anemic. She's no longer, the fermented dairy is no longer helping her. It's no longer good for her. So, watch that in yourself. You start getting swelling. Are you drinking too much of this? Are you eating too much fruit? What's happening? You just need to regulate that. Now I'm going to go quickly and wind it up here before we get into Q&A. We took a lot of time for eating. We took almost an hour eating more off of that's why we're running behind back there. They came for mini readings. So we're going to get into eating schedule and the importance of an eating schedule. When you wake in the morning, your blood is overly acidic. Why? Because your body detoxifies the nervous system when the sun goes down. And by midnight, it's in full swing. If you are detoxing heavily, you're going to wake up between 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock at night and not be able to go back into sleep until about 5:30. Do not fight that. Never fight it. You get up and do something. You be productive. If you try to sleep, you're not going to be able to sleep and you're going to get frustrated. You get up and do something. Then you go to sleep at 5:30 and sleep an hour if you have to go to work, or sleep 2 hours if you can. You get home from work, you wrap it up, you get to bed by 8 o'clock, 8:30. You're going to get up at 1 o'clock again, 2 o'clock. You follow that cycle until your nervous system has stopped its heavy detoxification. On other times, just normal nervous system detoxification, which means you're dumping a lot of metals, The blood is going to be acidic when you waken. You need your vegetable juice to alkalinize that. Or you're not going to digest your food well. So you have vegetable juices that have low carbs in them for a couple of years to pull out all those toxic sugars that you consumed all these years. Celery is so low in carbohydrate, there's not enough celery to digest celery. So it's a negative. It'll help pull out toxic sugars out of your body. That's why I recommend a high level of celery, up to 80% in juices for the first couple of years. And this was left out of the book because I didn't understand it until the book was printed and published the last time. So it's got to go into a different book anyway. So once that happens, once you've gotten rid of your sugars, and once you start drinking your vegetable juices and you start getting low or out of sorts, when you cut way down on the celery juice and you add some carrot to start raising your sugar level, and you add cucumber puree, not cucumber juice. And that way you'll level it off. And you'll go with your body's changes. A lot of people who don't do well after 2 years on this diet are people that aren't listening to their body and they're not rereading the book. You've got symptoms, this is the food you eat. These are the foods you change to. You do this for a while the symptom's going on. The body's changing all the time. Your diet has to change daily if necessary. But it usually isn't daily. It's usually in cycles. Every few months you may have a heavy detox. You eat those foods for that detox, for those problems, for those ailments. And you switch off. Maybe 2 days a week doing a particular fruit for one problem. If you've got multiple problems, doing several days of that fruit that handles that other problem. And you just handle it that way. Let's say fish in the red meat in the day when you need the energy, and fish at night when you need to be calm, or some kind of fowl to calm the body. So you shift with your daily needs. The main cycle of the body is juice in the morning because of the acidity in the blood. Correct that. No matter where you are on your sugar level. As soon as you shift to the different juice, which has the cucumber and the carrot juice in it, you're still going to have the parsley in there. Or cilantro, if you're trying to detox metals. That has the chlorophyll to alkalinize the blood a bit. And that's what you need. Now, one thing you should consider is that if you eat a high carbohydrate food within the first 6-7 hours of your day, you're going to cause less focus, less clarity. Why is that? Because the body builds its glycogen reserve for the day. Glycogen is what the body uses to run the brain and nervous system throughout the day. It makes its storage of it in the first 6 to 7 hours of your day. If you eat a high carb food, lots of carrot juice, cereal, fruit, you're going to have a glycogen that causes a lot of advanced glycation end product, AGE. And Columbia University found that it collected in a healthy body at a rate of 70%, and an unhealthy body at a rate of 90% for your lifetime. That's the stuff that the celery helps pull out. And if you're going to eat more of that stuff in the first 6 to 7 hours, you're going to build more of it to collect. I want to get those AGEs out of there because they cause confusion. They muddle the thinking. They block focus. How many of you could sit here and dance around the subject leading back to it 2 hours later? Not many people can do that. I can do it because I know how to eat throughout the day and the patterns. So I do not eat any high carbohydrate food that is out of balance. If I have carrot in my carrot juice, it still is not greater than the celery and the cucumber in it to cause my body to build glycogen from that carbohydrate. I want the glycogen to be built from pyruvate, from a protein, because when your body builds glycogen with the help of glucagon from meat or eggs, what happens? Only 12% advanced glycation in product, maximum. Usually it's 7 to 8%. We can handle 12% in a day easily. So we get no accumulative AGEs, advanced glycation end product, that cause sugars to deteriorate the system in the body to age. So, you eat meat next. You have your juice. 45 minutes later, you have a meat meal. Always have a fat with your meat. Otherwise, your meat is going to get converted into a lot of fuel, and you're going to burn your meat as fuel. So I always recommend people have 1, 1.5, 2 tablespoons of butter with every meat meal. Butter is always the best. If you don't have that, be coconut cream. You don't want dairy cream though. You can have a tablespoon maybe of dairy cream. If you have sour cream, go for it. Fine to have with meat. You can have 2 tablespoons of sour cream. If you're having, you have coconut cream with it, it's not going to be as good, but at least it's a fat, so you don't convert your meat into fuel. You want it as a building block, as a growth factor for your body to get younger and healthier.
Avocado.
Avocado's okay, but it's difficult to digest, but it will still stop most of the meat from being converted into a fuel. But often when you eat avocado with meat, it will convert a lot of it, probably 50% of it, into a fuel. If you eat butter with it, how much will be converted into a fuel? The pyruvate? 15%, that's all. Instead of 50%. Or 90, 80% if you don't eat any fat with your meat. You can eat the meat fat with it. You can eat egg with it too. Stop it. Is that way?
Olive oil?
Olive oil? I can do it. Absolutely. But you don't want a lot of olive oil because it's a cleanser and astringent. You're going to turn a lot of that meat into solvents. Start cleaning out the body. So it's always, if you have a pressed oil with a meat meal, in fact, anytime you have a pressed oil, whether it's coconut cream, olive oil, flax oil, if you can get a good peanut oil, any of those, you always want a animal fat with it.
What about just fat piece of meat, like your slug?
Yeah, that's fine. They usually digest so well and so fast, not the same. Concentrated, separated fats are different than the meat fat. Meat fat usually digests and goes through right away. I've eaten 2 pounds of that fat a day, a pound of meat, and still been hungry. It isn't like the butter. That butter is incredible stuff. So you have your meat meal, and you're going to stay focused. Now your body is going to get, starting moving part of the day. Now the body needs cream to settle the nervous system, to soothe the body. So you have a milkshake. Eggs, milk, a little honey. A little extra cream if you want. You can throw a tablespoon of coconut cream into that milkshake. As little as much as you want. Depends upon what you're doing, how big you want to be. And that will soothe the body. Some people will want to go to sleep if they have drink too much. So if you reach that level, you keep cutting it down, and if you're only drinking 3/4 of a cup and not falling asleep, that's what you need to drink. If you're drinking a whole cup, cup and a half, and you're falling asleep after it, you're drinking too much. or you're drinking it too fast.
You're gonna wait like a couple of hours or something in between.
Well, you need 2 hours.
Yeah.
Well, 1.5, well, could be anywhere from 1.5 to 2.5 hours, depending upon your activity level. And then you let 2 to 3 hours pass after that, and you have another vegetable juice. Or you sip on your sport drink, the sport drink that I gave. Then about 2 hours later, you have your fruit meal. If you have diabetes or hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia, you could split your meat meals into 3 a day instead of 2. So you could have a meat meal after your sport drink or vegetable juice, an hour after that, and then an hour and a half after that you could have your fruit meal. So you take the same amount of meat and break it into 3 instead of 2. Most people can do fine on 2 meat meals a day. I know some people that go on 1 meat meal a day. They can't eat the meat in the evening, but they can eat a whole pound in the morning. Or some in the morning and some in the afternoon, none at night. Most people can eat meat morning and night, especially in a hot, sunny environment like this. Best to eat the meat in the morning and at night. But if you have diabetes or a problem, then it's better to break it up into 3. So with that fruit is what? Fruit is a cleanser. We need very little. In the citric acid cycle of fat utilization as energy, we only use 5% carbohydrates or vitamin C to utilize fat as fuel. We use 15% pyruvate, which is protein sugar, 80% fat. So we shouldn't eat over 5% carbohydrates in a day relative to the whole meal, to all the meals. So 1 fruit meal is enough. Most people need a little extra sugar, carbohydrates like fruit, to cleanse a little bit better. So instead of eating fruit twice a day, eat a cup and a half of fruit instead of a cup of fruit. If it's pineapple, you want to bring it down to a half a cup. Pineapple causes more over-emotionality than any other food. I'm not talking about alcohol, those are not foods. I'm talking about raw foods. Pineapple, ripe pineapple, will cause over-emotionality if you eat even a half a cup every day in a row for about 10 days. You're going to find yourself over-emotional. Do not do that. Have pineapple maybe every other day if you've got digestive problems and you want to clean the plaque out of your intestines and you want to move your lymphatics through. You eat the pineapple every other day, not every day. Always eat a fat with your fruit so the fruit sugar doesn't rush through you and start demineralizing your blood and your whole system. So always eat4 You want to clean faster? This is where you put your major amount of coconut cream. 4 tablespoons, 3-4 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1-2 tablespoons of dairy cream, tiny bit of butter, maybe a 1/4 teaspoon, and then a fruit. And choose the fruits, like I say, that are specific to your symptoms. You go through the book We Want to Live, the remedy section, and you check off every problem you've ever had, and put notes at the top, leg, rash, whatever it is if you don't remember, and you go through there and, this is the food I need to eat, and that's the food you eat for that time with those facts. Sometimes you say, I want something really delicious. So you take 1/2 cup of cream and 3 tablespoons of cream, and you make whipped cream with a little honey in it, and you slice up your fruit, without the coconut cream. Then you're going to have a fruit meal that's going to more feed your nervous system and brain than it will detoxify. Remember that the coconut cream is your major detoxifier, but all fruit is detoxifier. That's why fruitarians disappear. And their spinal cords and their bones start disappearing and their teeth disappear. Because they are solvents, high in water and sugar. Okay, then after that fruit meal, you wait 2 to 3 hours. You can have a small amount of vegetable juice, or you still sip on your sport formula. You can sip the milk at any time, sip here, sip there. And then after that vegetable juice, 1.5, 2 hours maximum, you have your second and last fruit meal. If you're diabetic and you have 2 meat meals already, it's your third and last.
Did you mean your second? You said fruit meal, another fruit meal. Did you mean meat
You're only
meal?
having one fruit meal. I meant meat meal.
Okay.
Meat meal. That's your fruit meal. You have your second or third meat meal if you're diabetic. So, and again, have at least 1 tablespoon of butter with that meat or some other fat. If you feel like you're gaining too much weight, you reduce it to a tablespoon at that second meat meal. Then, right before you go to bed, half a cup of milk, some honey in it, a milkshake with 1 egg, half a cup of milk, tiny bit of honey, maybe a little extra cream, maybe a teaspoon of cream, teaspoon of coconut cream if you like. And you can make a double batch of that. And you have half of it before you go to sleep and half of it during the night. Very important. Do not go 5 hours without eating. After 5 hours without eating, your protein level becomes nil in your blood. So what happens? What happens on the planet when all other food's gone and only animals are left? They start eating each other, eating themselves. Red blood cells become cannibalistic and they start eating each other for the protein. So every hour, beyond 5 hours that you sleep, you wake up after 8 hours, what have you done? You've eaten 2 to 4 tablespoons of red blood cells. You're already anemic when you wake. People have 8-10 hours sleep, they wake up, they can't move, they go for coffee or soda or some kind of caffeine to pump them up, or cigarettes to pump them up. We should be waking up free like all other animals. They stretch, they're off doing their thing, just like that. Humans, where's the coffee? Where's the soda? Where's the cigarette? Where's the pill? You have to eat. So if you're a hyperactive person and you wake after 5 hours and eat, you're not going to go back to sleep. So you wake up in 3 hours. Have your milk, your eggs, or meat, or whatever you want to eat that has protein in it, and you go back to sleep for 5 hours.
If you don't have milk, can you just do 1 egg and a little butter and honey?
Absolutely.
Is that sufficient?
Yeah.
Okay.
I gave all those alternatives, just what you said. Yeah. As long as it's got some protein in it, that's what you want. So you wake and you have it. Now, a good friend of mine, John Fox, on the diet 2 years, gave lecture every year in Nevada City where it is. And the third time I was there, it was after 2 years. He was, when I first met him, he was a long-term vegetarian, and he was only mid-40s. And, he looks like he was 70 years old with back problems. And, he's a scientist and inventor, so he's always in his laboratory, doing things. So he's hunched over and permanently staying that way as a vegetarian. And he was a raw food vegetarian for a few years of that. Got into the diet, so 2 years later, he's standing up straight, he's got muscles all over, and he was very narrow in here, and shoulders, and he's filled out. Here he is now in his late 40s, filled out and spree and all of that. And he said, but Aajonus, I don't get any energy until 10 o'clock or noon. John, are you waking up and eating something during the night? No? Okay, do that tonight and see what happens. So he did it that night. He set an alarm, awakened, had something to eat, woke in the morning, all the energy he needed. That simple little trick was all he needed to change a major focus in his life, was having no energy in the morning. If your red blood cells are eating each other, you're going to have anemia. Caffeine is no remedy for anemia. Eating protein is a remedy for anemia. Okay, Q&A. Leave out anything.
Organ meats, they have a higher percentage of fat, even though you don't. They're more like fish and.
All depends upon what you're eating. They say liver is full of fat. Liver isn't full of fat. Liver is full of protein. It's like the heart. It's concentrated in protein. Has very little fat. The liver makes bile to digest fat. It's not fat. It's the leanest thing in the body.
So it's okay as long as you're eating like grain and liver together. As long as you still eat fat.
Pardon?
You still want to eat fat.
My father broke both of my eardrums when I was young. He said, you listen to pop. So I sometimes some levels of voice and the pitch I don't hear. So for you, I need you to have a little bit more volume or change your pitch.
Okay, I got it.
Because I'm deformed.
I think I got it.
Okay? Okay, good. All right, any other questions?
Testosterone, hormones. You're talking really about hormones. And I guess you're saying that most of the hormones you shouldn't have any.
You don't need them. If you're eating a proper diet, you're utilizing your fats properly, your proteins, you don't need hormones. Hormones are for danger periods. They're for emergencies. That's why there's small little glands everywhere in the body.
Isn't that different than the female hormones that we go through once a month? Our menstrual cycle? Are you
All
different?
part of the same. How big are those ovaries?
So you're saying you don't need, so women that say they're hormone deficient, is that not really an issue?
It's the medical profession or pharmaceutical industry who can use hormones instead of good diet. You use a good diet. You need to change your foods, that's all. I made like a fortune by sucking people into this, I need hormones. You don't need hormones.
You talk a lot about blending things. So, for instance, for the milkshake, can you just drop some eggs in the milk, stir it around, and mix it up that way, or why always blending in the blender with the jar?
If you blend in a jar, you're preventing a lot of oxygen from mixing with it. When you oxidize your nutrient, what happens? You lose them. So if you're blending in a blender bowl, you got oxygen going down your food, you're losing a third of your nutrients because they're oxidizing. You blend in jars to where you've almost got your 4 ounce, 8 ounce, 12 ounce, 16 ounce, 24 ounce, 32 ounces. You got your proper size of jar, so you've got very little air space in it, so you're not going to oxidize your nutrients. But if you want to, when I'm traveling, I don't take a blender with me all the time. Sometimes I do. Most of the time I don't. Eggs and a little bit of cream or coconut cream and milk together and honey, shake it up and I eat it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
What if you're not really sure how the purity of the animals you're eating, for example, they don't have heavy metals in their organs or in their bodies or lots of pesticides? How does that, when it's raw, does it affect the body?
A lot of the toxins that we put into animals, they shoot them in the rump. So those particular cuts, you have to be careful of. Some will shoot it into the upper shoulder. Most of them do it in the neck. So don't eat the spinal cord, unless you know it's an organic animal and there's been no vaccine. Now, the North Star bison vaccinates their breeding female. So you need to tell Mary Gracie that you're my patient. You don't want any vaccinated meats or glands or organs from any vaccinated animal. So that's the only way you can be sure not to get them from her. But I ate at Ralph's supermarkets and all that for years. Those health food stores back in those days, they didn't carry meats except it were Shelton's chickens or something like that. And that crap was bad because they just fed them grains, so they were pretty anemic birds. So I didn't enjoy it. But I was eating out of regular supermarkets.
So when it's raw, you're not, they don't get the toxins go right through you? Or?
Well, I have to share one experiment that I did. I went all over and I advertised for fishermen that when they caught a swordfish, I wanted it. Whole swordfish, and I pay them for twice what he usually got. And that's what we pay most markets is 3 times what the fisherman got. So I was going to give him 2 times what he usually got. So I waited something like almost 8 weeks, 9 weeks before I got a call from a fisherman in the Santa Barbara area who caught a big swordfish. About 130 pounds. So it wasn't like I got in the Philippines with 200 pounds, 230 pounds. Still was a big swordfish for me. So I butchered it. We had the animals already collected and in the laboratory. And we were just waiting. We were feeding them raw meats and, dairy and all kinds of discarded stuff from Altadena. At the time, they were Altadena and they went to become Studies. And we feed them any kind of kefir, stuff like that I could get cheap. Because these were laboratory animals and I was spending a lot of money on the whole experiment. And we divided them in 2. Got the swordfish. We cooked. We took some of the swordfish, put it through a spinner to see how much mercury was in it. So it had a rate of mercury of about, I think it was 13.2. Don't keep me to that exact fact. I've got those records at home. Anyway, the mercury level was 1 point. It was at a particular level. And then we fed cooked swordfish, the same swordfish, cooked to one group and raw to the other group. Never frozen. Neither of them got frozen. We let it go a little ripe over a many weeks period. It got very ripe, but they still ate it. And I ate it too. I ate the raw. I didn't eat the cooked. And we kept all the feces and urine. We collected everything. And we found that in the animals that ate the swordfish raw, 92 to 98% of the mercury passed in their feces and urine. Of course, with our gauges, some of the mercury, could have been still there and we weren't able to get it from the feces, fat molecules. But in all of that, the fat molecules that were bound with that mercury that were in the swordfish, relatively unetched with digested juices. So in the raw state, the body, the digestive tract, could identify this animal fat bound with this toxin, do not let it free. Do not set it free. In the animals that ate it cooked, only 2 to 12% was found in the urine and feces. That means that 88 to 98% of that mercury went into those animals that ate it cooked. Because I'm a big swordfish eater. Jesus, I'll just eat swordfish and it comes out every pore in my body. And, people were telling me, you can't eat swordfish like that, you're toxic. Well, 2 years ago, my answers sometimes get wrong because I want you to understand them thoroughly. Greenpeace did a test to see how contaminated the human population was. So they asked for hair samples. So I sent them 8 hair samples under different names. And so Ralph was the right side of my head. to the ear, so Ralph ear, his right ear. So that at different places of my head, I cut the hair off. Because I wanted to see if, because most of them cut the hair here and check one area. I'm saying, wait a minute, I got gray spots here and there. I'm going to be sending out toxins in different parts of my head in different levels. So let's see if that's accurate. So sure enough, every spot of my head had a different level. But none of them were over 4. 11's highly toxic. I was way down at the 4 level. Most of them were down 2.8, 3.4 on that level. But one of them was almost up to it was a 4.1 or 3.9, something like that. So that was what was coming out of my head. So all that mercury that I was eating with all of those swordfish were not staying in my body. They were moving out. So that is a long answer to your question, but I wanted to give it to you in an experience.
In the same vein, what do we do about the dentist and the numbing agents? No.
Don't get any numbing agent. That stuff solidifies the gums and the whole. You're likely to get some kind of tumor in the mouth.
How do you deal with the pain though? It's excruciating otherwise.
I had 16 fillings removed with no Novocaine in 1978, late 1978.
You say grin and bear it?
Yes, that's what I did. But I also was smart. I took, what I knew was a pain formula, butter, egg, cheese, bee pollen, and mixed all that together and ate it before I went in. So I had my strength, lots of cheese, lots of milk, days before. So I had 4 hours of drilling one morning, 4 hours of drilling the next morning to remove them. But during those times, there was no water jet on the drill bits, so they got real hot. It isn't really the drilling that caused long-term pain. It's when the hot drill bit burns the nerve and it blisters. Can't get rid of the pain. Otherwise, if that drill bit hits the nerve, the pain's gone in 30, 45 seconds. It comes and goes. And you can handle a stab and it'll go away pretty quickly. But if it burns it, that pain is there for days because it's a blistered burn.
So that epinephrine and Novocaine is...
All of those are toxic. They'll cause all kinds of eventual dental problems. And bone problems and gum problems. They harden the whole mouth. They stop circulation into the bone.
That's a tough one.
So what you do is now they have these water jets that cool the bit as they're drilling. It's a cinch. Absolute cinch.
Dr. Clark here does it sometimes with that. I have had a cavity removed and filled, and not cavity, but whatever redone, and he never used Novocaine. I didn't have that.
Yeah.
So it depends on the dentist and their skill level and how deep it is.
You don't need that too. In fact, it makes the pain worse. It really does.
I asked him to use half a cartridge, and he was willing to do that, but, other dentists have not been willing to do that. And still.
You just find a dentist that does.
I Dr. Clark with my tooth.
I had a tooth that had been capped, and it had the biggest silver filling in it. So all that mercury had been absorbed into that nerve. So about 4 years ago, it was dangling back there, and I said, I don't want to deal with this thing anymore. I'm going to go have it pulled. So I have this great dentist in Tijuana who does exactly what I want. I have to go to Mexico to get exactly what I want. So I said, okay, I want you to put, and what they have is they have this like corkscrew thing that goes in there, only it's a blade, shapes and goes around the tooth, and it has a blade on this side, and they turn it, and it cuts the membrane, the gum all the way from the tooth, and then they pull it out. So it's a big molar. We're talking about a huge molar back here. And he said, of course you want Novocaine this time? I said, Are you crazy? I want you to do it in 2 steps though, or even 3. You push it in, you let me get through that pain, take a few seconds, maybe a minute, 2 minutes maximum. Then you twist it around, cut it all the way, let me recoup from that, 2-3 minutes, and then you pull. And then I'll recoup from that for the rest of the day. So,
And that's worth it for the improved health of your mouth.
So what he did was pushed it in, gave me a minute and a half. I said, okay, I'm ready. He goes, it's like that. And, you know, his father's a dentist, his mother's a dentist, and he's a dentist. 3 generations of dentists there. And they all cringed. They had to watch it because they'd never seen anybody pull a tooth without some kind of, you know, Novocaine or something, you know, xylocaine, some kind of anesthetic. And the nerve was still gray, and it was all swollen inside. And it was huge. So all the way up into here, that's why it wouldn't let go. Because the nerve was so swollen up in there, it wouldn't let the tooth go. And it was so damaged, it was like dried together, the nerve with the tooth at the point where it joined the tooth. So it would have never come out without me asking him to pull it. But I went around there with it swinging around in there for 1.5 years. So I thought, this has got to go. That's it. So when he pulled it out, I mean, the blood went across the room, stopped bleeding just like that. 1 heartbeat, it bled, and then it stopped just like that. He said, this is like a miracle. I've never seen this before. And then somebody have a tooth pulled, be swollen up in the nerve like that, the nerve root come out. This far as the nerve came out. So that means it was all the way from here it came out. All the way down. So, let me tell you, you're prepared? Let me tell you, if you're on a good diet, the pain is quick. Take a look at the bulls that the Maasai shoot. They take, you know, when there's the breeding period, when the calves are suckling, they're nursing, they don't get as much milk. So what they do is they bleed the bulls. They'll take a bamboo about this long and about this thick, they shave it down to a sharp edge, they take a huge slingshot and they shoot that bamboo, and I mean it's a hard shoot, goes right into the jugular. And you'll see that bull down there, he's eating away, and all of a sudden, and that bull is right back to eating. It's like something, you know, fly bothered him for a second. And then they put a cork in there, and then they'll take a bladder and fill it with half milk and then half blood and shake that up and drink it. The first time I got to do it was in Pangaea a few years ago. We took a goat and we milked it, and then we all killed it. We did a ceremony, we put it to sleep, and then cut its jugular vein while it was asleep. So it died in its sleep, and we bled it into 2 gallons, 2 glass gallon jars, half with milk each. So it was half blood and half milk, a gallon each. So it was a gallon blood, gallon milk, half each mix. There were how many you were there, right? How many vegetarians? There were like 6 vegetarians there. They actually drank the blood, and you see them go, the blood and milk combination, and you see them going, look on their face, and then get a few sips. We drank that 2 gallons in about 45 minutes to an hour. It tasted like ice cream. Couldn't believe it. And this is what the Maasai do. But anyway, the point of that was when you're a healthy animal, pain doesn't last. You can get through it pretty quickly, yes.
So mercury fillings in general, what do we do about it? Do we have a mercury filling taken out?
Absolutely. When you've been on the diet 2.5 years.
After that, okay.
That's what I suggest. People be on a good diet 2.5 years. Because if you get that removed and your body starts detoxing that mercury all at one time, you're going to have abscesses in your mouth, could have abscesses in your brain and your sinuses, Your gums could bleed like crazy. I've seen all kinds of things happen. When people wait 2.5 years on the diet, I have never seen a problem.
So other fillings that aren't like mercury are just okay. Maybe they pop out if I'm real lucky or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Composites are fine. If you've got a huge gap opening, what do you call them? Inlays are good.
And if I've got cavities that don't have fillings now, just eat a good diet and they'll seal up or something?
They won't seal up.
So what do I do?
I've only seen that in people under 25, under
Okay.
24. Mine have been doing it because I found a new toothpaste. And for some reason it's even been whitening my teeth. My teeth were all black down here.
What's it called?
It's called Aajonus' new formula.
Wow.
1 teaspoon of caramel clay, 1 teaspoon of coconut cream, and a 1/2 teaspoon of vinegar. And you make it like it, and put it in a little ounce jar. And that'll be good for 4 or 5 days. When the vinegar gets old, it doesn't work as well.
What kind of vinegar? Apple cider vinegar?
Pardon? Use raw apple cider vinegar.
Seriously?
Mix that together, a little, ounce glass jar. Put it in the refrigerator. Keep it in the refrigerator, and then brush your teeth with it once a day only. Your teeth. I haven't even done it for 3 months, and my teeth still haven't gone back to that black, brownish color, yellowish color that was happening because of the damage that was done. Somebody hit me with a crowbar. Tried to mug me in Bangkok for my movie camera. So it starts whitening the teeth, and it also started cleaning out cavities. Mm. All of a sudden, tubules started filling in some of my guinea pigs. I have people who are my guinea pigs. They trust me so much, they say, "You want to throw an experiment at me? I'm your guinea pig." So I have about 15 to 20 at a time who will do these things. And it's worked on every one of them.
After how long?
Pardon?
After how long did the cavities start filling in?
Well, depends upon the person. The first I saw it filling in a tubule from a cavity, an old cavity, it was about probably 9 months of brushing once a day. But eating this diet, all the people I do experiments have been on the diet for at least 3 years. Some of them 10, 15 years. Yes?
Dr. Schussler's tissue salts. What do you think about that?
It's chemical.
Is it?
Those are minerals and proteins extracted. They're not food. Feed them to your plants. Any vitamin supplement you had, any mineral supplement, you want those nutrients extra, you give them to a plant. And then you juice or eat that plant, the food from that plant. Then you'll get those concentrated minerals. That's what plants do. Plants eat rock. They eat minerals. They eat dried substances. That's what they do. They convert it into food for us, for other animals, and for us to eat those other animals. Yes?
Is that the same with chlorella, like high quality chlorella?
Chlorella is good. I've tested chlorella and chlorella out of all of the algae. That's the only one I found good. If it's good quality and if it's sun dried and not kiln dried or dried in some other way with a chemical dryer.
I know David Wolf is really into phytoplankton.
Pardon?
David Wolf is really into phytoplankton. So if you're not familiar with that, what do you think about that?
You don't look like a fish to me. And then it takes a fish to digest phytoplankton. If it weren't working, he'd look a lot better. He's only 32 years old.
Oh, is it really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was in his 40s.
Yeah, that's what he looks now.
Oh, well, yeah. Interesting. How about muscle cramps?
Let me get her first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Skim milk. So if we take the cream off of the milk that we have, what's the best use? Do we drink that skimmed milk and replace the water, or
Not a
some
good
cheese?
idea.
No.
Make it into a cheese.
Make it into a cheese.
Or separate.
So a skimmed milk cheese is okay. Raw skimmed milk cheese is okay.
Absolutely. Because remember, you're not going to digest it. And if you have a little honey with it, you're going to digest the minerals. That's what we want. Now worry about the protein and the fats in it. Okay? The whey is very good to relieve stiffness.
Awareness.
So you can use every part of milk. Every part of milk is a remedy for something. Now remember, vinegar. Don't have a lot of it. It will demineralize the system. But if you have a lot of plaquing in your system, a lot of stiffness, you already have mineral collections in your body. A little bit a day, 1 teaspoon to 1 tablespoon a day in a vegetable juice or in a milk is going to help you gradually dissolve those plaquings throughout your body.
Does lemon juice and lime juice do the same thing as vinegar?
Lemon juice is a fermenter. It encourages bacteria. That's why you marinate foods in it. Lime juice is an antibacterial. I didn't go into that here at all, did I? Okay, let's do these. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, indeed. This is a guy that was told that he was in perfect health. All of his laboratory reports came out perfect. Doctor said there's nothing wrong with him. It was all in his head. This is a happy, rich kid. Rich family, powerful family out of St. Louis. He had no problems. Company business, wealthy, never had to work much. Happy kid. Deteriorating, it's all in his head. Tried every diet named and unnamed. Nothing worked for him. And then this is 5.5 months on the diet. 70 pounds. 5.5 months. Pretty spectacular. Pardon?
I can't wait.
Okay, let me show you.
Do you put lime or lemon juice on the meat?
Yes, you can, but there's a little bit of a problem there.
There's a difference between lime and lemon.
Okay, you see this woman? You see how bad this is? If you can't see very well, you might want to come up and look
What is that
closer.
illness? What are those? Injury.
This arm right here, her wrist from here to here, was her, you know, you have a blender and you have the blades and you don't have the bowl on it. It went on and it flew off and just tore her to pieces. So all the skin was mangled. She hasn't sent me the first picture yet. It was very ugly. I got to see it, but she hasn't sent it to me. And there's skin just everywhere and guts everywhere. And the doctor said we can't do anything. What we have to do is shave everything off, take some meat from there and put it on there. So her son's on the diet. Her son was a very ill person who couldn't get out of bed. He's in his mid-20s, big guy, and nobody could help him. So he got on the diet and he's getting better and better every day. And this happens to his mother who's not on the diet. So he called me from England and said, you know, my mother, you know, had this problem and, you know, his arm's all cut up. They want to do all this surgery. They want to do grafting and all of this. And I said, well, what you do is just take lime juice, squeeze it all in there, let her scream a lot, tell her to scream a lot, bite on something, rubber or cloth or something, and get through it. And that'll keep the body from pussing. Then put coconut cream on top of that. Then honey on top of that. And then put thin slices of meat over it. and then put a coconut cream moistened gauze over that, some plastic just the size of the gauze over that, and then wrap it and just let it stay for 2 to 5 days without changing the bandage, unless you get into a shower or bath and it starts coming off. So, and the moist gauze and the plastic is to keep the meat from drying out and becoming tight and shrinking. Well, the meat was drying out, becoming tight and becoming shrinking on the third day or during the night, 2.5 days later. So I said change it. So this was, the actual event occurred, I think it was July 1st. This is July, was it 15th? This is the 19th. This is the 24th. So you can see the progression here, and this was September 16th. You can barely see any problem. I haven't seen the recent ones, barely even any scarring. And usually when you have something like that and don't take care of it, it will have clumps of scar tissue everywhere. But you can see it's all smooth.
Why is that bottom one so white?
Pardon?
Why is the newest one so light colored or white looking?
This one?
Yeah.
Well, she wasn't getting out in the sun anymore.
If you get closer, it doesn't look so funny.
Yeah. But she wasn't getting any sun at all on that. So, and it was covered. So when the light hit it, and also you've got a darker background here.
Right.
So that's why it looks white. Okay, and then I showed some people the other day the finger. I'm going to show it again for everybody here.
Oh, God.
You know, the couple I sold, one of the couples I sold had the coconut grinding machines.
Oh.
The finger went into the grinder. Took off about an 1/8 to 1/4 inch of the bone off of that finger and ground it right down. So, did the same thing with her, lime juice, coconut cream, honey, meat. So this was, I think, 2 days, 4 days after it happened, so we don't see the worst of it. Oh, shoot. Got to plug in the hard drive.
Lime juice encourages bacteria. Lime juice. It's like you need to call Ripley's again.
Yes.
They'd like this.
Oh, they'd love to see this stuff. But I'm going to publish it before I let them have it. Take a minute for it to read it.
So you're going to tell us about the difference between lime juice and lemon juice?
Pardon?
You're going to tell us the difference between lime and lemon?
Oh, I can do that while this is coming up, can't I? Yeah, so the lime is an antiseptic. It's an antibacterial. It will surround particles. So your body doesn't have to use the white blood cells to escort the poisons out of the system in the degeneration. When I was in a motorcycle accident, it took all the skin off here and muscle and shaved the bone. Same on the side of the leg. I put lime juice on it, coconut cream. I had asphalt particles. And I shaved I rubbed the lime juice all over it. And I had, some Thai girls do it. I was screaming going through it. Couldn't get all that asphalt out of those. The muscles were actually ripped and grazed, and all the skin was gone. So it was just too painful to get on. But that lime juice surrounded all those particles, so I didn't have to have infection. Is when the white blood cells are escorting poisons out of a particular area. So you don't have to use the white blood cells to do it. The lime juice does it. So I put the meat over it, and in 10 days, all of my skin was renewed, pink and renewed. Only place I had still a little problem was right here, and I've got scar there because I couldn't continue the lime and the coconut and the cream. I just wanted to see what happened if I let that go, and I got a scar there. No other place on here do I have a scar, but right there, because I left it. If I just taken care of it for 2 more days, I wouldn't have the scar there, but I have it. So the lime juice surrounded that, so for about almost a year after, little particles would come out and be built into the skin. I could just peel them off, and there were particles of asphalt. The lime juice did that. So, it's not coming up, is it? Just down, really open it, see what happens. Open it, reopen it completely.
It seems weird to me that the lime would be that different from a lemon.
I don't care what you think. I would think the same thing. But
There you go.
put lime juice on it, you're going to have pus galore. It's been my experiment. Completely different. I mean lemon. Lemon, the pus would go crazy. Lime juice, no pus.
He's just testing it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've got a bunch of lemons and limes on my land. I'm not sure exactly which is which all the time.
They taste different.
Varieties,
They taste very different.
Not here, they don't.
No? Why?
Lemon breaks things down, right? That's why you use it, because it doesn't have a...
You put it in water, chicken. You squeeze your lemon in the water, you put it in water and let it sit for a while. The intensity of the flavor comes out. You can tell it better if it's in the
Oh, I have a newsletter that comes out every 2 months. So you can subscribe on www.wewant2live.com. And you get all new information, like you find out about that toothpaste and a lot of other things. Also, you get to see, like this article about the finger and how I did it, how I broke my leg and took care of that, how my body made its own cast. I lost my ass at that time, and all of it went to make a cast, a natural cast, because I didn't have a cast put on it or set or operated on or anything. So here's that finger.
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty? And she said, should I have them cut it off evenly? I said, don't do a thing. Just put that stuff on and wrap it. You grow another finger. She didn't believe me, but she did it anyway. Because everything else, she was on her deathbed when she started the diet. Here's this little finger growing out of this big thing. It was just a month and a half later.
Good thing she had
Growing out.
How old is she?
She's 50
Wow,
something.
that's impressive for that.
And here it is. Let's see, that was 3 months ago. That's the back side of it. So there's a little bit of deformity there. And then from the front, there's a little bit more deformity. But there it is. New finger. With a slight deformity. Diet and using those foods on the wound, miracles. Okay, guys, we're going to have to wind it up.
Leg cramps, muscle cramps.
Vinegar, whey, bananas, pineapple. This goes in the book, and you'll find those. Okay? You won't find the vinegar for that, but I found out that it works very well. Okay, guys. Thank you. Everything. Those people who want to stay and listen to mini readings, you're going to learn more if you do. It takes about 6 to 10 minutes per. Okay? Yeah, the mini reading. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have, raise your hand if you're getting a mini reading. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, everybody's paid for it?
We're talking about tomorrow, right?
Pardon?
How much is a mini reading?
This is different from tomorrow.
30 or so?
Oh, we're doing a full reading on you tomorrow.
Right.
So you have your mini reading in the full.
Oh, I do? Oh, I
Yes.
can do it now?
No.
Oh, I'm confused. Okay, gotcha.
If you're getting a full reading, the mini's already in the full.
Okay.
You did.
Yeah, you just do like this, you dip it in, you look up, you put it on the bottom.
I don't have the
Roll
website
your eye around.
pulled up on my computer, but
The egg white is
I know
the
that's
same
what they were
Yeah.
saying.
nutrients as the, almost identical to tears, except it has a little bit more protein. Okay, first I'm going to talk about the glands and now I need you to, whoever is going to have a reading, when you put your hands in my hand, you completely relax them. Let them fall into my hand. So if I move my hand, your hand's going to fall. That's good for the weight. Now, Aaron, let the whole hand relax. There you go. Okay. The left ovary is about half the normal size, so it's deteriorating. So you're vegetarian? You're a vegetarian? Mm-hmm. Okay. So more than half of this ovary has been eaten away. So you're not producing very much estrogen from that ovary. The left adrenal gland is okay. The left side of the pancreas is about 65% alive. That's very good. You have a problem with the pancreas if it's down 10%, you're diabetic. So you got a long way to go. So it's pretty good. On this diet, it's great because you're not having a lot of sugars, you're not having cooked foods, so the pancreas doesn't work hard. So you don't need as much pancreas. Our pancreas are swollen 2.5 times more than the caveman because of all the sugars. Okay, so you have just about exactly what you need for this diet. The left thyroid gland is okay, parathyroid poor, the tonsil area very poor. Relax. The right ovary is in pretty good shape. The right adrenal gland is very waterlogged. Still okay. The right side of the pancreas is also very waterlogged, but it's probably 70% alive, so you still have a pretty good pancreas. The right thyroid is very good, parathyroid's okay. The tonsil area here is not good, but you've got some good lymphatic tissue and activity around the thyroid. This adenoid is not so good. This one is okay.
Which is this and this? Left and right good, or
Right
adenoid?
adenoid, okay, left not.
Okay, you've got a lot of bile stored throughout your system. A lot of bile. All that yellowish cast, carrot juice is good for getting rid of that. So I suggest that your vegetable juice be 10% parsley, 10% cilantro, about 15% carrot, about 15% cucumber puree, and the rest celery. Meat-wise, I'm going to suggest you're a medium activity person, so I'm going to suggest that you have about 60% red meat for a while and the rest fish or chicken or some kind of seafood or poultry. If you get more sun, you don't need as much red meat. So if you're getting an hour of sun a day, you can cut the red meat all the way down to about 30%. Okay, but you need the sun to do that. Also, 2 days a week, instead of a fruit meal in the afternoon, I'd like you to have about 6 ounces of carrot juice with 2 ounces of coconut cream and 1 ounce of dairy cream. If you don't have the dairy cream, you can use 4 ounces of milk with that. And you sip that over almost a 20, 30 minute period. Because with the milk in there, it's going to rush the sugars in too fast. You had the dairy cream in there with the coconut cream, it would slow it down more. So you could do it within 15 minutes. But here you need to stretch this so you don't inundate yourself with sugar. And that'll help get rid of that bile. Some of that bile is interfering with a lot of things. You're very fat deficient and waterlogged, so in that bile, your body uses bile to bind with toxins, and there's a lot of metal toxins throughout your system in that bile. So it can cause rashes, it can cause all kinds of problems. When it's coming out of your skin, it can cause you to turn really orange. But it's not that carrot juice. A lot of people mistake that. It's not the carrot juice causing the coloring. It is the bile that is coming out through the skin. It's causing that orange cast. You've got a lot of fungus growing in your body and a lot of industrial solvents. When you were a child, did your mother use a lot of Clorox and mix? Mix a lot of detergents. To help remove that, a good idea to have a half of them, like 2 days a week, half of a green mango with a kiwi, about 3 ounces of coconut cream. Well, let's make it 5 tablespoons of coconut cream, and either a half a teaspoon of butter or a tablespoon of dairy cream. I just have to cut it off the top of your milk to do that. And blend that all together. And then drink that over a 20-minute period. That'll help remove some of those industrial solvents. Also, you can eat berries with coconut cream on some other days of the week as your fruit meals. So you vary those. So coconut cream and the berries. About 3/4 of a cup of berries. Make sure the berries are always organic. So if you can't get berries in season, then you eat the frozen organic berries. Freezing fruit is okay. Eating frozen fruit is okay. Now, normally I don't get into characteristics, but you have some characteristics of somebody who tends to be too critical. That's because you're an artist, and a lot of artists get bored easily. So you've got a mind that's constantly changing, and if you expect other people to keep up with that level of mental change, and you're expecting people to satisfy your need for that change, you're always going to be disappointed in people and yourself. So you just realize that the art you do today has nothing to do with the art you do tomorrow, because they're going to be light and day. You cannot cross them over. So you're going to be a very happy person if you can get excited with your new vision every day you awaken. Don't get frustrated with it. See what you can create, because that's what you're supposed to do. You've got a lot of anemia, a lot of poor circulation on the left side of your body. You need a hot water bottle at your left side. You've got a lot of lymphatic congestion, so you need to do those lymphatic baths. And the 2 days that I didn't tell you what fruit to eat, it's the pineapple and coconut cream for those baths. Okay? And I suggest that you eat about 14 ounces by weight of meat a day. It's about 2 cups of meat a day, a cup at a time, twice daily. Okay, and remember, when I say meat, that doesn't mean beef, that means any kind of flesh food. Okay?
Can I ask you one question?
Oh.
This summer I was in a house fire, and one of those, like, you know, those mailing containers, they're kind of a cellulose, was burning. Now, my daughter and I were laying in bed breathing in smoke probably for about a half an hour before we woke up. Is there anything in particular that I could do to get that stuff out that I breathed in, that she breathed in?
I wouldn't even go near that right now. You go near that and you could throw yourself into chemical sensitivity where you take you years to recover and you won't be able to function, take care of your daughter, and your daughter won't be able to function. It's a big risk. So wait, don't do this for a couple of years, but what you can do to get rid of it is you put a little, that solid mixture they gave you with the mango and the kiwi, you put a half a tablespoon of vinegar in it. Okay, and that'll help start melting, pulling those polymers out, the BPAs. But don't do it for a couple of years. It's a big risk. I've seen people go into fibromyalgia, unable to be around anything. You know, even fabric softeners can set them off. It's a difficult thing to do, so don't do it for a couple of years.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, who's next? Jump over?
I went here and then I went here.
Yeah, are we taking notes for each other?
I think that's a good
Well,
idea.
you have to find a partner, or if somebody volunteers to do it, great. I still say things in a way that are contrary to what I mean.
Yeah.
And it's so, people can misunderstand me so many times. It's terrible. Okay, let me see both palms, let them go limp. Good. Okay. You also have a tremendous amount of bile throughout your system. See all that yellow? Everywhere.
I always
It's
thought it was
pretty
carotene.
intense. Pardon?
I always thought it was some carotene.
Nope, that's bile. You've been
Okay.
using bile to bind with toxins. Bile's to digest fats that bind with toxins, not the other way around.
Okay.
So when it meets with the toxin, it becomes more caustic, and it's harder to gain weight.
Okay.
So you need to drink a lot of cream. Don't know where you're going to get it, but you need to drink a lot of cream.
Okay.
And you also need the carrot juice. So 2 days a week, I suggest that you drink 8 ounces of carrot juice with 5 tablespoons of coconut cream, 2 tablespoons of dairy cream. For you, I'm going to suggest about a quarter of a teaspoon of vinegar in that, and 1.5 tablespoons of honey in yours. And you have to sip that over a 20-25 minute period, 2 days in the afternoon, a week, in place of your fruit meal for those 2 days.
Okay.
Okay. Now let's go over the glands. Okay, the left testy is in okay shape. About 23% of it is hardened like leather, dried out. The left adrenal gland is in pretty good shape, but shrunken a little bit. The left side of the pancreas is only about 25% alive. Still has to be 10, it'd be a real problem. The right thyroid is in pretty good shape. Parathyroid's fair. Tonsil area is very poor. Yeah. The right testy is in pretty good shape. The right adrenal gland it's dehydrating. You need to get a lot of fats in there. But it's still functional. The right side of the pancreas is only about 10% alive. So your pancreas is really degenerated. Another reason you don't gain weight easily. Okay. So I suggest you get some pancreas. You need some pancreas.
Okay.
I don't care what animal it's from, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
If you could get it from a pig, it probably work better. They're built much like a pig. You know, I didn't get into any bacteria or fungus or virus or any of that, parasites. But I've got that in my books. Also on the website, if you join, subscribe, you know, you can read all about that stuff. Okay, the thyroid gland, the right thyroid gland is pretty good. Parathyroid's fair. Tonsil area is very poor. Poor circulation and very drying of tissue all through the stomach and the upper part of the small intestines. Drying all around your heart. I'm going to suggest that you do 2 lubrication formulas a day.
Okay.
You're very close to losing your heart. See how sucked in and dry that is?
Right.
That's where your heart is, right there.
Okay.
So you can see the heart right there. See that little bump right there? Yeah, you should not be able to see the outline of it. Okay. It's a little swelling, it's not a dimple. This right here is all caved in. So all the tissue around it has dried. So you're a heart attack looking to happen. So you need that lubrication and formula in there. Put a hot, while you lie on your left side or your right side, probably your right side would be better. Put a hot water bottle right here, put a towel over this way, or a silk shawl. Keep the heat in.
Okay.
Anytime you use heat, it forces circulation into that area. Circulation means improved nutrients flow to that area. Anytime you've got an injury, you don't use ice unless it's for a few moments to numb the pain. No more than 2 minutes. Everything should be heat. Otherwise, you will restrict the circulation to the area. You're going to scar and be like all athletes who lose the ability of those limbs.
Now, does that show the same on this side?
There's no heart problem. But you should have, along here, along the esophagus, the other side of the esophagus, the right side, yes, it's very dried, but not on the inside where the heart is.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest that you do mainly fish and chicken, probably 30% red meat. In your vegetable juice, I suggest about 20% parsley, 5% cilantro, %15 carrot, 15% cucumber puree, and the rest celery. We'll suggest that you eat 4 days a week. Make that 3 days a week. About a cup of raspberries with about 6 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1 tablespoon of dairy cream, or a half a teaspoon of butter. 2 days a week, I'd like you to have dark berries, blueberries, blackberries, boysenberries. Half a cup of that with a half a cup of raspberries, the same amount of coconut cream, dairy cream, or butter.
And you said frozen berries are okay.
Yep. As long as they're organic berries.
Okay.
And then 2 days a week, you're going to have the carrot juice and the creams that I suggested.
Mm-hmm.
And then 1 day a week, have whatever fruit that you're inspired by.
Okay.
You did probably, because you've got a lot of lymphatic congestion, there should be pineapple.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and do the hot baths. For you, till you gain the weight, you only do 1 hot bath a week.
Okay.
You can do 35, 40-minute baths to get out of your, connective tissue, But to melt that out of the lymph system, you need more weight to be doing it 2 days a week.
Okay.
Okay? All right?
Good. Thank you.
You're very welcome. 3 days for the raspberries, 2 days for the combination of berries, 2 days for the, well, that's 7 days though, isn't it?
3, 4, 5, 6,
Yeah.
7. Okay, so 2 days other, which could be the pineapple.
No, 2 days are the carrot juice. So you're gonna have to reduce that, dark berry, the raspberries to 2 days.
2 days.
Yeah, 2
And
days a
then
week
1
for
day,
raspberries,
yeah, 2 days with raspberries.
2 days for carrots, and
2
1
days,
for
yeah.
whatever other fruit, pineapple mixed, is what I got.
2, and then 1 day would be pineapple.
Pineapple, correct.
I hope you can figure that out.
Are you ready? Can you ready to read him?
Yours is pretty good.
Yeah, yours is really good.
Yeah.
She's going up next.
Yes.
Cool.
Cream
Absolutely.
and butter and
Absolutely.
You're moving away from this
No,
side.
I'm coming closer. I just want
Okay.
to double up.
Yeah.
Well, it's just I'm having a hard time writing this down.
Okay. Let your hands fall in. Okay. You drink a shitload of water.
Funny you should say that.
Look at all that. Look at all this water. Just everywhere in your tissues.
I mean, it's not,
And it's not in the cells. You're bloated with 60% excess water. You're not even fat. You don't even have enough fat on your body. You're fat deficient.
Okay, you're writing this down, guys.
Okay, the left ovary is about 50% dried because of all the water. The left thyroid, the left adrenal gland is 60% water. It's okay though, it's still functional, right? The left side of the pancreas, maybe 15% functional, getting close to diabetes. Left thyroid, very good. Parathyroid's very good. The left parathyroids are good. The tonsil area is poor, but you have good lymphatic activity in its place. And the right ovary is also 50% deteriorated from water, but it's not dehydrated, it's not dry. The right adrenal gland is also very waterlogged, but it's functional, better than the left. The right side of the pancreas is about 25% functional. It's a little bit better on the other side. So you're not diabetic yet, and looks like you're going to reverse it. You're going to take care of yourself.
Absolutely, that's what I'm here.
The right thyroid is pretty good. Parathyroid, excellent. That's the way all glands should be. See the way that's jumping out there? That's the way all glands should be. The tonsil here doesn't look like it's very active, but the lymph glands around it are pretty good. Now, see all this white splotching everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
All lymphatic congestion.
I find that comes and goes.
No, that
All the
doesn't
time?
go. No.
But I see, but sometimes
On
my
your
hands are,
hands,
yeah,
yeah.
like it's blotchy like this, and other
Yeah.
times they're not blotchy like
Yeah.
this.
But when you have that much, you've got
Mhm.
lymphatic congestion everywhere in your system. So, but you're fat deficient, you have all that water, you need to perspire it out of there, replace it with fat, do those lymphatic baths.
Okay.
Okay? Meat-wise, you're in between, you're a little bit anemic, so you need at least 50% red meat. I'm going to say 60% for 3 months, cut it down to 50% after that. After about 9 months, you could cut it down to 40%. And you could have chicken or fish as your major, meat in your life.
Seafood, okay?
That's seafood,
I mean, like,
fish, yes.
yeah, but I mean, like, what do you call those? Mollusks and
The other fine,
shrimp.
oysters, clams, all those are great.
Not shrimp.
Shrimp in clean waters is good, as long as they're not farmed.
Yeah, some of them are farmed, some of them aren't. But yeah,
But you can go out here and seine your own.
could do, but I haven't yet.
Just give a seine. I know they're illegal, but I used to sneak out on the beach and get them anyway.
Yeah, well, we're overfished. I'll wait for a little while.
A lot of water all along your spine, both sides, especially the left side. Quite an imbalance in your back. Good you're a massage therapist, that's all I have to say. You'd be in a lot of pain, a lot of trouble because you're exercising your back, moving your hands. If that water were to collect without abatement, you'd be having some serious problems. So you're dehydrating and drying out your intestinal tract here, both sides. Water dehydrates the body. It does not hydrate the system. We've got a wrong word that they directly misled you. You don't think of hydration. Don't think of filling yourself with water. You fill yourself with fat.
So would that be part of the dryness, perhaps?
Yes.
Because I come from Arizona.
Yeah, and you drink a lot of water, but you're not holding it like she is.
Right.
It's dissolving her body. Yours is just drying out.
Okay.
Do you need to turn those over again? So you need to do those lymphatic baths twice a week. Every day you need to do the short ones, 35, 40-minute baths to perspire that stuff out of your system. Fruit-wise, pineapple 2 days, 3 days, do it every other day. Do pineapple with coconut cream every other day. How tall are you?
5'6" or so.
Okay, so do about 6 ounces by volume of pineapple. Do 4.5 tablespoons of coconut cream and 1 tablespoon of dairy cream that you'll have to cut off the top of your milk. Put in there. Eat a little bit of cheese with that milk if it's a little bit deficient in fat. Give a little honey with the cheese. So you get some of that fat that's missing by taking off the cream. And then, so that's every other day. So you got 2 to 3 days a week with solvents all over. Do you paint? Did you ever paint? Take some kind of solvent. Oh, it could be an atmospheric.
I live here.
Vol. It could be vol. What do you call it?
Fog.
Fog, yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, so have just 1 day a week do this because you could throw it off too fast. You don't have enough fat on your body. Half of a mango, green mango, kiwi, 4 tablespoons of coconut cream. I'd rather you have butter, but if you don't have butter, have the cream. About a teaspoon of dairy cream or 1/4 of a teaspoon of butter. I like it to have 1.5 tablespoons of honey in that. Blend it all together and sip that over a 25-minute period. That's a fruit, 1 fruit for the week. Do carrot juice 1 day a week, only 4.5 ounces as a fruit meal, and about 3 tablespoons of coconut cream, 2 tablespoons of dairy cream, and a tablespoon of honey. Take 15-20 minutes to drink that.
How much coconut juice?
Coconut cream?
Coconut juice, you said?
Coconut cream.
Oh, I'm sorry, carrot juice.
Carrot juice?
4.5 ounces.
4.5 ounces.
I didn't get the
Yeah.
coconut cream.
Okay, you have that same personality characteristic as the last person who was here, and yours is worse than hers.
I've been around longer. Come on, give me a break.
So, just remember, it's to keep your mind entertained. Nobody's going to entertain you the way you can. You'll be disappointed in everybody.
I know that.
You've got to, yeah, yours is quite a bit worse than hers.
I come by it justly. You should know my parents.
Well, they may have had the same trait.
Mm-hmm.
And you need about 14 ounces of meat a day. It's about 2 cups a day, a cup at a time. You could be a person that could get away with doing it in the afternoon, but make sure it's after your food meal, so no later than 4 o'clock, or no earlier than 4 o'clock.
The meat.
Yeah.
My second meat.
In really hot times of the year, you probably won't be able to do it. Do it morning and late evening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Grazie. Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
I'm not going to do much. So,
Okay.
What do you do?
What do I do?
Work.
Lots of different things. Work with beneficial bacteria, gardening, farming, using heavy equipment, cleaning.
I was wondering why you got so stiff.
Oh, I've been climbing around in rafters all day, doing it shining.
Let your hands relax completely. Okay. Now you just have the same kind of waterlogging that you have.
I'm so dedicated
a lot of water,
doing the water.
even more than she has. The left testy is okay, even though it's heavily waterlogged. The adrenal gland is still okay. It's almost like you're keeping the water just outside the glands. So the outsides of the glands are drying up. The left side of the pancreas. Let's see, you've got a little bit more fat on you, so that's helpful. So about 30% of the left side of your pancreas is good. Left thyroid is excellent. Parathyroid excellent. Tonsil area poor. Working. You've got lots of activity there. The right testing is about only 40% alive, very waterlogged. The right adrenal gland's in pretty good shape. It's not holding the water like every other one in the body. The right side of the pancreas, probably only 10% alive. So you've got more over here than there, so you're still not diabetic, you're moving there. The right thyroid is a little weak and waterlogged. The parathyroids are pretty good. Tonsil area very weak and waterlogged. Now, is this dirt from your work?
Yeah, this is from today.
Because it just looks surface, it doesn't look penetrated.
It's just
Got good red blood cells. White blood cells are okay. So you could do whatever meat you like. Whatever you feel like having is okay. You have a slight tendency.
Sausages are okay?
No,
Teasing.
no, wrong.
Just tell him. Just tell him that, please. I need you to tell
You
him.
can make sausage tasting things. You get those herbs that they use to make the sausage, and you grind your meat in a food processor with those herbs, and you've got yourself same case. Only it'll be better for you and taste better. And you won't back up on you, and you won't have bad gas like those things create. A little bit more red meat, even though you're outside a lot, are you? You're not getting it and absorbing the sun very well. So you need butter, more butter than cream. You need a lot of butter. I would say at least one lubrication formula a day. And you could split it up into two, have half of it with your first meat meal and half of the second. And you need about a pound of meat a day. To get rid of all that water, I'm going to suggest that you do about 10 to 12 eggs a day. That's going to make you feel like you're dehydrating. Take some coconut cream and you rub it on your lips, or honey. Remember that mouth drying out is all those toxins leaving from the brain, drawing all the fats out of the mouth. That is not dehydration. That dry mouth is fat, is lipid deficiency. So you put, honey has a good absorbable fat right into the skin, so does coconut cream. Sometimes butter is a little acidic and it will cause some blisters or cracking. So it's better to have the coconut cream or the honey. And then put a little bit in your mouth and just let it stay there. And that takes care of that dry mouth. That is not dehydration. And everybody takes it as dehydration. And you could definitely use that sport formula, try to get it from Keebler or somebody I gave out earlier. Cucumbers are good for you. Be sure to eat cucumbers all day long. That's in the sport formula, blended and puree. Fruit-wise, every other day have grapefruit or pomelo. Have a half of a grapefruit, don't have a whole. Well, you're outside working a lot. Perspire a lot? Okay. So you can have a whole grapefruit, half of a pomelo with about 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, tablespoon of honey with that, and 2 tablespoons of coconut cream. You can have that, eat some of the grapefruit, and eat the grapefruit, don't juice it. You peel it, to get the little buds out of it, but you don't have to eat the white in there if you don't want to. But don't juice it. There's a lot of bioflavonoids that you need to help get rid of this water retention. And grapefruit and pomelo help get rid of excess water. Don't want you to do it too fast. So I've given you a diet for you not to handle it too fast. He's got it swollen, puffy all over. So he needs to lose it faster. So you could, drink that, the fats in between eating the sections of the grapefruit or the pomelo. Do that every other day.
I lost a thing. Along with the grapefruit or pomelo, 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1 tablespoon of honey, and
2 tablespoons of dairy cream. You mix the coconut cream and the dairy cream and honey together. Mm-hmm. You can spoon that out or drink it while you're eating your sections. You could drink that whole fat thing first if you like, and then eat the fruit. Other days, you suggest one day with about 6 ounces of carrot juice with 2 ounces of coconut cream and cheese. I'd like you to have about 4 ounces of cheese with that. And you have 2 days left for fruit, I think. Mm-hmm. I'd like you to have cheese and coconut cream with orange. And you eat those eggs in between everything. Have to get rid of that water. So.
Is there anything happening with the kidney liver? I've always, for biofilm analysis and naturopathic stuff, they always say there's a kidney liver thing happening back and forth.
I wouldn't worry about that because the kidney is not shrunken or dried out. Okay. It's a little waterlogged, a little dry, but you don't really have a kidney problem. You're just retaining too much water. Just remember, the doctors and pharmaceutical houses are all geared to get you to take something.
These are all naturopaths and...
It doesn't matter anything. They're all trained by the medical profession in the same way. They want you to take something. Yeah. And let me tell you, the grapefruit's the best thing you can do for the kidneys. But your kidneys are not in bad shape. Just a lot of water in your nervous system, you're overworking them, but you're not in bad shape.
And for his tonsils?
Pardon?
Anything for his tonsils?
Do you have tonsils? Yeah. Because this is a beautiful tonsil here. It's just that it's all waterlogged. Everything's waterlogged. So it's not working as well. So those eggs and that grapefruit are going to help take care of that, or pomelo. Those will help get rid of water quicker. Okay? Meat-wise, I said how much meat to eat, right?
Yeah, a pound a day.
Yeah. There you go. A pound a day of meat is about 2.5 cups a day. 2.25, 2.5 cups a day equals a pound.
Great.
Okay. Very long-term vegetarian?
No.
And definitely not a cooked food either. Relax. The left ovary is only about 20% present or alive, pretty much deteriorated, shrunken. Left adrenal gland is okay, but waterlogged. The left side of the pancreas, 70% alive, that's very good. Left thyroid is okay, parathyroid is very poor, tonsil area very poor. The right ovary, is about 40% alive. The right adrenal gland is waterlogged, but it's okay. The right side of the pancreas is about 40% alive. That's pretty good. Right thyroid is very poor, parathyroid is very poor, tonsil area very poor. You got lymphatic congestion and poor circulation everywhere in the torso. Lymphatic congestion all over is blocked. You still have some purple cast in there, so you have some good growth hormones to help you heal faster, but it's planted in different areas. It's not consistent over, but it's certainly enough to recuperate pretty fast. Got some very damaged kidneys, especially the right one, and that's waterlogged, drinking too much water. Left kidney's a little bit better. Red blood cell count is okay. White blood cell count varies in the body. If you were healthy, I would say that you could live on chicken and fish, but because you have some signs of weak cells all over in the body, I'm going to suggest that you have about 30% red meat, and you only have a little bit of red meat at a time. Let's say you have an ounce of red meat twice daily, and the rest, fish or chicken. But you need a little bit of red meat to bring you out of because a lot of your red blood cells are not carrying oxygen well. They're very deficient. So you need the red meat to help them. Okay, fruit-wise, you've got a lot of toxic iron. Did you take iron supplements?
Mm-mm.
In your whole life?
No, I've taken a cast iron pan for a while. That.
Yeah. Your mother cooking cast iron?
I don't think so.
Could have been in the water. Sure didn't take a one-a-day vitamin or something?
No, not at all. Haven't been.
No, when you were a child.
Not really.
Where did you get all this iron?
Where's it show up?
I would have to tell you.
Oh, okay.
I'd like you to have about, how tall are you?
5 to 10.
Have about a little bit more than 3/4 of a cup of raspberries. Raspberries helps get rid of iron, aluminum, and zinc, and some of those other toxic metals that are in the body. So raspberries with about, for a while, 3.5 tablespoons of coconut cream. As you put on weight, you can add another 1/2 tablespoon at a time, let's say every 2 months, till you get up to about, let's say 5.5 tablespoons of coconut cream at a time with a fruit meal. That'll help pull some of that out of there. I would like you to have 2 lubrication formulas a day when you can afford it and do it with the butter. You know, that means a good stick of butter a day. That's 4 ounces for each. But what you can do is when you have that, you make one big, 12-ounce lubrication formula instead of making 2 once a day.
Right.
And they'll last 24 hours unless you keep them in a very hot place. It won't start fermenting, but still digest a little faster even if it's fermented. It just doesn't taste as good. So you can make it and keep it in a cool place, but do not refrigerate anything that has eggs in it. So I'm going to give you your lubrication and moisturizing formula.
Don't refrigerate anything that has eggs in it?
Eggs in it, yes. Never refrigerate eggs. And don't refrigerate anything after you put eggs in it.
Except for ice cream.
Except for ice cream, but that's you're blending.
24 hours, right?
Yeah, but I say don't really do that. That's the worst you can do. It's better as soon as you make it to eat it. Okay, moisturizing formula for you will be 4.5 tablespoons of butter, 1.5 tablespoons of lemon juice, 1.25 teaspoon of honey, and 1 egg. So double that to make a double formula. Okay? And I would like you to break that up into fifths. So you have like 2.5 ounces at a time, 5 times a day. So have it with, a fifth of it with your first meat meal. Then right maybe an hour before your fruit meal. And then again with your meat meal. Then again with some milk before you go to sleep, or an egg. And then during the night, again, your last fifth. Okay? I want to keep your body lubricated every hour of the day. Okay? I'm really afraid for you to have fruit, except for those berries. You can have those every other day. Other days, eat cucumber or have that sport drink. Did you write the formula for that? Have that. That's a better thing to have. You can have as much milk as you want. Load up on milk. Sip it all day long. You need to be very nourished like a baby. I think that those growth hormones are going to start spreading, and you'll start invigorating that so you can heal faster.
Does that happen when there's a
That's
transition?
that purple stuff all through there. You see purple specks all over through there. That shows me you have good growth hormones in specific areas. A lot of people that are as thin as you will have whole purple areas showing they have a lot. So I know they're going to rebound quickly. Okay? They're not going to rebound as fast as those people will. But I'm hoping that your hormones will increase as soon as you get that moisturizing formula in your system with the meat. With the raw meat. Okay? You're welcome.
Just could you explain what you do for the full-blown thing like on tomorrow?
I photograph the irises, blow them up. We can take a pin prick and blow it up that big.
Okay.
So I can tell you what chemicals are in your body, what systems are affected, the worst places in your body. I direct your detoxification on what I see there. which are the most problem areas in the body. And then we'll give you a specific diet, how much to have all day long of what amounts with foods. Okay. So it's absolutely a diet that you follow to the T if you want to. It's up to you.
And how long would you follow that diet for? For a year and then you do a follow-up?
Sometimes they last up to a year and a half, 2 years. But, like I say, the body goes through its changes. You go into the book and you adjust what I've told you to take for what's happening. If you need help, give me a call and I'll tell you what to do. And then you go back to the diet that I've suggested for as long as it works. And usually they work for 2 to 2.5 years. Unless I've stipulated to somebody you have to change in 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, something like that.
Do we need to record that? That's the way we recorded that, or?
Pardon?
Do we have to record it, like we just did? The readings.
Tomorrow.
The readings.
Oh yes, absolutely. They have to be recorded. Now, you're not going to remember everything I say in 70 minutes.
Right.
Okay?
So
You finished?
You did it tomorrow. So we need to talk to you or keep it?
War of the Worlds. Looks like one of
You want me
those-
to read as well? Right, you got this.
Yeah, if you want, but I'll have it recorded. Keep it.
Let your hands
Well,
go
it's
completely
raining,
relaxed.
so I'll tell you what. What's your name?
But I guess it's still.
Brian.
Okay, the left testicle is very weak and debilitated. If you talk, he's not going to pick this up on you. Okay? Thank you. It's very weak and debilitated, a lot of water on it. You're drinking too much water. The adrenal gland is the same way. It's all puffy with water. Still functional. The left side of the pancreas is about 50% alive. That's pretty good. Not quite 50, but it's pretty good. The left thyroid is okay. Parathyroid's pretty good. Tonsilary atrocious. The right testicle is in pretty good shape. About 20% water allowed. The right adrenal gland's in pretty good shape. The right side of the pancreas is only about 15-20% alive. The right thyroid is okay. Parathyroid, pretty good. Tonsil area, fair. Doesn't look like you have a tonsil, but you have got good lymph glands all around there working in place of it. You have smoke tars everywhere in your body.
What is that?
Smoke tars.
Smoke tars?
Yeah. Did your parents smoke?
No. Well, my mom did before I was born.
There you go. Transferred them right into you. And man, that's been a major part of your problems your whole life.
Huh.
Smoke tires. And they are hardened. All throughout your system, everywhere. So your mother stopped smoking when she got pregnant with you?
Before, I think, but yeah.
And just started
before.
dumping them all.
Huh.
So that's what happens when a person stops smoking. They start dumping the tars. And if they're pregnant or nursing, that's where they will go, right into the baby. So it looks like you've been a lifetime smoker.
Wow.
This whole area is damaged. Your intestines, your back is damaged, especially the left side. And you need to get some tobacco, green tobacco. You can grow it here. You juice it. You ferment it. You add lemon juice and a little bit of vinegar to it. Let's say you have 12 ounces of juiced tobacco. And you put, let's say, a teaspoon of lemon juice of that, a teaspoon of vinegar in it. And you let it ferment out of the refrigerator for several weeks. Take the top off. You might want to put it in a 16-ounce jar with 12 ounces of tar, of the tobacco juice. and then let it air once in a while. And then let it ferment until it's sizzling, until it's gassing. Then refrigerate it. Only use a half of a teaspoon every 4 days in a vegetable juice, and you will detox heavily.
In a vegetable juice?
In a vegetable juice. Don't take it alone.
So every 3 days, you say?
Yeah. And in that vegetable juice, I would like you to have a whole tablespoon of vinegar, which you have with that. In your vegetable juice, I'm going to recommend 15% parsley, 5% cilantro, 20% carrot,
The left one.
about 30% celery, and the rest cucumber puree. This is carpet.
Yeah. It's mold and everything here too.
Meat-wise, mostly white meat. Maybe 20% red, 15% red's all you need. Red blood cells are pretty strong, pretty good. Very poor circulation in your intestines, so I'd sleep with a hot water bottle, you know. Just remember, when you're using a hot water bottle, don't put it on and put the pressure on. You put it on the sides. Go on the sides, you put it on the front to let the heat go in. Put a towel or somewhere in that area. You don't put it on top of someone and block the on top of that area and block the circulation with the heavy pressure of the hot water bottle. Now, you look like you'll heal very rapidly, even though you got all those smoke tars in there. It's almost like your body is mutated into be able to handle some of those smoke tars. But it's caused some of the emotional distraction that you've had in your lifetime. Your physical body seemed to handle it okay, but the nervous system hasn't. That right middle lobe and left middle lobe haven't handled it very well either. And you've got a huge spot of it in your right bowel, in the ascending colon, right about here. You might have some trouble there once in a while, right below the liver, off out to the right side.
This is tars we're talking about.
Tars, smoke tars, yep. You weren't around any other smoke? Some of it looks fresher than passed from your mother.
I'm a painter. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
And you use oil paints?
I just did a paint job with oil paints. I don't usually.
How about around campfires?
Campfires will do
I've
it
done
too.
some of those, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some of those are the worst because people will use walnut.
Creosote and all that stuff.
Yep.
Treated wood without realizing they're poisoning things.
Well, even just wildwood, like walnut with all that oil in it, turns into a tar.
So any highly, like conifers, all those, anything with
Anything with, it's a vegetable oil, and we don't handle vegetable oils. So you could also do half of a green mango with, say, 1.5 kiwi for you, about 2 tablespoons of honey, 5 tablespoons of coconut cream. For you, I'm going to recommend butter for the heavier oils rather than the dairy cream. So about 1.5 teaspoons to a tablespoon of butter. And I'm going to recommend you put a tablespoon of lime juice in there.
Is it to help them detox?
And blend that all together and pour that mixture into 3 ounces of sparkling mineral water. Perrier, San Pellegrino, Apollinaris, one of those. Apollinaris is my favorite. It's a better water. If you're going to do that, remember, don't pour the water into the mixture into the water. It's going to foam up like a float, and it's going to be delicious, but do not suck it down. You have to take 20-25 minutes to drink it, or else you get nauseous and vomit or have diarrhea, and it starts pulling that stuff out. Those oils. Did you wear a mask? Anytime you do an oil painting job, you want to use an Israeli gas mask with canisters on it.
Okay.
Can't get around that stuff.
Some of the time, half the time I wear masks.
With canisters or just a regular old lint
canisters?
Good. Okay. But some of it got through because I can see it. It's already caused a rash in your lungs and in your chest, in your diaphragm, even in your brain. Mostly on the right side. You might start getting headaches or a little heaviness on the right side. Cream will help with that. Cheese, eat cheese all day long. Little sugar cube size amounts every half hour to 45 minutes to an hour. Keep pulling it out. Vinegar will also help, so have a tablespoon of vinegar with a vegetable juice every day. I'm going to recommend that you have a good 3 cups of meat a day, so it's a cup and a half twice daily. And a lubrication formula, you can make 1.5 of those and then break it into thirds. Third with each meat meal and a third in the middle of the night, just so you're protected. And in your lubrication formula, I'm going to recommend you use a half a teaspoon of vinegar along with the lemon juice. Okay. Let me give you a formula for your lubrication formula. I'd like you to have 7.5 tablespoons. This is for the whole 1.5 worth. 7.5 tablespoons of butter. 3 eggs. 2 tablespoons make it 1 3/4 tablespoons of lemon juice, not lime, and 1 tablespoon of honey, and a half a teaspoon of vinegar. Blend it all together. Remember, when you're making a moisturizing lubrication formula, you leave all the ingredients out the night before, let it become room temperature, blend it all together in the morning. If the butter is still too cold and it clumps and doesn't disperse evenly, then you have to immerse it in a bowl of hot water for about 2-3 minutes and then reblend it. After it's all dispersed properly and it gets cold again and chilled and starts firming, that's okay, because it's already dispersed properly. Okay? Raspberries and blueberries mixture, half a cup of each with about 4.5 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1.5 tablespoons of dairy cream, and about a pea-sized amount of butter. You can blend that all together into like a parfait, because the pectin in the berries will cause it to firm. Or you can whip the fats into like a whipped cream and have the berries whole. The berries, they have to be organic, so if you can't get them fresh and organic, get the frozen organic berries. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you try one of those butter crops?
Pardon?
Those butter crops where you put the butter in and leave it out, so it's upside down in water or something, so it doesn't go rancid, so it stays creamy.
Berries digest first. That makes everything bitter. When you add a starter, or Sevilla, Fiji, or whatever those are, the different ones, they always have an excessive amount of acidophilus to digest the sugars instead of, the fats first. Okay, let me see your hands.
Are you trying to throw us out still?
We're finished eating right now.
Okay, the whole system shuts down around 10ish.
What time is it?
9:25.
Oh my
Wow.
God.
So just, I didn't want the lights to go out and, flashlights?
Well, no, we're almost finished.
Oh, okay.
Probably 10 minutes we'll be
Okay,
finished.
it's on an automatic system.
Relax. You're the last one, right? Okay.
Do you want me to write something, or are you getting recorded?
He's recording it, but do you want it to write too?
That's all right, I got it.
Okay. Okay. The left. Okay, we need to silence here so this will record. The left adrenal gland is quite dry. Testy is quite dry, and it's somewhat shrunken, but it's okay. Left adrenal gland is pretty good. Left side of the pancreas is good, 70% alive. That's good. The left thyroid is poor. Parathyroid's very good. Tonsil area very poor. Relax. The right testy is in very good shape. About probably 20% debilitated. Right adrenal gland is a little waterlogged, but it's okay. The right side of the pancreas, very poor circulation into there, very cold, so it's not working very well. It's about 40% alive, but only working by about 10-12%. You need to put a hot water bottle at your left side over here every night. Stimulate circulation into that pancreas. The right thyroid is okay. Parathyroid poor. Parathyroids on the right are poor, and the tonsil area over here is okay. Red blood cell okay. White blood cell very contaminated. Did you deal with chemicals?
Yeah. Like in the hospital?
Yeah, wherever. You got lots of chemicals all over in your system. Wow. So you need the the half of a green mango. How tall are you?
6'1".
1.5 kiwis, and about 1.5 tablespoons of honey. Make it 4.5 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1 tablespoon of dairy cream, 1 tablespoon of butter. Blend that all together. Pour that into 2.5 ounces of sparkling mineral water. Take about 20-25 minutes to drink it. Juice-wise, I'm going to suggest about 7% cilantro, about 10% parsley, about 30% carrot, about 20% celery, and the rest cucumber puree. Two days a week in place of a fruit meal. You could do the mango and kiwi 2 days a week. Make sure at least 3 days apart. And 2 days with carrot juice, 4 to 6 ounces of carrot juice, 5 tablespoons of coconut cream, 2 tablespoons of, make it 3 tablespoons of dairy cream, and 1 tablespoon of honey. Make sure you take 20 minutes to drink that, even 25, even 30 minutes. I'd like you to have a half a teaspoon of vinegar in that mango stuff, mango mixture. On the rest of the days of the week for your food meal, I'd like you to have 3/4 of a cup of dark berries, blueberries, blackberries, boysenberries, and 1/4 of a cup. Okay, change that. Make that 2/3 of a cup of dark berries and 1/3 of a cup of raspberries. Strawberries if you get the small ones. The hybrid ones don't work. With about 4 tablespoons of coconut cream, 1.5 tablespoons of dairy cream, and you can whip that into a whipped cream and have the berries whole with it, or you can blend it all together in a parfait. Meat-wise, you need about 2.5 cups a day, so 1.25 cups twice daily. You have a lot of signs of anemia right now. So I'm going to suggest about 70% red meat, 30% white, mainly fish. And you need one of those sport drinks almost every day and lots of milk. Eggs, not so important. You're going to have them in your lubrication formula. Do 1 lubrication formula a day. Break it up into half with each meat meal. Okay, well, you can get some cranberries right now, freeze them. 1 day a week, I'd like you to take a 1/2 cup of cranberries with 2 tablespoons of honey, 3.5 tablespoons of coconut cream, tablespoon of butter, and about, let's say, 2.5 teaspoons of vinegar. So you're going to have a cranberry sauce, but it's sauce only for itself. Let's say it'll be in a fruit meal, as a fruit meal 1 day a week. Okay? So you're going to need to freeze, about a 1/2 cup of raspberries for 1 day a week. So you've got 52 weeks in a year. Now, of course, 2 months and you'll be able to get them. So for 10 months a year, 1/2 cup of raspberries 1 day, once a week. So let's say you've got 45, half cups. So you're looking at 22, 23 cups of cranberries, I would freeze. That'll help you with some more of these poisons that are in your system. Okay?
I'm missing my spleen, gallbladder, and appendix. So special.
Boy, you. Well, the appendix is a library of any bacteria and foreign objects been in your body. So your body has to reanalyze everything every time. When you have an appendix, something comes into the body. Usually in 40 minutes, your body has an antidote for it. And us without appendixes could take 30 hours, 36 hours before we respond properly for it. Spleen means you better not get in an accident, you better not bleed. You better have plenty of clothes to keep you warm, an easy way to strip them off, to get cool. So you're missing your gallbladder, so bile, so you can't eat a lot of fat at one time, you have to eat it all day long. Keep up with your liver. Okay? All right.
Thank you.
Sticker cans, you know.